Hi, Rachel. Okay. and of course, ABS Holdings Company. Just for the record, tama ba na sabihin na itong tatlong korporasyon na to, ABS-CBN Holdings, Lopez Incorporated, at pati na ABS Holding Corporation, ang lahat ng controlling stockholders or majority stockholders would be the Lopez family. Sisi natin, Mr. Chairman, ABS-CBN Corporation, totoo ba? The controlling interest is the Lopez family.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Susunod naman natin, ABS-CBN Holdings Company, Corporation. We have the corporate secretary, my good friend, Attorney Yason.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And what about Lopez Incorporated? Totoo ba na ang controlling stockholder ng Lopez Incorporated ay ang Lopez family?
Mr. Chairman, Lopez Inc. is controlled by 4 family corporations or belonging to the Lopez families, different branches.
Okay. So, ang Lopez family is controlled by 4 family corporations coming from the Lopez family.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you very much. So, sisimulan natin ang istorya ng ABS-CBN Holdings Company. Wartec, what's the official name? The official name is that Wartec Holdings Corporation was organized on March 30, 1999. It has a capitalization of an authorized capital stock of 10,000 pesos.
At that point, Your Honor, yes.
Tama. Nagsimula ang...
Hindi po 10,000 pesos, 1,000 lang po.
1,000. Thank you for the correction. Tama ba? 1,000?
1,000.
And 50% belongs to Lopez Incorporated.
Today, it's 60%.
Ha?
Today, it's 60%.
No. In 1999 pa lang
Yes,
tayo.
Yes, Your Honor.
In 1999, 50% Lopez Incorporated, 10% to Oscar Lopez, 10% to Manuel Lopez, 10% to Presentacion Pinakis, 10% to Romel Duran, and 10% to Eugenio Lopez III. Tama po ba, Mr. Attorney Quasi?
That's correct.
Yes, on. Okay. Pagkatapos, pagdating ng September, binago ang pangalan ng Wartec Holdings Corporation at ginawa itong ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation. September 16, 1999. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. And then, after several days, nag-transfer ang Lopez Incorporated ng 132 million shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Oh, that's correct. Thank you very much. At siyempre, nung i-transfer ang shares of stocks ng Lopez Corporation to ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, to the holding company, what was the mode of the transfer? Binigay ba lamang to ng Lopez Incorporated? Binili ng ABS-CBN holding company o inutang?
It was transferred through the stock exchange. The ABS-CBN shares were already listed at that time. And ABS-CBN shares were already listed at that time, and they were transferred by Lopez Inc. to ABS Holdings. And
ABS-CBN
shares were already listed at that time, and they were
were
transferred.
already listed. Eh siyempre, ayan yung aking kaibigan, si Mike Defensor, kahit na to listed, para ma-acquire ng holding company, there must be a transfer. Tama po ba?
Yes, it was transferred.
And so what was the mode of the transfer?
It was transferred to the stock exchange, and there was a liability on the part of ABS Holdings.
Okay, so there was liability on the part of ABS-CBN Holding, or on the part of the holding company, T. Lopez Incorporated?
Yes.
And how much was the liability?
I don't. It will be the about 46 pesos.
So binili rin
per-
ng ABS Holding Company ng 46 pesos per share, and that would total to, I have the figures. Titingnan ko lamang, Mr. Chairman. 46 pesos times 132 million shares, that would be equivalent to 6,072,010,000 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, yes. So itong 6,072,000,000 investment ng ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation representing the ABS-CBN shares.
That's correct, Your Honor. It will appear in the books as an asset of.
Okay. And it
ABS.
was acquired at 46 pesos.
Yes, Your Honor.
At iyon namang liability would be also for the same amount of 6,072,010 pesos.
That's correct. But that was paid when ABS Holdings issued the PDRs to.
And that
And
would be?
About the same amount, Your Honor.
Okay. So yung bang PDR for 132 million, which was transferred by Lopez Incorporated to the holding company at the price of 6,072,010,000 reflected as a liability in the books of accounts of the holding company.
The liability was already paid.
Huh?
What happened was Lopez Inc. transferred the shares to ABS Holdings. ABS Holdings booked that liability to Lopez Inc. And then ABS Holdings sold PDRs, and the proceeds of those PDRs were used to pay Lopez Inc. and to offset that
Dandahan muna
liability.
tayo. I'm a little bit confused. Very basic naman tayo rito eh. The holding company at the very start does not own any shares of ABS-CBN.
That's
Tama po
correct.
ba?
That's correct.
Pagkatapos, later on, the holding company was able to acquire 132 million shares of stocks from shares of stock ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
That's correct. Your Honor.
Yes. At syempre, yung acquisition nila, nakalagay sa kanilang asset, 6,072,010,000 pesos.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Asset. Basic naman bookkeeping. For every asset, there must be the corresponding entry on liability or capital. This, you don't have to be an accountant. Simple bookkeeping. So ano ang ginawang entry ng holding company sa kanilang liability and stockholders equity?
May liability ho ang ABS Holdings to Lopez Inc. of that amount, 6 billion.
Yung ba reflected sa financial statements ng holding company?
It was reflected in the books at that time.
Okay. Next question. Naibenta ba ng holding company yung 132 million shares of stocks?
Hindi po. Ang binenta ho ng company, what ABS-CBN Holdings did was to issue PDRs.
Okay.
over the
To
underlying
issue
shares.
PDRs.
Yes, Your Honor.
Babalik na naman tayo sa dating problema. Yun namang PDRs, alam natin, there is the underlying common shares of stock.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kaya ang susunod kong tanong, Panyero, yung bang 132 million shares of stocks where the corresponding 132 million PDRs were issued?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. And it was issued for what amount?
46 pesos.
Huh?
46 pesos.
46 pesos. At base rin sa inyong presentation, whenever a PDR is issued, kung kanino in-issue yung PDR, as long as he is a Filipino citizen, he would be entitled to 1 share of stock, assuming that he exercised the option price.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So madaling sabi, example natin, 132 million shares of stocks nasa Philippine Stocks Exchange. Para maibenta ng holding company, they must have an agent. Tama?
A broker or...
Ha? Or agent or broker, kasi ang ginamit nyo, security agent. Merong broker ang seller.
Gumamit ho ng underwriters ang ABS
Okay,
Holdings
kaya
at
nga
that time.
sinabi nyo, ano ginamit yung underwriter? Security Bank and Trust Company.
Hindi ho, we had other underwriters.
Ano?
At that time, it was Jardine Fleming and ING Barings.
Ha?
Jardine
Okay,
Fleming and ING.
yun ang inyong broker.
No, it's, underwriters ho.
Underwriter. Halimbawa, kung si Vice Chairman Defensor ang bibili ng 132 million shares na listed sa Philippine Stock Exchange, gagamit din siya ng broker. Tama po ba?
Yes, sir.
That's the practice in trade. So yung 132 million shares, babayaran niya ng 6 billion 72 million 10,000 pesos. Assuming the gross price of 46.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Pag binayaran niya, it should be in the form of cash.
Yes, Your Honor.
At sapagkat ang may-ari ng shares of stock at inabail niya, ang may-ari ng shares of stocks ay ang holding company, the holding company will be the payee.
Pakiulit ko yung question.
Yung shares of stocks, pag-ari na ng holding company. Kaya nga nakalagay, investment in ABS-CBN shares of stock.
If ABS Holdings sells those shares,
Is the?
if ABS Holdings sells those shares,
Yes.
then it will get the proceeds from the...
Hindi nga, kaya nga. Original lang tayo, basic lang naman tayo eh. So, 132 million shares listed sa Philippine stock. Binili ni Vice Chairman using his broker. Sabi ni Mike Defensor, ako na lahat ang bibili niyan sapagkat sa tingin ko, very prosperous ang mag-invest sa ABS-CBN. Binayaran niya ng 6 billion 72 million 10,000 pesos. Of course, itatanong niya, sino ba ang payee?
Ang payee will be ABS Holdings Corporation.
The holding company.
Yes, sir.
The holding company would be the payee.
Yes, Your Honor.
So mag-i-issue siya ng cheque, money order check or bank transfer for 6 billion 72 million and 10,000 pesos payable to the holding company.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ang susunod kong tanong, yung bang binayad ni Chairman Defensor na 6 billion recorded sa books of accounts ng holding company?
It should be recorded, Your Honor.
It should be recorded.
Yes, sir.
Pero at the end of the year, yung 6 billion 72 million wala sa inyong balance sheet. Saan nagpunta?
Nandun po ho sa balance sheet ho yun. Noong 1999 ho.
Yes. Oh, I have a copy here. Para hindi ka na mahirapan. Oh, meron bang cash dyan?
It's there, Your Honor.
Oh, how much is the cash?
6 billion 72. 6 billion 72 million. Investment in ABS-CBN shares.
Oh nga, investment yan eh. Pero iba yung investment, iba yung cash. There is a change in the form of asset. Before, it was investment in ABS-CBN, ibinenta na yung shares of stocks, change in the asset, nawala na yung investment, naibenta na yung shares, there must be the corresponding cash.
Hindi ho binenta ng ABS Holdings yung shares. Ang binenta ko were are the PDRs.
Ayan nga, babalik na naman tayo. PDR, binenta kay
Oo.
Vice Chairman Defensor.
Oo.
Sabi
Hindi
niya,
ko, hindi ko shares ang binenta.
ha? Hindi. Meron nga 1 share of stock eh. Oh. Nakalagay yan naman dito eh. Sabi niya, I will exercise the option price. So, 10 centavos, bibiling ko ang shares of stocks. Sino ngayon ang owner ng shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN Corporation?
Pag na-convert ho, it will be the PDR holder. Pag kinonvert niya ho.
So, si Mike Defensor.
But that was not what happened in 1999.
Hindi nga, pero ang sinasabi ko, nagbenta kayo eh. Inassume na lang natin na binigla na yung 132 million. O wag na 132 million. Binenta na lamang, ang binilang niya 1 million. Hindi nyo naibenta ang 131 million share. 1 million ang binigay, ang binenta, ang binili ni Mike Defensor. So ang total consideration, 46 million. Tama ba?
Hindi, ang binenta ko ng ABS Holdings are PDRs, not shares ho.
Oo nga, kaya ito, balik na naman tayo rito. Tagal na natin pinag-usapan to eh. The PDR forms part of an authorized issue of BDR, granting the holder, Mike Defensor, the right to delivery or sale of the shares of the shares at the exercise price as adjusted, which PDRs has been issued subject to and with the benefit of a PDR instrument dated October 5, 1999, executed by the issuer. The issuer is the holding company
Yes, Your Honor.
and are enforceable severally by each holder against the issuer. Mike Defensor holder against the issuer. Copies of the PDR instrument are available for inspection by the holders and may be deemed by them from the principal place of business of the issuer and the PDR registrar. The holder shall be deemed to have notice of the provision. Okay. The PDR, last paragraph, the PDR represented by this certificate does not represent shares of stocks, but only confers a right to the delivery or sale of existing shares of stock of ABS Broadcasting owned by the issuer, subject to the terms and conditions stated therein by PDR instrument. So pag nag-invest ba si Mike Defensor sa 1 million shares of stock, will he be considered the owner of the 1 million shares of stock underlying the 1 million PDRs?
Kung shares of stock ang i-invest niya ho, he will be an investor in the shares. Pero kung PDRs ang investment niya, PDRs lang ang kanyang...
Oo nga, pero the problem is that one, okay, kung PDR man, huwag ng shares of stocks. Sino ang tumanggap ng ng 46 million?
For the PDRs ho?
For the PDRs.
Ang ABS Holdings ang tumanggap.
The holding company. So ang assumption natin, yung holding company, tinanggap nila 46 million, there will be an entry in their books na meron silang hawak na 46 million. Tama po ba?
Pesos, yes ho.
O tama, okay. So, nagkaroon tayo ng hearing last time. Oh, is there anyone who wants to answer aside from Attorney Quezon?
Our accountant will be able to answer also. Ms. Kaimon.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ms. Kaimon.
Your Honor, we ask that Lani Kaimol be recognized on Zoom.
Yes, our resource persons recognized.
Good afternoon, Your Honors. Tama po na may pumasok na yung transfer po ng ABS-CBN shares. Pumasok po siya sa ABS-CBN Holdings. Tinransfer po siya ng Lopez Inc. Ang kabangga po niyang account sa financial statement is a liability. But when we issued the PDRs and it was also sold to the market, the proceeds were used to pay for that liability. So at the end of the year po, ng 2009, wash out na po or zero na po yung liability. Ang naiwan na lang po is the investment in ABS-CBN Corporation and the PDRs under liability account.
Okay. So just for the purposes of the record, ang total PDRs na inyong in-issue, based in our last hearing, is 298,827,100. Yun ang binigay na figure ni Attorney Quezon.
Okay po.
At sinabi niya, ang value is 46 pesos per PDR.
Yung initial issuance lang po ang 46. But Your Honor, yung initial issuance po na 132 million shares was at 46. But since it is
At 46, the 138 billion was
232 po million shares
22 million shares.
issued at 46 pesos per share. But since it is listed in the Philippine Stock Exchange, so the market fluctuates. So it's higher or lower than 46 yung mga subsequent issuances or exchanges of PDRs to common or common to PDRs.
So madaling sabi, merong higher than 46, merong lower than 46. As
Yes, Your Honor.
51 ang highest at ang lowest ay 40. Based on your financial statements.
Yes, Your Honor.
So in-average na lang natin ng 46.
Okay
So,
po.
sabi, 46 times multiplied by 298,827,100,000 multiplied by the 46. On the average lang muna tayo. It will amount to 13,746,046,000. Ngayon, I'm giving you time. You look at the financial statements of the holding company at the end of every year from 1999 up to 2018. And what is the highest amount of cash reflected in your balance sheet? Babalik kayo kita mamaya. Para malaman natin kung saan pumupunta yung cash. Kasi lagi na lang walang cash. And I think you will confirm na nagsimula ang operation ng holding company, in spite of this amount of billions of pesos, there is no income on the part of the holding company. Yes or no?
Wala po.
Wala. At sapagkat walang income, walang binabayad na tax ang holding company.
Wala po.
Wala po.
Dividend income lang po ang income ni ABS-CBN Holdings.
What?
The only income of ABS-CBN Holdings is the dividends received.
Based on your financial statements, wala
Yes.
kayong income at wala kayong tax na binabayad.
Yes, Your Honor. The only income or the cash that ABS-CBN Holdings received is the dividends from ABS-CBN shares. That,
Tatanong na lamang sana kung pwede namang answerable by yes or no, pakisagot na lang ng yes. Don't
Yes
ask
po.
anymore because we have limited time. Kaya
Opo, yes po.
walang income. Walang binabayad na income tax. Yes or no?
Wala po.
Although wala kayong income na binabayad, walang net income ang ABS-CBN, ang holding company, pero meron kayong net loss.
Opo.
Okay. So ito lamang ang kumpanya, may net loss, pero walang net income. Well, anyway, I have made a comparison of your financial statements which you have submitted. Pwede ba yung unang slide? The comparative figures of the balance sheet for the year ending December 31, 2000. Okay. So, ayan ang ating assets. Ang cash natin at December 31, meron na tayong 2,062,42. At the end of 1999, 10,000 pesos. O, saan ang galing yung cash na 2,042,000?
Galing po sa Your Honor, galing po sa dividends received from ABS-CBN for the shares that ABS-CBN Holdings own.
So, nagkaroon na ng stock dividend declaration noong year 2001.
Cash dividends po.
O nga, cash dividend. How many hundreds of millions?
I'll get back to you, sir, for the amount.
Okay. $106,354,153. Tama ba yun, Miss Accountant?
Apo, Your Honor, the dividend income that we received in 2000 is 108,679,903.
How much per share?
Dali lang po. So that's about 51 centavos per share po.
Okay, 51 centavos per share. Okay. Sa BIR naman, whenever there is a transfer of the share of stock from one corporation to another entity, are there taxes to be paid?
Dumadaan po siya sa Philippine Stock Exchange, so may transaction tax po siya.
Ha?
May transaction tax po siya.
May transaction tax.
Yes, Your Honor.
Transaction tax. May we ask the BIR?
Percentage lang po yan, percentage.
Ha?
Percentage, what is the transaction tax
We want to know,
percentage?
Mr. Chairman, from the BIR.
BIR?
Your Honor, may we ask that Attorney Benedict Togonon be recognized on Zoom?
Yes, that's fine, but I think the Honorable Barsaga would like to have the official statement from the BIR. So may we ask the BIR, how much is the transaction tax for the transfer of shares?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Your Honors, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. If the transaction was coursed through the Philippine Stock Exchange, the tax rate, generally speaking, the tax rate is 1/2 of 1%.
1/2 of 1%.
Yes, Your Honor.
Of the purchase price, assistant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So kung ang purchase price is 46 billion, 1/2 of 1% would be approximately 2,300,000,000. Tama ba yun?
Around that figure, Your Honor.
Ha?
Around that figure, 1% divided by 2, Your Honor. 1/2 of 1%, Your Honor.
Okay, 1/2 of 1% of 46 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
Does the accountant of the holding company confirm the statement of our Honorable Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Sino ang nagbabayad ng tax? Will it be ABS Holding Company or the PDR holder?
The investee po, which is the PDR holders po.
PDR holder. Are you sure about that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Documentary, wala na.
Nandun na po yun eh. Ang DST po binabayaran po pag nag-issue po ng shares of stocks.
Documentary stamp tax, walang bayad.
Wala po.
Transfer of shares of stock.
Meron.
Kasi
Nandun po sa, lahat po ng tax is coursed through the stock exchange po.
Kaya ang tanong ko lamang, nagbabayad ba? O I'll refer the question to our very knowledgeable and authoritative Assistant Commissioner. Meron bang binabayad na documentary stamp tax sa transfer ng shares of stocks?
Yes, Your Honor. The moment a new share of stock is issued to the new shareholder, a documentary stamps or strip stamps that we call it must be paid.
Magkano naman, Assistant Commissioner?
At that time, Your Honor, it's 1 peso for every 200. But now, because of the train law, it is doubled. 2
Double.
pesos.
So we would like to look into that payment because the shares of stocks of ABS-CBN has been the subject of various transfers. Most especially, Attorney Quezon, alam naman natin na yung PDR holder ay merong opsyong bilhin ang shares of stock. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That's right. And therefore, for that transaction, there should be the payment, tax payment for every transaction, not to mention na meron tayong documentary stamp tax which is equivalent to 10 centavos per
1 peso for every 200, Your Honor.
peso.
During the time.
And that would amount to 0.5 to 1 peso.
Yes, Your Honor. Approximately 1 peso. Yes, Your Honor.
Unless the transfer was made in Hong Kong where the BIR laws are not applicable.
Agree, Your Honor.
Oh, wala naman transfer siguro sa Hong Kong.
Wala akong
Ginawa
transfer.
kayo. All in the Philippines.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Would the BIR can present the records?
Your Honor, if the transaction was coursed through the Philippine Stock Exchange, we don't have a copy of that, Your Honor.
What about the holding company?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have the records as far back as
You don't have
1999.
a record.
The 1999 records, so wala na ho kaming records ng 1999.
And what is your earliest record? What year? Kung wala ng 1999.
I'd like to refer that to Ms. Caimon.
ABS-CBN Holdings.
Your Honor, the available documents that we have is 2010 onwards po.
1,000
2010 po.
onwards.
Apa.
Because you are applying the 10-year prescriptive period.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the DST po kasi, the documents on that, sabi po ni Commissioner, is left with the Philippine Stock Exchange. So if you want to look at the records, it is kept in Philippine Stock Exchange po.
Yes, we know that. But the trouble is that, are you willing to waive your confidentiality? Yes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Hindi ba obligasyon ng isang malaking taxpayer na katulad nyo, as a matter of fact, awardee pa kayo eh. Hindi ba dapat na tinitingnan nyo whether the taxes due the government pertaining to the transfer of pure shares of stock ay talagang hawak nyo? So you don't have any record to confirm whether or not the transaction tax as well as the documentary stamp tax had been paid. Tama ba yun, Miss Accountant?
Opo.
Eh kung magre-review ang BIR ng inyong financial statements at hinanap sa inyo yung tax record ng transaction tax, di wala kayong maipapakita.
Prescribed na po kasi, so subject na siya.
Hindi nga, 2010 upwards, kaya niyong...
Ay, okay po.
Okay,
po.
how long? Gano'ng katagal?
Hahanapin po sa offsite, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go to the second slide. Balance sheet for the year 1999. Pakibaba ng konti para makita yung caption. Pwede bang pakilakihan? Okay na yan siguro. Hindi lumalabas yung isang portion. At saka yung difference. Then we have the difference. Okay. Itong balance sheet, Miss Accountant, nagsabit kayo rito ng balance sheet as of December 31, 1999. At noong year 2000, nagsabit din kayo ng balance sheet comparative for the year 2000 and balance sheet December 31, 1999. Ang pinagtataka ko lamang sa aking examination ay bakit iba ang figures ng December 31, 1999 na inyong sinabit at iba ang figures ng balance sheet for December 31, 1999 na nasa inyong comparative statement. O katulad nung cash, pareho, 10,000. December 31, 1999. Pero pagdating na sa, ano yung second? I look over your financial statement, which you have submitted. Investment in ABS-CBN shares, 6,072,000,000, December 31. Pagdating na ng December ng inyong comparative statement, ng December 31, 1999, mukhang iba na ang figure. Naging 9,574,186,975. Iba na. Pero they refer to the same date and to the same account name. Pagdating ng Philippine Depository Receipts, 6,058,800,000, December 31, 1999. Sa comparative statement naman, December 31, 1999, 9,552,951. Kaya may discrepancy. Sa deferred income, 13,200,000, December 31, 1999. Doon naman sa comparative 1999, instead na 13,200,000, ang deferred income nyo ay naging 21,235,000. Due to affiliate 1999, wala. Pagdating sa comparative, meron ng 21 million. Pagkatapos, ang total liabilities and stockholders' equity, 6,072,000,000, 10 pesos, 10,000 sa December 31, 1999. Pero sa comparative, ang nakalagay na ay 9,574,196,975. Ang sabi nyo kanina, you attest to the truth and veracity of all the statements, financial statements na binigay nyo. Bakit magkaiba? Ang balance sheet for December 31, 1999 based on the financial statements na sinabi nyo rito.
Your Honor.
Go ahead.
If you look at the financials in 2000 po, there were other expenses that were not booked and restated in 2000 financials. So if you look at the notes to FS in number 3 po, note number 3, the PDRs po, there are movements in the PDRs or issuance of PDRs of about 80 million shares in exchange for PDRs.
Simple lamang ang tanong ko. Meron kayong balance sheet na pinresent sa amin. Yung unang balance sheet, dated December 31, 1999. Binigyan nyo kami ng kopya rito. Pagkatapos ng year 2000, binigyan nyo kami ng balance sheet. And of course, mayroon na tayong comparative statement kasi noong 1999, noong lamang kayo nagsimula ng operation, we expect na walang comparative statement noong 1999 sapagkat wala pa kayong operation ng 1998. Normally, kaya nga nilagay ko yan sa ilalim. Wala na lang akong kopya kasi nagmamadali ako. Normally, since they have the same account name and they cover the balance sheet accounts for the same year, for the same date, December 31, 1999, dapat pareho. Eh bakit magkaiba? At kung sila ay magkaiba, one is not correct and the other one is correct. Or perhaps both of them are not correct. But definitely, hindi sila pwedeng pareho tama. Yun lamang ang tanong ko, bakit magkaiba?
Yun nga po. Based
Explanation nyo yan, dapat kung ano figure sa balance sheet, yun ang tama. Can you explain, Ms. Accountant?
Your Honor, the financial statement was subjected to audit. So there are expenses that were incurred, booked or recorded in 2000 that's supposed to be accrued in 2009. That's why
What method of accounting are you using? Are you using the cash accounting method or the accrual method?
accrual method po.
So in other words, the liability or the asset is reflected in the statement on the year where the income was earned, although it was not realized. Tama ba o hindi?
Tama po.
O accrual. Sa cash naman, even if you incurred an expense, as long as you have not paid it, it will not be considered an expense and it will be considered as an expense only when payment has been made. Kung meron kang expense ng 1999, hindi mo binayaran ng 1999, binayaran mo ng 2001, after 2 years, na mo lamang i-consider yung expense. Tama, under the cash accounting. Pag accrual, income earned in 1999, although not earned, ay i-declare mo na sa 1999. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
What is your explanation?
Yun nga po. There are late charges that were given to ABS-CBN Holdings that pertains to 2009. That's why in 2010 financial statement,
2000 lang tayo tsaka 1999.
Apo. Kino-compare niyo po kasi yung 2009 sa 2000. So, noong 2000 po, ni-restate po yung balances as of December 2009 to 1999 to reflect all the expenses incurred in relation to the PDR issuance po.
Nakakaintindihan naman tayo eh. Accountant ka naman eh. Eh ako, simple bookkeeping. Eh pag sinabi nating expenses, alam mo naman, it will not be reflected in the balance sheet. It will be reflected in the profit and loss statement. Tama ba yun?
Tama po. Pero tiningnan niyo po, nandun po siya, yung liability is ni-recognize. That's why you have a due to...
Tinignan ko itong dokumento niyo eh, oh.
Yun po yung due to...
Okay. Ito yung 1999 nyo. Malinaw ang nakalagay. Well, we can have a simple recess.
Mr.
If
Chairman.
the source persons of ABS-CBN cannot listen to our discussion.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
may I be recognized? I think the explanation there is that the balance sheet was restated in 2000, and the 1999 the financial statements that were submitted were not.
Ito ang 1999.
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh,
It was not audited, the 1999
ito.
balance sheet.
Balance sheet 1999.
Yes, that balance sheet was not audited.
What?
It was not audited. That was the first year that of operations of
Oo nga.
IBAN.
Ang tinanong ko nga kanina, yung ba mga dokumento nyo rito, authentic ba to? It is possible that this is authentic and true even if it is not audited.
Yes, Your Honor.
Bakit kayo magsasubmit sa amin ng hindi audited financial
But
statement?
the next year, ho, it was audited and restated. Ho.
Pero ang pinag-uusapan natin dito, 6 billion investment pagkatapos hindi audited. Does the Bureau of Internal Revenue under the National Internal Revenue Code does not require if your total capital is 6 billion 72 million 10,000 pesos, the balance sheet as well as the profit and loss statement should be audited. Oh,
Honorable Barsaga, would you like the BIR to respond?
ah?
BIR, you would like them to reply?
Yes.
Yes, BIR is recognized.
Bureau of Internal Revenue. Pag ang total assets ba at liability, ang total equity is 6 billion 72 million 10,000 pesos, must the financial statements be audited or not?
It must be audited, Your Honor.
Or it must be audited. So
Your
my
Honor, yes.
question is, does the holding company have an audited financial statement for the year ending December 31, 1999? No. The holding company, the accountant.
ABS-CBN Holdings?
We don't have po.
You don't have. What about profit and loss statement? Did you prepare any profit and loss statement for the year 1999?
10 million lang yata, ano na? Dapat may certificate na auditor certificate.
Holding company.
Yes, Your Honor. It was submitted to BIR po.
Ah?
Sinabit po sa BIR.
Do you have a copy of that?
We look for the documents that has a stamp received by BIR po.
Pero ang problema natin, yun naman sinabit yung dokumento rito sa amin, nalito na kami kahahanap sa USB, walang profit and loss statement for the 9-month period ending December 31, 1999. So if there is a profit and loss statement na pinail nyo sa Bureau of Internal Revenue, ang susunod kong tanong, bakit kami hindi binigyan ng kopya? Can you answer for that?
Yung 2009 po kasi,
2009, 1999 ang pinag-uusapan.
1999 po, sorry po. Yung 2009 po kasi is
Ano ba sa 2009?
interim financial po. So, subsequent to that, it's a full year that has to be audited. That's why the auditor found out that there are expenses that has to be accrued in 2009. That's why they restated the financial statements.
Simple lang ang tanong ko. Unang tanong, nag-file ba kayo ng balance sheet sa Bureau of Internal Revenue noong 1999? Ang sagot mo,
Opo.
hindi. Hindi. You answered no. That's why I asked, nag-file kayo, pero ang sagot ng inyong corporate secretary, it is not audited. Kaya ang tanong ko sa BIR, should it be audited? Ang sabi ng BIR, yes. Next question, nag-file ba kayo ng profit and loss statement sa Bureau of Internal Revenue for the year ending December 31, 1999? Yes or no?
We'll have to check po.
Kasi ang problema, nagbigay kayo ng balance sheet. Hirap na hirap kami sa hanap ng profit and loss. Hindi nyo naman binigay. Sa mga accountant naman, alam nila, basic financial statement, you just submit the balance sheet and profit and loss statement. And we're dealing with a very big corporation. Yun lamang ang aming ano rito. At the start of my interpellation, I requested you to look at the balance sheet of the holding company from 1999 up to the present. Sinabit yung lahat yan. Tinignan mo na ba kung magkano ang pinakamataas na cash na nasa balance sheet ng holding company? Wala. Kung 100 milyon, kung 500 milyon, kung 1 bilyon. Wala.
Wala pong 100 million.
Walang
The 2016 shows that the cash and cash equivalents of ABS-CBN Holdings or 2018 is 18,852,699.
in spite of the fact na PDRs ng isinisyo ng holding company would amount to billions of pesos. Kaya doon lamang kami nagtataka kung bakit ganoon ang cash position ng holding company. Well, I think I have to stop kasi Mr. Chairman, I requested also the BIR, si Assistant Commissioner, siguro kulang ang oras para isubmit sa amin. Number 1.
Honorable Barsaga, you still have 4 minutes.
Okay. So, balik naman tayo rito sa ano. Iwanan ko na muna in the meantime yung ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
the time of the gentleman Barsaga is very valuable, but we cannot let incomplete answers of the accountant, which making it difficult for this matter to be understood, stand in the way of the time of Mr. Barsaga. If they will only answer it clearly, then we can move on to the other topics, but we're being held back by answers which do not satisfy the Honorable Barsaga.
Yes, the Honorable Remulla. But at any rate, nag-request naman po si Mr. Barsaga to look into that, and I think it's incumbent upon this committee that we go back to the figures that were asked by the Honorable Barsaga.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but if this will go on with the questions not being answered immediately by the other side, then we are letting them profit for their own misdeeds, if that is the case.
Honorable Remulla, I would understand the witness because the question was way back 1999. But I think the basic question of the Honorable Barsaga is basic. You have 6 billion, but you have 18 million. Yun lang po naman ang tanong ng Honorable Barsaga. Bakit po ganun? It may be 1999, it may be 2009, it may even be last year. Bakit itong shell company na napakalaking hinawakang pondo ay napakaliit ng cash at maliit ang binabayaran na buwis? Tama po ba, Honorable Barsaga?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So I would just request the accountant, number 1, did you actually file a balance sheet as well as profit and loss statement for the year 1999? If yes, could we have a copy? And second, were those documents filed in 1999 audited? And 3, if those documents were filed, what is the reason kung bakit hindi nyo kami binigyan ng kopya? And also, I am interested in the cash position. What is the cash position at the end of 1999 up to 2018 per year?
Okay po.
Okay? Kaya mo na yan, Ms. Accountant. So, I to ABS-CBN Corporation.
Honorable Barsaga, just in pursuit of the point of the Honorable Remulla, sino po ba ang, yung accountant po ba natin noong 1999, noong una itong sinimulan, nandun na po ba kayo? Wala.
Your Honor, I'm with ABS-CBN Holdings in 2000 po.
A year after. So, nandiyan na rin po kayo more or less. Opo. So, yun na lang po request ni Mr. Barsaga dahil may punto po si Honorable Remulla. Ang akala ko po kasi, baka hindi niyo maalala dahil 1999, baka wala pa po kayo dito. In 2000 pa lang po pala, nandiyan na kayo.
Opo.
Yeah. Honorable Remulla?
Mr. Chairman, the ABS-CBN Corporation is asking for a renewal of their franchise, which means it is the right and duty of Congress to review their performance for the past 25 years. They should be able to answer all the questions about the past 25 years. This is unthinkable, Mr. Chairman, that they will make it a reason that they didn't keep the documents because they know they'll be going back to Congress to seek another franchise. If they don't want to answer the question, Mr. Chairman, then so be it. Let's make it an unanswered question which ABS-CBN refused to answer. Make it a question they refused to answer, Mr. Chairman.
So noted, Honorable Remulla. Honorable Barsaga, you may continue.
And last request to our accountant. pwede sabihin the account of the holding company as early as 2000.
Alin po?
Ha? Yun lamang request ko, kung ano ang record nyo ng payment ng transaction tax ng shares of stocks transfer together with the payment of documentary stamp tax. And I would be having a similar request to the Bureau of Internal Revenue for the last 10 years.
Okay po.
Assistant Commissioner, pwede ba? Where is our Assistant Commissioner?
Assistant Commissioner Mapo is recognized.
Move to suspend, Mr. Chairman.
Session suspended.
Siguro na magre-raise na ako ng...
Ingat mo muna.
Session resume. Honorable Barsaga.
Assistant Commissioner, magre-request lamang ako kung anong record ang available sa inyo evidencing the tax on the transaction regarding the transfer or sale of shares of stocks ng ABS-CBN Corporation, ng ABS Holding Company, at saka yung documentary stamp tax, even for the last 10 years, kung ano ang available.
Mr. Chair and honorable members, good afternoon again. If we will be referring to ABS-CBN Holdings Corporation, again, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, we will be needing a waiver coming from the taxpayer. Because the waiver executed by Mr. Katigbak yesterday was for ABS-CBN Corporation.
So, we would request the ABS-CBN Holding Company to inform this House the listing of the taxpayer of the owners of the shares of stocks of ABS-CBN based on the record, so that we can ask for their conformity in order not to violate the confidentiality of the tax records of a taxpayer, which is guaranteed under the National Internal Revenue Code. Section what, Assistant Commissioner?
Section 270, Your Honor.
273.
270, Your Honor.
270, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
Assistant Commissioner,
Honorable Barsaga, para pagpapatuloy, nagsalita na naman po yung ABS-CBN Holdings kanina, but may we get the official response of the ABS-CBN Holdings as regards the requirement of the BIR. Kailangan lang po nila yung authorization para maibigay nila yung dokumento na hiningi ng Honorable Barsaga.
Mr. Chairman, we can provide that authorization.
Maraming po salamat. If the letter can be kindly sent to this committee para po ibigay natin sa BIR, at nang ganun po naman ang BIR naman mapadala ang dokumento dito. Maraming po salamat. Thank you.
Assistant Commissioner, we realized that we have already a very tight schedule last night.
Yes, sir.
Last night, kung pwede sanang maibigay sa amin yung corresponding tax payment ng ABS-CBN Corporation for the last 3 years at ihiwalay natin yung withholding as well as the value added tax. Unfortunately, up to now, hindi pa natatanggap ng ating COMSEC. May we know what is the update on this, Assistant Commissioner?
Nakamute po. Assistant Commissioner Mapoy, nakamute po.
Unmute. Ayan. Mr. Chair? Mr. Chair, the records that you requested yesterday were emailed to the COMSEC before noon today.
Just
This
verification.
afternoon.
Natanggap ba ng ating committee?
COMSEC, kindly reply. The emails of the BIR as regards the expanded value-added tax, withholding taxes, final withholding tax, real estate tax, all other components of the total tax paid by ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
Well, yes, unfortunately, siguro medyo nabigla ang ating COMSEC nang hinihingi ko kanina. Ang sagot niya, wala pa raw.
Wala pa up to now.
Meron na?
Wala pa daw.
Wala pa raw, Assistant Commissioner. Magkalapit lamang tayo.
We sent that, Your Honor. We sent, Your Honor. And if you want, we can have it presented. We can have it shared. But we sent the documents that you requested, Your Honor.
Sino kaya ang tumanggap based on your records? Baka ibang committee.
1:47 p.m. to House Committee on Legislative Franchise.
So 147.
Yes, 1:47. I'm sorry, after lunch, Your Honor.
So just to clarify, yung ating BAT, ang sinasabi ng iba kong nakakausap, yung mga pati na ng ibang channel, pag binabayaran sila, tanggal na ang BAT. Tama po ba?
ABS-CBN?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And aside from BAT, sa mga artista, ano pa ang tinatanggal nyo?
Mayroon pong expanded withholding tax po.
And how much is that?
That is either 10% po or 15%. Depende po sa income.
So, sa madaling sabi, 10% BAT at saka 15% expanded withholding tax.
To correct lang po, in most cases, it's 12% VAT and 10%
Withholding sa ba?
10% expanded withholding.
The proposal sa mga entertainers.
10%
10 and 15.
po. Depende po sa income bracket.
Hindi, maximum.
Maximum po is
Ito ang
50.
paboritong star ni Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, si Coco Martin.
Balik.
Ang bayad ng ABS-CBN, 10 million for 1 year. Example lang to,
Okay.
masyadong mababayan.
15% po yung maximum. Pag
15%.
Opo.
Representing,
Expanded withholding tax po.
what about the VAT?
12% po yung VAT.
So, bali, theoretically, 12 plus 25, that would, 12 plus 15, 27%.
12 plus 15 po, 27%.
27%, that is the, sa madaling sabi, yung wini-withhold nyo is part of the compensation of the actors or actresses of the ABS-CBN.
Yun pong, opo,
Okay.
yung VAT po, if I lang po, kung pwede lang po, yung
Yes.
VAT po is input tax naman po ng ABS-CBN. Yun naman pong expanded withholding tax, yun po yung sinabi nyo kahapon.
Sinabi natin input tax ng ABS-CBN. Kaya ako, hindi ko rin kabisado yun. Ano ba ibig sabihin nating input tax ng ABS-CBN?
Ang ABS-CBN po, pag nagbabayad po ng services at saka ng goods, yung binabayad po nila, mayroon po siyang nakukuha na, may binabayad po siyang value-added tax. Pag palabas po, input tax po yon na pwede po naming i-offset against our value-added tax na output tax naman po. So may input-output mechanism po siya.
Oo nga, we know that. Pero ang sinasabi nating output tax ay yung sa mga stars.
Iyon pong output tax naman po ay yung pagbenta namin ng aming mga produkto at services.
Produkto nyo. Pero balik lang muna tayo sa mga artista, don't complicate.
Sige po.
So, 12%
Opo.
plus 15. Yung 12% VAT, what do you consider that? Input or output?
Input po.
Input. So, in reality, chargeable yan sa mga artista.
In reality, kasama po siya sa binabayad namin sa artista.
O nga, pero binabawas nyo.
Actually po,
Hinahawakan nyo lamang.
actually hindi po. Binabayad po namin sa kanya. Hindi po namin hinahawakan.
Hindi kayo nag-withhold ng VAT?
Ang VAT po, hindi po nag-withhold eh.
Hindi kayo
po ang,
nag-withhold?
opo, sila po ang dapat mag-declare ng babayaran
So,
nila po.
ano yung VAT na inyong wini-withhold?
Honorable Barsaga, if I may just give you 1 minute, we were already reminded by the chair.
So, we will just request the ABS-CBN to make a presentation or a position paper regarding the VAT.
Opo, sige
Okay.
po.
Next question. I was able to read for a while the case of Quezon City and City Treasurer of Quezon City. Courtesy of Attorney.
Visera, Your Honor.
Okay. Binasa ko yung asunto rito. Dito pala, ang Quezon City, merong city ordinance requiring the payment of the franchise. Ang ABS-CBN, ang sabi nila, well, under the franchise, hindi na kami liable magbayad ng franchise tax. Pero ang nangyari, based on the decision of the Supreme Court, nanalo ang ABS-CBN sa RTC, nanalo ang ABS-CBN sa Court of Appeals, pagdating sa Supreme Court, reverse ang decision, and the decision was penned by the late Justice Ruben Reyes, nang sabi nila, the city government of Quezon City has the right to collect the taxes. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Sa ngayon, nagbabayad pa ba kayo sa taxes sa Quezon City based on that ruling and based on the city ordinance of Quezon City?
If I may answer po, kasi po ako po yung
Yes.
nagbabayad. Ang binabayaran po namin ay local franchise tax in lieu of the local business tax po. It is, nagbabayad po kami. Sa
Simple lang
madaling
tayo.
sabi po.
Ang issue roon, the local franchise tax based on the city ordinance of Quezon City. Okay. Kaya ang tanong ko lamang ngayon, kayo ba ay nagbabayad ng local franchise tax based on the city ordinance and also based on the decision of the Supreme Court? As simple as that.
Nagbabayad po kami.
Nagbabayad kayo.
Opo.
So, thank you very much because the chairman might run for mayor and he knows already what taxes ABS-CBN will be paying.
Thank you, Honorable Barsaga. Kanina mo pa kami tinuturo ni Honorable Marcoleta. Pero ang katanungan ko po, gusto niyo po bang makita yung mga VAT sa mga artista o individual na mga artista? Wag na po.
Wag na. Baka
Wag na
malaman natin masyadong mataas ang kanilang binabayad. But that is part of the expenses of ABS-CBN. As a matter of fact, that is a major component of their cost of sales or cost of good, right?
Opo.
Okay.
At kasama na rin po yung pagbayad ng buwis. Malaki rin po ang bayad na buwis dahil doon. Baka po pag nakita nyo, ay magsisi kayo na kayo nag-abuga siya kaysa kayo
That
po ay
will be good
nag-artista.
for the Bureau of Internal Revenue because as I have stated, taxes are the lifeblood of the government. Yon ang buwis, ang buhay at dugo ng bawat pamahalaan. Well, anyway, I'll not go in detail about that issue. So yun lang nire-request ko sa ating accountant.
Thank you for the very informative interpolation of the Honorable Barsaga, a CPA lawyer. I now go back to our chair, Honorable Alvarez.
Maraming salamat, Kong Mike, Congressman Barsaga. Next po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Rolando Valeriano. Kong Valeriano. Paki-unmute si Kong.
Nakamute po, Congressman, nakamute po. Sorry.
Ayan po. Narinig po ako.
Okay na.
Okay na po.
Okay na po.
Okay. Para po maikli lamang po yung katanungan ko at madali lamang po. Meron po ba tayong representative mula sa Big Dipper Company?
Yes, Your Honor.
Opo. Ano po ang nature ng business ng Big Dipper?
Your Honor, Big Dipper is engaged in digitizing and repurposing content for easier distribution and export to the international market, and also for distribution in the local market.
And because of that, kayo po ay nag-qualified bilang PESA accredited corporation or company. Tama po ba?
That's correct, Your Honor. We qualified as an IT enabled enterprise.
Sa local po, ano po ang ninyo sa ABS Corporation? Meron po ba kayong relationship with ABS? Sila po ba clients niyo or ano po?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Meron po ba kayong relasyon sa ABS Corporation? Sila po ba kliyente ninyo, supplier ninyo? What is the relationship of Big Dipper to ABS Corporation?
Your Honor, Big Dipper is a 100% owned subsidiary of ABS-CBN Corporation.
So meron pong business ang Big Dipper at ang ABS Corporation.
That's correct.
Nag-i-import po ba ang Big Dipper? Nag-i-import po kayo ng imported articles?
It imports equipment, yes, Your Honor.
Nag-i-import, is that exempted from payment of duties and taxes as PESA accredited company?
That's correct, Your Honor.
So, tama po ba yung analysis ko na kapag exempted kayo sa duties and taxes, yung Big Dipper po ay gagamitin niya solely para sa purpose ng Big Dipper lamang?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
So, ano po yung ini-import nyo? Meron po bang mga camera dyan dahil capital equipment po, di ba?
Basically, equipment, yes.
Ano pong klase equipment? Yung mga camera po na ginagamit ba? Yan po ba yun?
Hindi po camera, but equipment for the digitization process and the like.
Bago po natayo yung Big Dipper, ang ABS Corporation po ay existing for 25 years. So before po, saan po sila kumukuha ng ganyang mga equipment? Nung wala pa po yung Big Dipper. Nag-i-import din po ang ABS?
Mr. Chair, may I be recommended?
Yes, Mr. Lopez.
Yeah. Yung equipment po ng Big Dipper are mostly hardware. These are used for transcoding and converting to digital a lot of our old programs so that we can use this for newer technology like mobile, sa internet, no? Which you can see like yung streaming services.
So Mr. Lopez, ibig po sabihin, nagagamit ng ABS Corporation yung equipment ng Big Dipper. Tama po ba? Being the clients of Big Dipper.
Yes, Your Honor. Yun yung the ABS, Big Dipper is the, ABS is the client of Big Dipper. It does the work for ABS.
Ang ibig po sabihin, ang equipment po ng ABS Corporation ay halos libre ng duties and taxes dahil si Big Dipper po ay accredited ng PESA. Ganun po ba yun?
No, Your Honor.
Paano po yung yung system?
Your Honor, the equipment that is imported by Big Dipper and not by ABS-CBN Corporation.
Yan po, kaya nga po ang punto ko, kung ang nag-i-import po ay si Big Dipper, which is duties and taxes exempted from ibig sabihin po, parang si ABS-CBN din ay exempted din sa taxes dahil ginagamit niya as a client, as supplier ng Big Dipper. Tama po ba?
If I may answer po.
Yes, go ahead.
The equipment po of Big Dipper is used solely for the services that is being offered by Big Dipper to its clients. It so happened po that ABS-CBN is a client of Big Dipper. But none of the Big Dipper assets is actually being used by ABS-CBN in any of its production of content po. So what they're probably saying po is by the virtue of being a client of Big Dipper, si Big Dipper po would render service to ABS-CBN and thus use those equipment to render the service to ABS-CBN po.
Sa ganyang pong system, tanong ko lang po, meron po ba nagbabantay sa inyo na PESA authority person para bantayan kung talagang hindi nagagamit ni ABS yung facilities ni Big Dipper? Because si Big Dipper po is exempted from duties and taxes. So kung ganun po, what is the assurance ng pwede po matanong ang PESA na ngayon? Sa PESA po kay Ma'am Pla.
The Honorable Lasat is recognized of PESA.
Magandang hapon po. Paano nyo po nababantayan na ang equipment na ipinasok ng Dipper na free of duties and taxes ay hindi na i-enjoy ng ABS-CBN?
Okay, sir, yes, if I may answer that, Your Honor. Our export companies registered with PESA, like Big Dipper, enjoys different incentives. And one of these is the tax and duty-free importation. But before they will do the importation, Your Honors, they have to apply to PESA. They have to apply and advise the PESA board who will approve their application of the different equipment that they're going to import.
Meron po listing na
And the PESA board will approve this. And once this imported equipment will arrive in the country, PESA will inspect this. If these are those listed in the permitted importations of our IT enterprises. So we monitor this po. Hindi po pwede na si ABS-CBN ay sisingit ng kanilang mga importations of capital equipment. It should only be the one registered with PESA. And it's not just the PESA management who will approve this, but the PESA board itself, where we have the members such as the Department of Finance under Secretary, we have the NEDA, we have the DTI, and 11 other agencies of the government represented in the PESA board. So it's the PESA board who approves and issues the letter of authority to those importations requested by our IT enterprises and export companies, Your Honor.
So talaga po yung facilities, yung equipment na in-import ni Big Dipper, kung ang kaya niya po ay ABS, nagagamit po ng ABS yung facilities ni Big Dipper being a client of Big Dipper. Tama po ba yung pagkakaintindi?
Yes po, sir. In fact, we have a record for every IT enterprise and export companies registered with PESA. We have individual records of their importations, their exportations, and we required them to submit an annual reportorial report of their transactions, of their availment of the different incentives. So like, for example, Your Honor, the Big Dipper acquired IT equipment, which is sourced from foreign and local suppliers, consists of various computer equipment and software. For example, the board checklink, Dale PLU. Then we have the software interface, the interweb media, log video. Many more are in the list, Your Honors, that were allowed through the approval of the PESA board for Big Dipper to import and enjoy the tax and duty-free importation incentive.
Yung po bang equipment?
We inspect this, Your Honor, once these importations will arrive in the country.
inspected po. Yung po bang in-import nilang
Together with the Bureau of Customs, Your Honor.
yung po bang in-import nila na equipment talagang duty free talaga, wala po siyang condition, hindi po ba siya conditionally free importation?
In our guidelines, Your Honor, any equipment that is used for the project or for the activity of our export companies like Big Dipper, nakasulat po yan sa kanilang application. They have to apply. They have to apply to the PESA board for an import, tax and duty-free importation of all their importations, Your Honor.
Tax and duty free po habang ginagamit lamang nila for export purposes or habang member sila ng PESA, hindi po ba?
Yes
Once
po.
na sila member, so meron pong restriction.
As long as it is used inside the economic zone. In the case of Big Dipper, Your Honor, they are located in the IT center. The IT center, which is also registered with PESA.
Opo, yun nga po.
Pwedeng dalhin sa labas yung kanilang mga equipment.
Apo, paano nyo po, meron po kayong tao sa PESA ro na talagang nakabantay sa Big Dipper para sa paggamit nila?
We have zone managers, Your Honor, in, for example, in Metro Manila, who visits, who inspects regularly the ongoings of our IT enterprises and other export companies registered with PESA. Unless meron pong makalusot, of course we will appreciate and investigate immediately if meron pong nakalusot na hindi po kaugnay sa kanilang authority, no, the authorized activity ng isang registered company of PESA.
Kapag tapos na po nilang gamitin yung equipment nila, do they need to pay the duties and taxes o kinakailangan po nila re-export yan?
Kailangan nilang i-export. It's either once they sell this, no, halimbawa luma na po yung mga equipment nila, pwede nilang i-donate, pwede rin nilang ibenta. Okay. So once they will sell it, they have to pay the regular taxes.
Honorable Plaza, ang tanong po ni Congressman Honorable Plaza, Administrator Plaza, ang tanong po ni Congressman Valeriano,
I hear me.
Yung po ng produkto ay dapat for export. Tingin ko po, medyo i-check po natin yung ano dyan, yung provision ng batas.
Chairman, kasi yung line ng question ko ganito po. Yung needs ng ABS-CBN ay yun din po yung product ni Big Dipper. So kung yung needs ni ABS ay na-enjoy niya yung tax, yung exemption ng duties, yung po bang ibang network pwede rin na magtatayo sila ng isang kumpanya para maka-avail ng free of duties and taxes, at pagkatapos yun naman yung i-hire or magsusupply sa isang company. Hindi po ba parang niliko lang natin ng konti? Ako po ay nagtatanong.
Yeah.
Congressman
Sir,
Valeriano,
if I may add some information.
Congressman Valeriano, yung
registered activity of Big Dipper is engaged in digital film archiving.
Honorable Valeriano, kasi po tinanong ninyo kung 100% yung export, ang sagot po ng PESA, yes, that is the law. But I don't think that is the provision of the law. So maybe we can hear from the Honorable Plaza para ma-exacto po natin kung ano yung provision of law. Honorable Plaza is recognized. Administrator Plaza is recognized.
Sir, what law are you referring at? The PESA,
tinanong
PESA law?
ni Congressman Valeriano, ang sabi niya, kung kailangan pong 100%. Ang sagot niyo po, yes, that is the law. So I wanted you to check.
No, sir.
Okay, yes.
Nag-mute kasi tayo in a while, no. If it is a foreign investor or a foreign registered company we allow 70% for export and 30% for domestic sales. But if it is Filipino-owned, we allow 50% export and 50% domestic sales.
Thank you po. Yung
Ngayon po, pag mag-exceed sila sa kanilang export quota, for example, or domestic market quota, they have to pay already the regular taxes of the excess, representing the excess. Kaya nga po may limit po yung kanilang export and export sales and domestic sales. So beyond that or over that rate or percentage, they already have to pay the regular tax. So sir, iba po yung equipment ng ABS-CBN.
ang sinasabi po
We don't include here the equipment on broadcast. No? Only equipment related to the IT activity of Big Dipper. And they cannot bring outside the ecozone this equipment. So this equipment must be used inside the economic zone or the IT center. Na-muted po tayo.
Valeriano, to your query, if it is a foreign company, 70% export, 30% domestic. Pagka po domestic corporation, 50% export, 50% domestic. Go ahead,
Yes, sir.
Valeriano.
That's right po. So if it's over the required or allowed percentage of export and domestic sales, they have to pay already the regular tax.
So Honorable Plaza, sa mabilis lang pong pag-analyze ninyo, magkano na po yung natipid o yung tax holiday, the duties and tax? I-estimate nyo po, magkano na po ang natipid ng Big Dipper because of being a PESA accredited company?
Sir, hindi po namin ma-compare, no? Kasi dito po sa PESA, when we provide the incentives, hindi po pwedeng apples to apples, no? Meaning, kung ano yung ininvest ng company, ay yun din ang in-expect nating ibabayad niya as tax, no? Kasi po makikita natin ang effect ng ating mga incentives in other forms, in different forms. For example, why are we giving incentives to PESA or to export companies? Because they bring in huge capital investment. They are the ones who bring in new technology. They create thousands of jobs. So we are not the only country who is now attracting exporters. This is now the trend, not just in Asia, no, but in many countries of the world. Countries now are putting up economic zones and attracting investors, especially export companies, with their incentives, fiscal and non-fiscal incentives. So recently, NEDA conducted the cost-benefit analysis. No? And the findings of that cost-benefit analysis is that there is more income brought in by the export companies of PESA than the taxes forgone. And other than that, the host LGUs, for example, became highly urbanized cities because 2% of the gross income earning paid by the export companies of PESA is a share of the LGU host. So,
salamat po,
apple to apple, no? Kasi nga po, kung makita natin yung mga host LGUs, Congressman Remulla is there, Congressman Go of Baguio City is there. They can tell you what contributions to social progress, to the income and the higher classification of their LGUs, because they hosted economic zones and export companies. So they enjoyed among the LGUs of the country, the low poverty and crime incidents, for example. So ito po yung gustong i-repeat ni PESA. So
ubos yung oras ko. Huling katanungan ko na lamang po at pwede ko na po bang matanong yung ABS muna? bago ako magtapos sa oras ko.
Congressman Valeriano, pwede po naman,
Medyo
with the acceptance of the chair, pwede kayong dagdagan pa ng konti, Congressman Valeriano.
kaya po, pero natapan din ako sa signal. Sa ABS Corporation lang po. Huling ko lang po. Nung po bang naging supplier nyo or nung itinayo po ba yung Big Dipper being a PESA accredited company, nakatipid po bang ABS Corporation in terms of taxes or expenses?
Congressman,
yes,
Your
go ahead.
Honor, when we set up PESA back in 2009, ABS-CBN was not a client because there was no requirement from ABS-CBN at that point. So from the evolution, when they started in 2009, ABS-CBN became a client in late 2014 when a new product of ABS-CBN was launched. This was our OTT platform na I Want, because we needed to repurpose and reformat the content that is needed for the OTT platform. Kasi iba po yung platform for television, iba naman po yung platform or what you call bitrate for mobile phone. So at that point po, nun lang po naging kliyente ng Big Dipper ang ABS-CBN. But from 2009 to late 2014, it was doing content repurposing for our international market po. Kasi nauna po ang international market sa OTT, different platforms, IPTV, sila po yung nauna na medyo nahuli po ang Pilipinas sa OTT platform. Salamat po.
So kaya nga po, kung sakali pong wala si Big Dipper and they did not enjoy the exemption from PESA, tingin niyo po ba mas malaki ang ginagastos ng ABS Corporation mula po nung 2014? Kasi po si Big Dipper is exempted sa, marami po siyang exemption being a PESA accredited company. Ngayon po, kung sakaling wala si Big Dipper, na kumpanya nyo rin naman. Kung wala po siya, ibig sabihin po, walang exempted sa taxes, walang exempted sa duties and taxes, walang tax holiday. Dumating na po yung evolusyon ng media network. Kinakailangan nyo na rin po talagang magbago. Tingin nyo po ba mas malaki ang gagastusin ninyo without Big Dipper?
I would say po, the question is, mas malaki po ba ang gagastusin ng ABS-CBN kung wala pong Big Dipper when they do their repurposing? Kung ganun po ang mangyayari at wala po kaming facility or ang Big Dipper the facility to do the repurposing, siguro po i-outsource po ito sa ibang bansa at mas mamahal pa po at ibang bansa po ang kikita nito. Kasi hindi po siya activity or wala pong assets ang ABS-CBN to do the services being rendered by Big Dipper po.
So, si Big Dipper po ba kayo lang ang kinikater sa network industry?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor. Big Dipper transacts directly with ABS-CBN and the group.
Talagang tailor fit si Big Dipper pala talaga. Pumasok siya sa PESA to enjoy the tax holiday as well as the other exemption from taxes to cater ABS Corporation. Tama po ba yung analysis ko na yan?
Your Honor, Big Dipper is an IT enterprise, and it engages in a separate line of business from ABS. The service that it provides is required by ABS so that the content that ABS produces can be distributed overseas, Your Honor. So, for example, the content that is produced has to be modified or edited in some way so that it's playable in different platforms or it's able to meet the standards of different countries. As a matter of fact, Big Dipper is probably the only company in the Philippines that was recently accredited by iTunes, so that the content is now playable in iTunes, and I think shortly even Amazon. So yung serbisyo po ng Big Dipper is different and kailangan po ng ABS. If I may ask that our tax counsel, Attorney Lucille Becerra, be recognized, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, if you may, yeah. Just so po we clarify the question, because there were questions a while ago on the importation of equipment being made by Big Dipper as a tax-exempt entity. Big Dipper being a company rendering service would need this equipment in order to do the digitization services. So the main clients would be ABS-CBN and the other companies of ABS-CBN or ABS-CBN group. So the equipment are used solely by Big Dipper in its digitization services and are not being used by ABS-CBN. So ABS-CBN just secures the services of Big Dipper. Okay. So there is no sharing po of the equipment because ABS-CBN is not doing the digitization services. From my understanding po, digitization is very important and is in fact integral in the content production of ABS-CBN. As mentioned a while ago by the CFO, had it been that there is no Big Dipper in the Philippines, then ABS-CBN might have secured the services of offshore companies, which we understand might be, more expensive. And personally, from my perspective is, so ABS-CBN created Big Dipper, which it wholly owns, and it enjoys incentives, though right now it's subject already to the 5% gross income tax. There is a separate entity that is contributing to the Philippine government. Had it been that there is no Big Dipper, then we don't have an entity which is paying 5% and which is also generating employment for which it is withholding taxes from its employees.
Salamat to, pero tama po ba na even with or without Big Dipper, magdi-digitization na rin ang ABS Corporation? Dahil doon na po tayo papunta, hindi po ba? Even with or without Big Dipper, dyan din po papunta talaga ang industriya. Tama po ba yon?
Your Honor, I think you're referring po to the distribution of the content. ABS-CBN po right now is engaged in the business of broadcasting and content production. Kaya po ang equipment, ang ginagawa ng ABS-CBN ay ang mag-produce po ng mga programa. Itong mga programa po na ito, if kinailangan po to show in other platforms, iulit ko lang po, wala pong assets ang ABS-CBN. Kaya po hindi ito maaring gawin ng ABS-CBN. As a matter of fact, before, Big Dipper was not accredited by iTunes. So if you go to iTunes, there are titles of ABS-CBN. We had to repurpose them in Hong Kong because in the region closest to us, it was only Hong Kong that is accredited by iTunes. And recently, Big Dipper was accredited by iTunes. And in most recent pa rin po, we have our international platform has been accredited by Amazon Video. So proud po ang ABS, ang Big Dipper na accredited po siya ngayon ng iTunes at ng Amazon Video.
Salamat po, Mr. Chairman. Yun lang po yung ibang katanungan ko. Gusto ko lang pong ipaalam na ako po hindi naman pro or anti, pero ako po ay membro ng committee ng legislative franchise. At sa dulo po nitong hearing, at the end of this hearing, isa po ako sa boboto. Kaya minarapat ko po na pakinggan at alamin ang both side po ng ABS at ng against. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Honorable Barillano. Congressman Chicoy, Chairman.
Maraming salamat Kong Mike. Maraming salamat Congressman Valeriano. Ang next po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Franz Castro na binigyan ng additional 5 minutes ni Kong Kulyama. So meron pong total 10 minutes. Kong Franz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. So sa ano po, BIR, Mr. Chair, yung ating pong resource person from the BIR. So may he be recognized, Mr. Chair, yung atin pong taga-BIR, baka hindi niya marinig yung questions ko.
Go ahead, mag-exam po sila.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, Congresswoman Castro, isa lang pong ano. Mr. Chairman, may we know if RD Galanza has already taken his oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Congresswoman Castro. Go ahead.
Maraming pong salamat. So kahapon po may presentation ng ABS-CBN dun sa kanilang pagbabayad ng tax kasi yun naman yung issue dito. Or not, ang ABS-CBN po ay nagbabayad ng tax o hindi o kung meron man silang problema dito sa pagbabayad ng tax. So at syempre pinesent din po yung presentation sa Senado ng isang reporter from the ABS-CBN. So 2016 to 2018, so we have 14.38 billion na ibinayad po ng ABS-CBN na tax. Tama po ba ito?
Tama po, yan po ang numero na, sorry.
Okay.
Good evening. Good afternoon, Your Honor. This is Assistant Commissioner. This is Assistant Commissioner Mapoy. Director Alvin Galanza was sitting here before because I thought the question would be after the Big Differ. Yes, Your Honor. The figure that I mentioned yesterday, the 15 billion something. The figure that I mentioned yesterday, amounting to 15,382,423,364 pesos and 16 centavos is the correct amount of payments made by ABS-CBN Corporation for 2016, 17, 18, and 19, Your Honors.
So with your report po, medyo tumaas pa, no? Naging 15 billion plus for the last 2 years. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor. With all due respect, the figure mentioned by Mr. Cabantac during the Senate session was not complete yet.
Yes, and I understand also that this covers the different kinds of taxes paid by the corporation. So with this record, Mr. Representative from the BIR po, so how would you fare the ABS-CBN in terms of payments po, payments of taxes po? How would you fare them?
Your Honor, in terms of what, Your Honor? As a corporate taxpayer? Or are you going to ask us on how we are going to rank ABS-CBN?
As a corporate taxpayer po.
As a corporate taxpayer, as what Mr. Cabantac said, the ABS-CBN Corporation has been regularly paying its corporate taxes for the past years.
How would you fare naman po in terms of dun sa binabayad nilang tax, in terms of the highest taxpayer corporation po sa ating bansa? How would you fare them naman po?
Your Honor, for the year 2016, as far as our records are concerned, ABS-CBN Corporation ranked number 65. For the year 2017, number 275. And for taxable year 2018, number 339, Your Honors.
Okay, so sa inyo pong pag-assess o sa inyo pong pag-evaluate. So, in terms po doon sa performance ng pagbabayad ng tax at yung tungkol po doon sa sinasabi niyo pong mga ranking, so how would you fare the ABS-CBN as taxpayer po?
I think the ranking of ABS-CBN speaks for herself. That for the year 2016, number 65, 17, 275, 2018, 339. As far as the sales is concerned versus the tax payment, we need to collect more.
So is another question, Mr. Chair, is there any pending proceedings versus ABS-CBN, like kasi ito naman yung pinag-uusapan natin, di ba? May mga pinadala po ba kayong notices of assessment or reminding them of their tax kasi nalilate sila sa pagbabayad ng mga anumang mga tax? Is there any record of that, Mr. Chair?
Currently, Your Honor, ABS-CBN Corporation is under investigation for the year 2019. 2018 and prior years, they were already investigated. But if we will speak of delinquent account, there is no outstanding delinquent account as we speak, Your Honor. I'm speaking of delinquent account, Your Honor.
So, masasabi natin na yung ABS-CBN po in terms of pagbabayad po ng tax ay siguro kung bibigyan natin ng grado, pwede po ba nating for the grades of 1 to 10, pwede po bang nating masabing 8 or 9 or 10? Pasensya na po, teacher.
Your Honor, that is a very difficult question, Your Honor. It's a very difficult question, Your Honor.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Pero in terms of yung ano po ng responsibilidad nila sa pagbabayad ng tax, yun naman po yung hinahanap dito kung talagang nagbabayad po ng maayos. So wala naman po record. At hindi po ba, Mr. Chair, kapag meron pong, kahit na hindi ABS-CBN, kapag merong company na nagkaroon ng delinquency sa pagbabayad ng tax or hindi po nakakapagbayad ng tax, meron po tayong proseso under the National Internal Revenue Code ng BIRs and rules and regulations. Hindi po ba, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Your Honor, we have policy here on how to assess and how to collect ultimately as far as the taxpayer is concerned. They have to undergo the process, Your Honor.
Yes, okay. At alam natin yung due process na ito ng rights ng taxpayers para sa equivalent ng, parang sinasabi natin, you are presumed innocent until proven guilty. Paborito ko na po ito dahil sa terrorism bill. So, tatapusin muna, for example, ng BIR, yung proseso ayon sa batas, rules and regulation, bago maituturing na talagang violative of the laws. Tama po ba ito?
Opo, Your Honor. May process po tayong sinusunod, Your Honor.
Okay, so salamat po. Dito po, bigyan niyo po ako ng idea tungkol sa exemption sa mga taxes. Kailan po ba nagkakaroon ng exemption sa tax? Halimbawa po, meron po ang isang corporation ng corporate social responsibility. So meron po bang ganun? Bigyan niyo nga po ako ng idea tungkol doon sa, in terms of BIR perspective po.
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, kamukha po kanina, nasabi na po ng head ng PESA yung mga exemption as far as that agency is concerned. Sa BIR naman po, mayroon po tayong sari-saring mga incentives na ibinibigay. Mayroon pong subject to different rate or lower rate. Mayroon pong subject to regular rate. Kung ang sinasabi niyo po ay yung sa corporate social responsibility, mayroon po tayong mga asosasyon na hindi po talaga sila nasa subject sa tax, pero kailangan po nilang kumuha ng karampatang sertifikasyon o exemption sa mga government agencies at sa BIR. Hindi po yan ibinibigay nang nag-apply ka ngayon ay automatic ay ibibigay po, Your Honor.
Ito po yung sa mga associations, mga foundations, at iba
Opo, Your Honor.
Iba pa pong mga organizations. Okay, thank you po. Sa ABS-CBN, Mr. Chair, sa ABS-CBN po. No? So, ang ABS-CBN po ay nakikita natin na very active in terms of kung merong mga kalamidad, merong mga nangyayari sa ating mga mamamayan at active ang ABS-CBN sa pagtulong. Tama po ba yun? Involved po ba ang ABS-CBN sa mga ganong lalo na ngayong pandemya, may mga pamilya tayo na natutulungan at nabibigyan ng mga goods at iba pa pong mga ayuda. Active po ba ang ABS-CBN sa mga ganun?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so how is the ABS-CBN related to the foundation? Kasi yung foundation yata yung arm ng ABS-CBN para tumulong dun sa ating mga mamamayan.
Your Honor, the ABS-CBN Foundation is a separate entity from ABS-CBN Corp.
Pero yung ABS-CBN as a corporation, meron din kayong mga ginagawang pagtulong po dun sa ating mga mamamayan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you cite some significant events or calamity that the ABS-CBN were helped our people?
Your Honor, may I ask that Ms. Susan Afan of ABS-CBN Foundation be recognized? She's on Zoom.
Honorable Castro, I will allow the line of questioning, but we are on the tax issue. Is that related to the foundation?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, gusto lang nating ipakita dito no kung paano yung ating paano siguro yung relasyon nung pagtulong ng sa ating mga mamamayan ng ABS-CBN. So kung hindi po yun
Kung maaari po, Ms. Castro, baka po mag-object yung iba nating kasama dahil po sa ibang topic. But I will allow you. Go ahead.
Kasi kanina, Mr. Chair, bumalik tayo sa PDR, bumalik tayo sana mabigyan din ako ng pagkakataon na. But anyway, so yun na din naman ang topic natin kanina, yung tungkol dun sa taxes. So siguro, it's last comment na lang po from the ABS-CBN kung pahihintulutan niya, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Go ahead, ABS.
Your Honor, to the original question, ABS-CBN Corporation does provide financial assistance or support to ABS-CBN Foundation. And when there are calamities such as the recent Taal volcano or other typhoons, ABS-CBN Corporation is there to give financial support and other types of support, Your Honor.
In relation to the point of the Honorable Castro, you do
Yan
not...
po, Mr. Chair, tama po. Yun po yung gusto kong mapalabas na may relasyon po yung pagtulong ng isang corporation sa isang foundation para makatulong po dun sa ating mga mamamayan. So yun po, dahil...
Honorable Castro, i-relate ko lang po. Hindi po kayo humingi ng tax credit o kahit anong tax break sa inyong tulong sa foundation? Wala po.
Your Honor, we receive a certificate of donation.
Okay. So that's it. That's the only thing that you receive. Okay, go ahead, Honorable Castro.
So itong wala namang tax yung sa certificate of donation o mga minimal taxes lang na binabayad for documents and whatever. Meron po ba?
Your Honor, that allows us to recognize it as an expense.
So siguro to finalize my my line of questioning, Mr. Chair, as regards to the issue on taxation by the ABS-CBN. So nakikita naman natin, Mr. Chair, na mismong ang BIR sinasabi naman sa atin na yung ABS-CBN ay hindi naman delinquent at sila po ay nagbabayad ng buwis ng tama at bukod po dito, nakakatulong pa sila dun sa ating mga mamamayan through the foundation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Castro. Chairman Chicoy Alvarez.
Salamat po, Congressman Castro. Ang next po, ang ating Minority Leader, Benny Abante.
Mr. Chair, for the information of the committees, Minority Leader Abante is still in another meeting, but he will be coming afterwards.
Sige, balikan na lang natin si Congressman Abante mamaya. Next na po kayo, Kong Kaloy. Nadagdagan po kayo ng time galing kay Congressman Tambunting at Congressman Gaite. Kong Kaloy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a few questions to just follow up to the line of questioning earlier by the Honorable Castro. There were allegations, claims that ABS-CBN Corporation, the Broadcasting Corporation, put up the foundation, the ABS-CBN, Kapamilya Foundation ba yun, as a shield and to escape the payment of proper taxes. May I inquire from ABS-CBN, what is your comment on this?
Your Honor, as we mentioned yesterday in the opening statement, that is false. We're quite transparent in, we're very transparent in the support that we provide to the ABS-CBN Foundation.
Are there activities conducted or supposed taxable activities or transactions by ABS-CBN Corporation that uses the foundation as a conduit, so just to escape tax liability, Mr. Chair?
Your Honor, wala pong transaction na ginagamit ng ABS-CBN ang foundation for that matter po.
So yung transaction po ng foundation at saka ang ABS-CBN Corporation ay purely ang korporasyon ay nagdo-donate doon sa ABS-CBN Foundation at itong donations na ito ng ABS-CBN Broadcasting Corporation sa foundation is treated as taxable donation or exempt from taxes.
The donation that are made by ABS-CBN Corporation to the foundation is not subject to donor's tax by virtue of the foundation being a PCNC accredited institution and a BIR registered foundation po.
Thank you for the answer. Again, there were also claims, even in social media, in the same manner, that to avoid the payment of taxes, the proper taxes to the government, the ABS-CBN Corporation created or formed the ABS-CBN Holdings so that transactions supposedly taxable for ABS-CBN Corporation and is now being conducted by ABS-CBN Holdings will no longer be taxable for that matter. What can you comment on that?
Sir, ABS-CBN Holdings po is not a subsidiary of ABS-CBN Corporation. It's actually po a subsidiary of Lopez Inc. So hindi po ABS-CBN ang nag-form ng ABS-CBN Holdings.
Thank you for that answer. So, nitong mga nakaraang 25 years, no? Your franchise was renewed. The last time was in 1995, if I'm not mistaken, 1995. Can you estimate, no, in terms of taxes na naitulong ng ABS-CBN for this period of for 25 years, no, doon sa ating national economy? Do you have a ballpark figure how much is ABS-CBN injecting into our national economy, including all the other subsidiaries of ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, I can give you a 17-year look from 2003 to 2019. ABS-CBN as a group paid 71.5 billion in taxes.
71.5 billion taxes.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All the taxes, no? Income tax, value-added tax, all the taxes. 71.5 billion.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that's for 17 years, no? And yun po ang tinitingnan natin dito. 71.5 billion is 71.5 billion. And sa panahon ngayon na grabe po ang krisis na dinadaanan natin, na pinalala pa ng krisis nitong pandemya ng COVID, ito yung billion na pwedeng mawala din in the next 10 or so years or 25 years, no? Na supposedly ay papasok sa ating pambansang ekonomiya. Even as we speak now, utang ng utang ang ating pamahalaan. 9 trillion na yung utang natin. At kung magkakataon na ang pagsasara ng ABS-CBN ay magtutuloy-tuloy, huwag naman sana. No? Dahil sa ngayon, hindi na lang sa ere na shutdown ng ABS-CBN. No? Kahit na doon sa ibang platforms. And I don't know anong platforms pa ang ipapasara. No? But ang ibig sabihin nito ay napakalaki ng epekto rin nito sa ating ekonomiya. No? At nabanggit nga nito mga nakaraang araw, kahapon, by August, magsisimula ng mag-retrench ang ABS-CBN. At hindi lang ito kawalan ng trabaho, kundi dagdag kawalan din ng buwis ito. No? Dahil yung mga manggagawa na matatanggal ay hindi na rin makakapagbayad ng kanilang income tax. So hindi lang taxes na mula sa ABS-CBN, kung hindi yung taxes mismo nung apektadong mga manggagawa, whether that's 4,000 or 11,000, but apektado sila. Samantalang ang ibang mga kumpanya nga ngayon ay talagang bagsak na, sarado na. No? So ito yung isang dapat titingnan natin. No? Tama na kailangang busisihin natin kung nagbabayad ba ng tamang buwis ang isang kumpanya. At dapat lang talaga magbayad dahil napakalaking kumpanya ng ABS-CBN. Pero tama rin ba na yung nagbabayad ng buwis ay patayin natin at hindi na siya makapagbayad pa ng buwis pa sa darating na mga panahon? Ang BIR na mismo ang nagsabi na sa kasalukuyan ay wala namang delinquency ang ABS-CBN. There were investigations in the past, there were compromises made, and out of those compromises ay nabayaran na yung dapat bayaran. No? And allowed, pinapayagan naman sa batas na i-contest ang isang pagbabayad ng buwis hanggang magkaroon ng compromise. No? So hindi naman pinagbabawal yan. At lalong hindi rin pinagbabawal sa ating kaayusan ngayon na magkaroon ng mga subsidiaries. No? For example, kung ito man ay pinapayagan dahil sa ating export-oriented economy na mayroong PESA, no, na nagtatayo ng mga enklabo para sa mga export-oriented activities, if it's allowed for the other corporations, certainly it's ABS-CBN can also avail of those kind of arrangement. No? Gaya nga ng ipinaliwanag kanina. So, ang usapin na ito ng taxes, sa tingin ko tama na tingnan at busisihin, but when the regulatory bodies, like the BIR, sa palagay ng kinatawang ito ay nagsabi na sa kasalukuyan ay kung mayroon mga question, nabayaran naman ang mga buwis na dapat bayaran ng ABS-CBN, I think that also already answered, no? Those questions na kailangan malaman as far as this representation is concerned. So Yun lang yung gusto kong linawin na Mr. Chair, no? And I hope ang ating pagdinig na ito, this is already our 10th hearings, will already be wrap up soon, no? Para po magdesisyon na rin, no, ang Committee on Legislative Franchise sa pending na issue na nasa Committee on Legislative Franchise nitong itinutulak naming renewal or the new franchise na maibibigay sa ABS-CBN. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, the Honorable Zarate. Mr. Chairman.
Maraming salamat, Kong Kaloy, Zarate. Kong Mike, nandiyan na ba si Congressman Minority Leader Benny Abante?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the good-looking Minority Floor Leader is already here.
Kong Benny, kayo na po ang next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry for just coming in because I was in an executive meeting for a while. But I just would like to ask continuing questions on the tax issue, no? Sa pananaw ko, what is being established here ay yung negative yung tax rate ng ABS-CBN for 2018. Na ibig sabihin ay hindi nagbayad ng buwis sa gobyerno ang ABS-CBN. So ang tanong, totoo ba ito? Pero madali naman itong verify sa BIR, di ba? Nakita natin, no? Meron tayo ritong BIR representative. Am I right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Minority
All right.
Leader.
So I would like to ask this question to our BIR official. Nagbayad ba o hindi ng buwis ang ABS-CBN mula 2015 to 2019? Kung maaari, ang request ko, i-breakdown ninyo mula sa income tax, VAT, and withholding taxes. Ito. Sabihin ninyo ang kabuuang halaga ng ibinayad ng ABS-CBN na kontribusyon sa kaban ng bayan, kung meron man. I'm asking our BIR official.
Assistant Commissioner Mapo is recognized.
Okay na, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, we only have here 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. As far as income tax is concerned, there was a total income tax due for 2016 amounting to 757.6 million. For 2017, the total income tax due 195.8 million. 2018, total income tax due 163.95 million. For 2019, 203.26 million. Creditable withholding tax. Can you show the next slide?
Is this what ABS-CBN paid?
Your Honor, the total income tax due is based or was based on the minimum corporate income tax of the taxpayer for that particular year. However, there are several creditable withholding tax which they use during that specific year. Like for instance, for 2016, there was an excess tax credit of 63.35 million. 357.65 million for 2017 and 669.78 million for 2018 and 810. Yes, Your Honor.
There was what?
Excess tax credit for that particular years.
Okay.
For 2016, there was an excess tax credit of 63.35 million, meaning the creditable withholding tax of ABS-CBN for 2016 is more than the amount of income tax that they are supposed to pay. And so on.
Mr. Chair, excess po ito, no? Excess ang sinasabi nyo.
excess creditable withholding tax.
Ano pa ang ibinayad ng ABS-CBN?
For 2016, ang ibinayad po ng ABS-CBN sa kanilang 757.6 million na income tax due ay withholding tax. Withholding tax. Ito pong withholding tax ay ito po ang winitheld sa kanila ng mga third parties at ginagamit nila ngayon na pang-offset sa kanilang income tax due. So in reality, the following year, 2016 or 2017, during the April 15 or so on, ala silang actual cash na binayaran na dahil marami ang kanilang creditable withholding tax.
May I ask, Mr. Chair, that our BIR officials submit these figures, this document to the committee?
We already, with all due respect, Your Honor, we already submitted these documents or these slides to the COMSEC at 1:47 p.m. today.
I confirm, Honorable Abante, it is already here. The COMSEC
Alright.
already told us.
Okay.
Thank you, COMSEC.
Can I have a copy of that, please?
It is still with the Committee
Okay,
Secretary. Yes.
I will be able to understand, me not being a lawyer, I'd like to be able to understand that, no? Next question, Mr. BIR. Ano ang effective tax rate ng ABS-CBN o yung kabuuang pangkalahatang tax rate ninyo na ibinayad sa gobyerno na kontribusyon sa kaban ng bayan? Ito ay para malaman natin sa bawat piso na kanilang natanggap, magkano nito ang itinabi para sa kaban ng bayan. 10% ba bawat piso? 15% bawat piso? Ano po ba ang effective tax rate ng ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, good afternoon, Your Honor. For the year 2016, the effective income tax rate of ABS-CBN was 3.12%. 3.12%. For 2017, hindi na po makuha, medyo masyadong maliit. For 2018, hindi na din na po nakuha, masyado rin pong maliit in terms of percentage, Your Honor. Using NTRC formula. But as far as ETR based on MCIT due, for 2017, 0.86% only, 0.86. And for 2018, 0.72%, Your Honor. Less than 1%, Your Honor.
No,
yes, NTRC formula.
kabuuang holdings ng ABS-CBN, may mga kumpanya.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, unfortunately, we were able to secure only waiver from ABS-CBN Corporation. We cannot divulge all other figures pertaining to the subsidiaries of ABS-CBN Corporation unless a waiver is issued.
Can you please repeat that? Medyo dahan-dahanin mo lang yung sinasabi mo.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon again. With all due respect, we were able to secure clearance or authorization only from ABS-CBN Corporation. So for all other subsidiaries of ABS-CBN Corporation, we cannot divulge any figure because that is covered by Section 270 of the National Internal Revenue Code, Mr. Chair.
Chairman, with the indulgence of the Minority Leader. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this problem about the waivers of ABS-CBN will always come back to us unless they execute waivers for every company that is involved in this investigation or the review of their franchise. They know that they have many subsidiaries. Can we have the commitment of Mr. Lopez to have all the waivers ready by tomorrow? At least the CEOs of each company waiving the confidentiality requirement?
Okay, to clarify, Minority Floor Leader, kasi po kagabi, nun sa ABS-CBN, hiningan po ng BIR because there's a statute para mag-divulge. Kanina po yung ABS-CBN Holdings, hiningan din po. So, ang sinasabi ni Honorable Remulla, kung maaari, lahat na ho ng mga subsidiary companies, isang waiver na lang, blanket, para naman pagka nagtatanong po kayo, katulad ngayon, hindi na po tayo bumabalik sa mga paghingi ng authorization.
Mr. Chair, can I be recognized, Mr. Chair?
Who is talking?
This is from BIR, Mr. Chair. Can I be recognized?
Assistant Commissioner Mapoy, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, each company must execute a waiver, and the person authorized to execute a waiver is either the chairman, the CEO or president, or the treasurer. Any ranking official lower than those positions are not allowed to execute a waiver, Your Honor.
Assistant Commissioner Mapoy. Yes.
Your Honor, may I request that our CEO be recognized on Zoom to address this question?
Mr. Katigbak?
Mr. Carlo Katigbak.
Yes, Mr. Katigbak is in Zoom. Mr. Katigbak is recognized, sir.
Yes. Mr. Chair, last night we were allowed to give a verbal waiver on the confidentiality of ABS-CBN's tax information. So if that is continued to be allowed by the BIR, then the chairman, Mark Lopez, and I agree to waive confidentiality for all ABS-CBN subsidiaries.
Commissioner Mapoy, ang hiningi po ni Mr. Katigbak, okay, may verbal waiver po sila at isasubmit nila yung official documents for this purpose. Okay na po ba yun na Assistant Commissioner?
Yeah, with all due respect, Mr. Chair, ang nasa tax code po kasi ay chairman, CEO, or treasurer of each corporation. If the uniform chairman of all Lopez Group of Companies is Mr. Lopez himself, then he should issue one waiver each.
Opo, yun nga po. Binibigay niya po yung waiver niya for those companies that he is chairman and president. In that case, to follow po yung mga documentation para hindi naman po kayo maipit.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Salamat po. Yes, go ahead, Minority Floor Leader.
Thank you. Sa kabuuang holdings ng ABS-CBN, may mga company kayo, ABS-CBN, na may tax incentive, di ba? At meron kayong company na nagbabayad ng 30% income tax rate. Anybody could be able to answer that?
Your Honor, earlier po, pinag-usapan po namin ang Big Dipper, ang isang PESA-registered enterprise na subsidiary ng ABS-CBN that is taxed at 5% of gross income po.
Okay, now, I'm referring to the effective tax rate. Ang hinihingi ko para maging simple ang usapan natin dito sa ating BIR official. Sa kabuuang halaga ng taunang natatanggap ninyo na revenues para sa operation ng ABS-CBN, magkano nito ang humigit kumulang na isinasantabi para sa buwis?
Sorry, Your Honor, I thought you were referring to the BIR. Could you kindly repeat the question?
Yung effective tax rate, no? That's what I'm asking. Sa kabuuang halaga, overall na halaga nito, ng taunang natatanggap ninyo na revenues para sa operation ng ABS-CBN, how much humigit kumulang na isinasantabi para sa tax?
Your Honor, we paid the proper taxes. So wala pong kumulang.
Walang kulang?
Wala po.
Okay. Alright. Sa inyong palagay, ABS-CBN, magkano na po bang naibayad na buwis ang ABS-CBN sa Kaban ng Bayan mula 2016 to 2019?
Your Honor, meron po ako rito na 2015 to 2018. Ang binayad po namin kabuuang taxes ay 24.6 billion.
20.6 billion.
24.6 billion po.
Okay. If we will compare this with the tax that GMA 7 and TV5 paid sa parehong taon, no? Para malinaw ang comparison. Alright? At makita natin ang kabuuang context nito. Kung hindi ninyo masasagot ito ngayon, ay bigyan natin yung committee ng kabuuang, kaukulang memorandum hingil dito at ikumpara natin ang mga pangkalahatang buwis ng bawat istasyon kumpara sa ABS-CBN. Can we do that?
Your Honor, at this point po, hindi po kasi namin alam ang kabuuang taxes na binabayad ng GMA at TV5. Ang taxes po na makikita sa financial statements ay limited lamang po sa income tax, lalo na po pag consolidated. So hindi po namin magagawa yung comparison. Hindi po namin alam ang total. Kasi po meron pong income tax, value added tax, at saka iba po pong taxes.
Your Honor, if I may add, ABS-CBN is quite a different company from GMA. We have significant international operations where we're able to reach millions of Filipinos, and we pay taxes in the respective jurisdictions in which we're present. So in terms of total revenues, we derive about 15% of our total revenues from the international operations. So dun po binabayad yung buwis. We also have a very high reinvestment rate because we try again to cater to the needs of the customer here and abroad. And as you can see from our recent digitization and DTT initiatives where we have sold more than 9.5 million TV Plus boxes, we're trying to invest for the future po. And I think that's one of the unique things with us. Not every business makes money. Sometimes it takes a while to be profitable. Sometimes it loses money. So, but we're not afraid to invest to try to reach a Filipino market and serve the Filipinos.
In the last committee hearing, it was said, and I quote, ABS-CBN used its subsidiary Big Dipper Digital Content and Design Incorporated, a PESA registered company, as tax shield because of this unconscionable tax avoidance scheme. ABS-CBN's effective tax rate in 2018 was at -5%. This means that ABS-CBN managed to avoid paying taxes in 2018. Can you please explain this statement that was said last hearing, if this is true or not?
Your Honor, it's not true. Big Dipper is not a tax avoidance scheme. We applied for and qualified for the PESA incentives that were set during 2009. There were specific requirements there in terms of investment and export. And over the years, we've met that requirement. It's in a different line of business, as we've mentioned. It's an IT-enabled firm that does specific services for ABS and for other companies so that we can bring our content to the market here and abroad. So hindi po yan tax avoidance scheme. As has been mentioned during this session, we actually have been paying the proper taxes. Since 2015, we're on a 5% tax rate on gross income.
So Big Dipper is not really exempt from paying taxes?
It enjoyed an income tax holiday for 6 years, and it's now under a 5% regime, Your Honor.
And only Big Dipper has PESA incentives, not ABS-CBN.
That's correct, Your Honor. Your Honor, may I just clarify on the second part of your question on the -5%?
Go ahead.
Again, as we have mentioned, the -5% that was being referred to does not represent the taxes that we paid for that year. The -5% or -84 million is actually an accounting recognition of potential future tax benefit, taxes that may be recovered in the coming years. We actually paid for that year 164 million and not -84 million.
Well, actually, when I heard this statement, I even asked my own legal team about this. And they told me that it would be impossible for a corporation to have a negative effective tax rate because our National Internal Revenue Code imposes a minimum corporate income tax. Am I right?
That's correct, Your Honor. May I respectfully request that our tax counsel, Attorney Toy Layog, be recognized to further elaborate?
Therefore, for all the undertakings of ABS-CBN and for the benefit of the people listening, that you can honestly say that you have paid an honest tax to the government.
Yes, Your Honor, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Chairman Alvarez.
Thank you, Minority Leader Benny Abante. Ang next po na mag-interpolate ay si Deputy Speaker Rodante Marcoleta na binigyan ng additional na oras ni Congressman Datol, De Jesus, Edcas, Guya, Dagook, Padiernos, Gato, Bustos, Bautista at Unabia. Kong Marcoleta.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair. Nandyan po ba yung representative po ng PESA?
Administrator Plaza of PESA is recognized.
Yes, Your Honor. This is PESA Director General Plaza.
Good afternoon po. Yun pong Big Dipper is an IT enterprise na niregister po sa PESA. Tama po?
Yes, sir. Sir, can I be allowed to share with you a chart which provides all the information about Big Dipper?
Sandali po. Tanong lamang po yung sagutin nyo. Registered po sa PESA.
Opo, registered po sa PESA noong September 1, 2009.
Ano po yung...
As an IT enterprise po, si Big Dipper. An IT-enabled creative content digital film archiving. That is po the description of the type of registration of Big Dipper.
Madam, yung mga tanong lamang po sana, yung tanungin po ninyo, ang sagutin po ninyo.
Yes po. Yes po. It was registered September 1, 2009.
Ang tinatanong ko lang po kasi kung registered. Di ko po tinatanong kung kailan. Ano po?
Okay. Yes, it is registered.
Ano po yung mga requirements para ang isang kumpanya ay ma-register sa PESA?
First requirement po is export-oriented. No? So our clients are only export companies who are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, agro-industrial, tourism, medical tourism, and IT BPO. Ito po yung mga ni-register ng PESA.
Ano pa po?
Yun lang po. So two clients of PESA is first is the EcoZone developer or operator. Ito po yung mga IT centers, IT parks at saka mga horizontal ecozones like agro-industrial and others. And our second client are the export-oriented companies.
Kaya natin sila binibigyan ng incentive by way of tax dahil meron silang nako-contribute sa ating economy. Kanina po tinanong kayo ng isang kasama namin, isa sa sinabi niyo yung employment generation because sabi po ninyo, they have created thousands of jobs. Sinabi po niyo kanina yun.
Yes, sir. PESA companies in general po, sir. Right now, we have 408 economic zones and 4,564 companies and 1.6 million directly employed Filipinos.
Magkakahirapan po tayo kung hindi tayo nagkakaintindi. Yun lang po.
Ms. Plaza, excuse me, no? Ms. Plaza, can you listen to the question first before you speak? Kung kayo sasagot, hindi kayo tinatanong, please.
Kasi putol-putol yung...
No, just wait for the question before you answer, please.
Questions.
Ilan pong mga trabaho ang na-create na ng Big Dipper? Mamula po nung
As our record will say, 164 po workers. 164
Akala ko po kanina sinabi niyo thousands of jobs.
for all the registered companies po ng PESA. 1 million, 1.6 million po lahat.
Madam, ang pinag-uusapan po natin yung Big Dipper.
Okay po.
Ito ninyo kanina, kaya natin sila binibigyan ng tax incentives, isa na po yung pagkaka-generate nila ng jobs. Sabi
Right.
ko kanina, thousands of jobs po ang nag-generate ng Big Dipper.
Sir, hindi po.
Wala.
Hindi po yan ang ibig kong sabihin. I'm speaking for the entire 4,564 companies registered with PESA.
Yun nga po ang problema natin, Madam. Big Dipper lang ang pinag-uusapan natin. Ngayon po, 164 jobs lang palang na-create nila.
Pero sir, can I flash the screen?
Ma'am, mahirapan po itong pagdinig na ito kung hindi kayo sumasagot ng... Kanina pa po sinasabi ko, kung ano po yung tanong, yun lang ang sagutin nyo.
Okay, sir. We based it, sir, also on the capital investment. No? Yung capital investment po ni Big Dipper,
Ms. Plaza,
149,237,668. And then yung kanila pong taxes paid from the 5% GIE for 3 years has totaled to 354,352,107.
Tinatanong pa, ba't kayo nagsasagot?
Ang contribution ni Big Dipper.
No, session suspended. Hindi niya talaga narinig. Ma'am Plaza, Ma'am Ching, si Mike po. Ay, hindi.
Kong Mike?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, hindi niyo po kami naririnig dito sa floor?
Oo, naputol-putol eh.
Pasensya na po.
Maganda yung reception.
Po muna namin, Ma'am Ching. Si Kong Boy po yung narinig niyo na po kami?
Opo.
Ayan po. Sige, ma'am. We can continue. Chairman Chukoy, with your indulgence, session resume.
Please proceed po, Kong Marcoleta.
Chairman, pwede po paki-advise natin ng representative ng PESA kung anong po yung tanong lang, yun lamang po ang isasagot niya.
Noted po, Kong Marcoleta. Ma'am Ching, pakilimit na po yung sagot natin doon po sa tanong po.
Okay. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Madam, do you know the cross-border doctrine for economic zone?
Yes, sir. When we identify economic zones, the economic developer should apply to PESA, and the PESA board approves who qualifies to become an economic zone. And the final approval, sir, is through a presidential proclamation by the president.
Mr. Chair, can we have another representative from PESA to answer my question? The question is, do you know the cross-border doctrine for economic zone? It's yes or no?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
Ano bang ibig sabihin niya?
Ms. Plaza, Mr. Chairman, Chairman Chikoy.
Kong Boying.
Yes, can we ask the Deputy Director General Panga to be the one to answer the questions? Para waste our time.
Hinahanap ko po dito sa Zoom kung may iba. Sa PESA po ba, mayroon pong ibang representative na nandito sa Zoom? Comsec, meron ba tayong ibang kasama from PESA? Wala akong mahanap
Later Plaza lang, sir.
Nakamute po si Director General Ching Plaza. Paki-unmute muna, baka malinaw.
Yes, sir. I will pass the microphone po to my Deputy for Operations, DDG Abordo.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Your Honor, this is Deputy Director General Mary Harriet Abordo. I'm Deputy Director. DDG for Operations.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Nakapag-oath na po ba kayo?
Pardon?
Nakapag-oath na daw.
Hindi ho. Hindi pa ho.
Comsec, pakipa-oath po muna si ma'am.
Yes. Deputy Commissioner, Deputy Administrator, Deputy General.
I, Deputy Director General Harriet Abordo.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before
I
this
do.
congressional inquiry? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you po, ma'am. Comsec, thank you. Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, pwede po kayo magpatuloy sa pagtatanong po ninyo.
Madam, alam po ba ninyo yung cross-border doctrine for our economic zone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you please state it?
The cross-border doctrine particularly relates to the fact which is indicated in the PESA law that the PESA economic zones are separate customs territory in nature, and the cross-border doctrine actually refers in particular also to the policy of VAT payments in the Philippines, which observes the cross-border doctrine policy.
Siguro po sabihin ko na lang sa inyo para hindi tayo magkahirapan. Ano? Ito pong cross-border doctrine for economic zone. Ito po'y batas creating an imaginary border within our territorial jurisdiction so that everything produced within our jurisdiction are tax exempt. Yun po yung cross-border doctrine. Nakuha niyo po?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yung economic zone po are supposed to be production areas. Is it correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
They should produce. They are not supposed to be marketing platforms only. Is that correct?
They should produce either products or render services.
Kaya nga po,
So that is the way that the policy is right now.
market lamang po sila ng products and services, hindi po sila nagpo-produce. Is that correct?
Nagpo-produce po sila, in effect po, yung either products, which are the manufacturing companies,
Sino po yung sila? Wala pa po ako tinatanong sa inyo. Sino po yung sila? Tinatanong ko
Yung
po
PESA
ito,
registered enterprises po.
Okay. Maging compose lang po kayo. Wala naman pong takutan dito eh. Ang sinasabi ko po, yung economic zones natin are supposed to be production areas. Huwag po kayong matakot kasi mambabatas naman kami rito eh. Maging relax lang po kayo.
Opo.
Kapag production areas po yung ating economic zones, hindi po sila mga marketing platforms. Tama?
Yes po, that's right.
So lahat po ng mga nag-apply sa inyo, mga locators, dapat mag-produce sila.
That's
Kasi
right.
sold po kayo eh. Tama?
That's right po.
Okay. Yung Big Dipper po, ano po ang pinroduce nila for export?
They are essentially producing services, which is the same thing that is the case for other PESA-registered IT and BPO companies.
Sigurado po kayo, ma'am? Are you sure that Big Dipper are producing services for export?
Based on their registered activity, they are engaged in digital archiving. Hingi nga ng ERD report.
Did you bother to check on what they do, madam?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ano po?
They are engaged, which is their registered activity, they are engaged in digital archiving, which is Just a moment po. The ERD report.
Hindi po ba ang dinigitize, whatever, mga local contents po ng kanyang mga subsidiaries dito sa ating bansa, ma'am?
Actually, in essence, what they are doing is
Ma'am, yan pong tanong ko, hindi po ba yung kanyang digitize ay yung local production po ng kanyang mga subsidiaries?
yes po.
Ang mga subsidiaries po niya kasi, ma'am, o yung kanyang mga clients dito sa ating bansa, ABS-CBN Corporation, ABS-CBN Film Productions, Inc., Sarimanok News Network, ito yung ABS-CBN News Channel, Creative Programs. Isa lamang po ang kanyang, parang masasabi nating foreign client, ito po yung ABS-CBN Global Hungary. Ito pong ABS-CBN Global Hungary, ito po ay 100% subsidiary ng ABS-CBN. Alam po niyo yan? Alam po niyo?
Okay.
Ano po ang produktong ine-export niya? Yung ine-exportan niya po ay 100% na subsidiary ng ABS-CBN. Nasaan po ang export doon, madam?
The export actually is in the form of, is in the payment of services for converting the analog materials to digital format. So,
Ano po ba?
Essentially, export of services.
Ano po ang definition ng export?
Exports are sales that are rendered to a foreign company abroad and paid for through remittance of foreign exchange, remittance of foreign exchange.
Isa po yung kanyang kliyente abroad. Ang sinasabi ko po sa inyo, ito yung ABS-CBN Global Hungary. Ito po yung 100% na subsidiary ng ABS-CBN Corporation. So siya rin po yun. Hindi po foreign company yun.
It is essentially, I'm not a lawyer po, but it's registered abroad. So it is considered as a foreign company.
Yun po yung sagot ninyo, ma'am.
Yes po.
Kahit na po nasa abroad siya, 100% naman na owned siya ng ABS Corporation. Ibig sabihin, foreign company ang ABS Corporation?
It resides in a foreign company po, if I may say that.
Sino po ang resident sa foreign country? Nag-register lamang po siya doon sa ang Big Dipper po ay incorporated sa Pilipinas in the year 2000. Ang ABS-CBN Global, sa Hungary po yun, meron pa siyang branch sa Luxembourg. Ito po ay na-register naman sa Hungary. Ang nature niya is a limited liability company registered in 2009.
Yes po.
Tama po ba yun?
Opo.
Ngayon po, tingnan ninyo, ang kinikita po ng Big Dipper, yung mga revenues, are derived by selling to itself. Kasi po, yung ABS-CBN Global ay 100% owned by ABS. Ano po yung nangyayari rito? Kaya po ang tanong ko sa inyo,
At saka di ba
Hindi po ninyo nakikita yung picture. Wala po siyang napoproduce. Dinidigitize lang po niya yung content dito sa Pilipinas. That is not a product exported to a foreign country. Hindi po siya foreign eh. It is owned 100% by ABS-CBN. Ngayon po ito.
Okay. Meron ako yung IPP. Okay, kuha nga. IPP.
Ang binayad po ng Big Dipper sa pamahalaan, 5% basic gross income dahil po siya ay registered sa PESA. Tama po yun, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor.
At yun ay hiwalay sa VAT, withholding tax, expanded withholding tax, yung tinatawag nating fringe benefit tax, at saka yung final withholding tax. Meaning to say, ang basis po nun ay yung gross income. Tama po?
Yes, Your Honor, that's right.
Ang tinitingnan po kasi kapag registered sa PESA ay yung gross income at imumultiply lang sa 5%. So yun po yung bayad niya lang. Kung hindi siya rehistrado sa PESA, ma'am, ang titingnan nyo dito ay yung net income. Kung tawagin po yun ay taxable income. At yan po naman ay imumultiply ng 30% corporate income tax. Iba po ang talagang malaki sana po yung kung ganon. Sa makatwid, nakakatipid sila talaga sa income tax sapagkat pinayagan ninyo sila na marehistro sa PESA. Kung hindi sila rehistrado, siguradong sigurado, net income multiplied by 30% corporate income tax. Yun po dapat ang babayaran nila. Ngayon, pinayagan po niyo silang mag-rehistro sa PESA. Hindi po ba ang basis ng registration is the ability of the locator of the company registered in PESA to help pump prime our economy, generate foreign exchange, as well as to generate thousands of jobs. Kasi po, pag nakapag-create tayo ng libo-libong trabaho, abay lalaki po yung tinatawag nating personal disposable income, iikot po yung pera, lalaki po yung money supply, talaga pong ang economy natin mabe-benefit. That is the reason, ma'am, why we are granting them tax incentives. As a matter of fact, ma'am, nung ito'y magsimula, Big Dipper enjoyed at least 4 to 6 years of income tax holidays. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa mag-migrate siya doon sa tinatawag nating GIT. Ito nga po yung gross income taxation. Ang laki po ng tipid, ma'am. Ang ginawa lang palusot dito, exporter siya. But in reality, they are not exporting, ma'am. Why? It is not a product nor service that they created in this country. Produkto natin ito na dinigitize lang pagkatapos isesend sa Luxembourg or sa Hungary, yung pong kumpanya na yun is 100% ABS-CBN subsidiary. Nakita niyo po ba? Sasabihin natin ngayon, tax avoidance po ito eh. Legal po ito eh. Pag tax avoidance kasi, nakikinig yung ating assistant BIR commissioner, legal naman yun eh. Kasi ang illegal yata is tax evasion, kung Boeing. No? Madam, what is moral is always legal. What is legal is not necessarily moral. Do you agree?
Yes po.
Okay. Alam po ba ninyo kung bakit binabanggit ko ito? Ito pa pala, bago ako pumunta doon sa pangalawang dako. Kapag nag-declare po ng dividends para sa ABS-CBN,
May I be recognized, your chair, to make my comment to the...
Move to suspend, Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended for a few minutes.
sino yung nag-interrupt?
Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, session resume. Doon lang po sa representative ng ABS-CBN kasi po oras po to ni Congressman Marcoleta, but you have signified your intent to speak and we have noted that, but it would depend on the honorable congressman kung ano po ang direksyon ng kanyang pagtatanong at kung sino po ang kanyang tatanungin. So, Mr. Speaker, with your indulgence, may we continue with the interpellation of the honorable Marcoleta?
Salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta.
Hindi po ba, sino po yung gustong mag-react kanina sa inyo?
From ABS-CBN po, Congressman.
Sige, sa inyo ko na lang po itanong ito. Hindi po ba napakalaking kabawasan sa buwis ng Big Dipper sapagkat imbes na net income o yung taxable income ang tinitignan natin dito ay yung gross income na lang na kung saan doon ibabase yung 5%. As a matter of fact, napapulusot nga rito yung gross revenue sapagkat hindi naman po foreign entity yung bumibili. Foreign entity po ba yung ABS-CBN subsidiary? Di po ba 100% na pag-aari yun ng ABS-CBN? Do you consider that as a foreign entity?
Your Honor, you're correct. It's a 100% owned subsidiary of ABS-CBN.
Yes. Is it considered a foreign entity?
Yes, Your Honor. May I continue, Your Honor, just to clarify some of the...
ABS-CBN owns it 100%. Is ABS-CBN a foreign entity?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, ay paano naging foreign entity yun?
Your Honor, may I clarify a few of the points?
No. Yun ang nga yung sinasabi ko kayong gustong sumagot pagkatas hindi mo naman pala masagot Ganito po yun Kaya ko po binibigyan ng malaking punto yung Big Dipper. Mr. Chair, kahit na po napakahirap talaga dahil to ay puro numero, si Congressman Barsaga lang naman ang mahilig gumawa ng mga tables ng numbers na ito. Kasi nung nagte-training po ako sa Harvard, Mr. Chair, si Kong Barsaga, professor doon Ito po kasi napakarami po ng binigay na financial statements ng talaga. Isang tonelada po na financial statements. Talaga namang mabubulag ka na, Mr. Chair. Pero pag tityagaan mo sayang din naman po Tinagtyagaan din lang ibigay sa atin. Alam namang hindi natin bigyan ng importansya. Di ba? Mula 1992 po, tsaka 2018 po yung nakita ko kasing mga financial statements. Dalawa po kasi yung coverage ng inyong financial statements, sir, from ABS-CBN. Ito po yung consolidated at saka po yung parent company. Di po ba? Yung ABS po kasi from 1993, meron po kayong mga kasama rito. Ito po yung Video Post Manila, Inc. Ang Video Post was BOI registered on July 26, 1989. Nagsimula po kayo ron. Sa consolidated coverage, Mr. Chair, ang revenue po nila is 2,358,945,074 pesos. Pag kinumpara po ninyo sa coverage naman ng parent company, ito po yung ABS-CBN, parehong-pareho po yun. Walang discrepancy, kaya okay na okay po yun. 1994 po, ganun din po, kasama niya yung Video Post Manila. Hanggang 1995, 96, kasama na po yung mga subsidiaries, Mr. Chair, umabot hanggang 2000, let me see. Hanggang 1999 po, Mr. Chair, kung ano po yung reported revenue ng ABS-CBN and subsidiaries, at saka po yung revenues reported by ABS-CBN, wala pong pagkakaiba yun. So ang pinag-uusapan po natin, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 years. Walang pagkakaiba po yun. Tama naman po dapat ang presentation na gano'n. At nung panahon na yun nga, itong 7 years na ito, Mr. Chair, ang tax code was amended. Nag-decrease po ng rates yung corporate income tax. Dumating na po yung rehimen ng minimum corporation income tax. Dumating na rin po yung net operating loss carryover, yung NOLCO, at marami pang ibang mga changes. Pero, noong 1998 po, 34% ang CIT rate. Ito po yung corporate income tax rate. At noong namang 1999, naging 33% CIT rate. Tama po yun, Mr. ABS-CBN. Itong aking pong, kasi po galing lahat po sa inyong financial statements ito. Ginrope ko lamang po ito at sinuma ko lang. Between 1993 to 1999, walang pagkakaiba yung coverage po. Yung consolidated po, yan ang isang coverage. Yung revenue po ng consolidated or group of companies at saka po yung revenue po ng ABS-CBN, wala pong pagkakaiba. 1993 to 1999. Will you confirm that, sir? Example, in 1999, ABS-CBN and subsidiaries consolidated 7,822,176,512 pesos. Ganon din po yung halaga sa parent company, which is ABS-CBN. Okay.
That's correct, Your Honor. Wala
Okay.
pong pagkakaiba.
Magmula po ng 1993 hanggang 1999, kung ano po yung consolidated revenues, yun din po yung coverage, consolidated revenues po ng parent company, which is ABS-CBN.
Tama po yan.
Okay. Noong 2000 po, year 2000, 32% na po yung corporate income tax rate. Ang revenues po ng consolidated companies po ninyo and subsidiaries, 9,240,308,000 pesos. At dito po nagkaroon ng nakita kong problema. Sapagkat yung recorded naman nyo sa parent company or ABS-CBN, 8,836,768 pesos, 122 pesos. Alam po niyo yung difference? 403,539 pesos, 878. Ito po ay financial statements ninyo. Wala po akong sariling dokumento rito.
Mo pang sumagot?
Sige po.
Ang pagkakaiba po niyan ay nanggaling na po sa business ng ABS-CBN para po sa kanyang international operations.
Kaya nga po dito papasok po.
Kaya po nagkakaiba po yung parent tsaka po consolidated kasi po sa parent wala po yung international revenue niya, nasa subsidiaries po niya.
Alam ko po yun. Papasok na po tayo dahil dito na po. Ito yung nakikita ko dito yung influensya ng Big Dipper. In 2001, consolidated revenues 9,741,191,000. Parent company ABS-CBN 9,097,368,000. Ang difference 643,823,000. Ito lang muna ang natin. Merong difference talaga. If you want to confirm that. 2002, hindi ko nababanggitin po yung revenues ng dalawang column na ito. You can check your records. Ang difference po in 2003, Mr. Chair, 910,800,000. dito po nag-umpisa yung tinatawag na restatement. Dito po ay nag-a-apply na po yung new and updated financial accounting standards o yung tinatawag ninyong international accounting standards. Baka gusto po ninyong ma-recall. Ngayon, dito po sa 2003, ang difference po ng consolidated at saka yung parent revenue, papalaki na po ng papalaki ito eh. 972,238,000. Noon pong 2004, ito na po, 1,077,759,000. Ito po yung mas malaki. 2005, ang difference na po ng dalawang revenues, consolidated and parent revenue, 17 billion, 47,076,000. Nakakapagtaka po, itong taon na ito, wala po kayong nireflect na revenue sa ABS-CBN. 2005. Bakit po?
Let me just check lang po the financial statements, but parang hindi naman po maangyayari na walang revenue ang ABS-CBN.
Pakicheck po ninyo kasi po, hindi naman po ako accountant, kayo, kinuha ko lang po naman ang financial statement ninyo.
Your Honor, hanapin ko lang po yung files ko. Ng
Sige po,
2000.
habang hinahanap ninyo, sa isang assistant na lang po niyo, tuloy ko na po ito.
Apo.
Balikan na lang po natin kung mahahanap po ninyo. Okay lang po yan? Noon naman pong 2006, Mr. Chair, ang difference between the consolidated revenue at saka yung revenue pong reported ng ABS-CBN, 6,412,490,000 pesos. Dito po nagsisimulang makita ko na po yung mga discrepancies sa comparison po ng previous financial statement. Kagaya po ng observation din ni Kong Barsaga kanina, Mr. Chair. Tingnan po ninyo yung pagkumparahan po ninyo yung dalawang financial statement, meron po kayong discrepancy. 2007, Mr. Chair, ang difference between the consolidated revenues reported at saka po yung parent, which is ABS-CBN, 6,524,632,000. And then 2008, Mr. Chair, the difference is 9,790,821,000 pesos. (2009), Mr. Chair, ito na po yung medyo malaki-laki na naman. 11,445,397. Dito po na-incorporate yung ABS-CBN Hungary at saka yung registration po ng Big Dipper sa PESA. Itong 2009 po. Year 2010, Mr. Chair, ang difference between the two reported revenues, 11,640,763,000. 2011 po, the difference between the two sets of revenues, 11,137,079,000. Dito po makikita ang mga discrepancies, yung comparison po ng previous financial statements ninyo. Madali naman pong makita yun dahil sa kayo naman pong gumawa nito. 2012, the difference between the two revenues, Mr. Chair, 13,213,104,000. Meron na naman pong discrepancy ron. 2013, 15,085,710,000. 2014, Mr. Chair, 14,954,816,000. Napakaraming pera po nito, Mr. Chair. 2015, 16,466,743,000. 2016, 17,155,859,000. 2017, 17,932,329,000. 2018, ito po yung last 2 years ago. The difference between the two sets of revenues, another 17,373,924,000. Ito pong nakita kong differences, Mr. Chair. Itong 15 years lamang na ito, na binabanggit kanina ni Kong Sarate, sayang wala na po sa rito, na ang sinasabi po kasi nila, nagbayad daw sila ng taxes. Total of 71.5 billion pesos for 17 years. Pero ito po, 15 years lang ang kinukwenta ko, at sa difference lang, Mr. Chair, 186 billion po ang difference. So kahit na po siguro nagbayad sila ng 100 billion, Mr. Chair, matitira pang 86 billion. Ito po yung, Mr. ABS-CBN, sarili po ninyong financial statements ito eh. Hindi ko po ginawa ito eh. Bakit po, kung halimbawa po, sabihin na lang natin 30% CIT. Ito, preliminary lang naman po ito. May plus or minus, whatever. Kung halimbawa, ang pagbabasihan natin, yung consolidated revenues po ninyo, sapagkat doon naman yung nandun lahat ang subsidiaries nyo. E di dapat noong 2016, Mr. Chair, ang bayad ninyo ng tax, 12.49 billion pesos sana. Noong 2018 naman, ang binayaran nyo sana, 12.21 billion. At noong 2017, 2018 pala, teka, nagkabaligtad to. 2017, 12.4 billion at noong 2018, 12.21 billion. Sa mga tweet, Mr. Chair, kasi po kahapon merong illustration si Congressman Barsaga. Between 2016 and 2019, sabi po nila, ang naibayad yata nila. Ngayon, binago nila, ngayon ko lang nakita, 2016 to 2018, 24.6 billion po ang binayad ninyong taxes. Tama po yun? Pero kung kukwentahin ko po rito ngayon, dapat ang binayaran nyo 36.7 billion.
Maaari po bang sumagot?
Bibigyan ko po kayo ng pagkakataong sumagot. Ipaliwanag ko lamang po na sa akin po kasing palagay, Mr. Chair, itong differences na sinasabi ko, which amounted to an aggregate amount to 186 billion, ang posibilidad po kasi ay pagpasok po ng Big Dipper at saka yung mga tax shields through corporate layering ay nagamit. Then these additional revenues would have been reported by the parent company being subjected to the regular corporate income tax sana of 30%. Yung discrepancy pong nakikita ko kanina doon sa year-to-year basis ng financial statements, Mr. Chair, these are figures reported in the current year which are not the same figures reported in the previous years. Base po sa inyong financial statement kasi ito eh. So, hindi po ako may problema. Tiningnan ko lang po yung financial statements. You wanted to react?
Kung maipapaliwanag ko lamang po the difference po between a parent company financial statements and a consolidated financial statements. Ang bawat subsidiary po ng ABS-CBN, may sarili-sarili po siyang financial statements na fina-file po sa BIR at nagbabayad po ng sarili-sarili nilang taxes. Ang Ang consolidated financial statements po is a representation of the aggregated business of ABS-CBN and its subsidiaries. Under the Philippine Financial Reporting Standards, there is a difference between accounting for a parent company financial statements and a consolidated financial statements, which I will not go through anymore. But in essence po, each of the company in the consolidated financial statements prepared their own standalone financial statements, prepared their standalone income tax return, and paid po their respective taxes based on the financial statements and income tax return that was prepared. And then for financial reporting po, under the PFRS or Philippine Financial Reporting Statements, these are consolidated for representation of the operations of the group. So yung taxes po in the consolidated financial statements cannot be based on the consolidated net income because this is a combination of independent operations of each company that prepares their independent financial statements and prepare their separate income tax return. So ang sinasabi ko po, ang ABS-CBN Corporation po halimbawa ay may subsidiary na Sky Cable. Ang Sky Cable po ay gumawa ng sarili niyang financial statements, gumawa po ng sarili niyang income tax return at nagbayad po ng taxes para sa kinita niya. At ganon din po yung iba-ibang kumpanya ng ABS-CBN. Mari po kayong magtanong kung bakit po maraming kumpanya na involved sa ABS-CBN. It's because po, iba-iba po ang operations ng bawat kumpanya. Ang ABS-CBN po is broadcasting at content production. Ang Sky Cable naman po is in pay TV business. Meron po kayong makikita dyan na ABS-CBN Films Productions Inc., who's into the business of producing film, which prepares also for their separate financial statements and pays po its income tax. So technically po, bawat kumpanya na isinasama sa consolidated financial statements had paid its corresponding taxes po. So yung consolidation po is simply a aggregation and a representation of the combined business if this is taken as one po. And that is a requirement po under PFRS which is required po by the Securities and Exchange Commission. Medyo po mas salimuot lang po yung consolidation process.
That is your answer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, but you will be trapped in your own contradiction because kung totoo po yung pangangatwiran ninyo, bakit naman noong 1999 consolidated po ito, mga subsidiaries po rin ito. Pareho naman ang inyong consolidated revenues at yung consolidated revenue ng ABS-CBN Corporation. In 1998, ganun din. Nireport din yung subsidiaries din. Hindi pinag-iwahiwalay kamukha ng pagkakapaliwanag nyo. Naintindihan ko po yung paliwanag na yun. Ang problema, paano nyo ipaliliwanag ngayon, magmula po noong 1993 hanggang 1999, maliwanag na 7 taon ang pinag-uusapan natin, parehong-pareho po yung consolidated at saka yung parent company. Pagkatapos bigla kayong magsasabi ngayon sa kalagitnaan ng ating pag-uusap na ito iba naman po ang ginagawa nito, ibang ginagawa ni ganon. Wala pong consistency ang inyong pagpapaliwanag.
I would surmise po that is actually a
You would
result.
what?
I would ang masasabi ko po ay ito po ay gawa ng evolution po ng accounting standards dito sa Pilipinas. Sa patuloy po na to improve the financial reporting in the Philippines, there are a lot of accounting standards that are implemented.
So
That
may
on a year-on-year
may
po,
kasalanan po ba nito
nag-iiba po
ay
siya
the
ng
evolution of the accounting standards?
nag-iiba-iba po ang requirements sa pag-prepare ng consolidated financial statements at ng parent company financial statements.
Pero kung
At
mag-evolve po siguro,
isa pa po, noong panahon po ng 1993 to 1999, mas maliit po ang operations ng ABS-CBN sa iba-ibang mga businesses. Kaya po kung papansinin niyo po, halos ang nag-ooperate ng malaki ay yung parent company which is presented as parent. Kaya po siguro nung na-consolidate, parang wala pong difference.
Yun po yung assumption, hindi ba?
I would assume po
Yun nga
kasi
po, assumption lamang po ninyo yon.
I would read it that way po.
Yun nga po, assumption po ninyo yon. Tama?
Sige po.
Okay. Pero iba naman po kasi yung assumption ko eh.
Naintindihan ko po.
Okay, salamat po. Sapagkat sa aking assumption po kasi, hindi naman magiging dahilan yung evolution ng accounting standards. Kaya naman po ginagawa yung evolution na yan para mapadali ang gawain, para hindi maitago kung ano yung dapat na itago. Kasi po, nakaka-intriga, 186 billion pesos na dati naman hindi naman po nagkakaiba itong parent company, biglang nagkaroon po ng mga discrepancy in your financial statements. Earlier, wala po akong nakita. Pagkatapos nung dumating po yung panahon ng Big Dipper, dito po talaga. And then I assume that Big Dipper was utilized really, heavily utilized, para ma-understate po ang inyong pagbabayad ng taxes. As a matter of fact, kung nakikinig po yung taga-BIR, meron po kong hawak na Excel file, Mr. BIR, that show that Big Dipper was basically used as a subterfuge to cover up earnings and be taxed at a lower rate. Given the inferences, well, this is my assumption, right? Kasi po, napakalaki po nung group revenue kung ikukumpara doon sa parent. Kung ang pinag-uusapan lang po siguro is 10% of this 186 billion, I would have easily sided with you. Pero kung napakalaking ganito po, and then makikita natin itong mga discrepancies, and then you departed from what you used to do earlier, isa lang po ang may isip namin dito na talagang merong nangyaring takipan dito. I will provide the BIR of the Excel file. Meron naman po ako nito para lalo po nating makita kung sino pong assumptions ang kung yung assumption po ng ABS-CBN o ang assumption ng representasyong ito ang mananaig sa bandang huli.
Pwede po bang magsalita?
What is it?
Gusto ko lang pong sabihin na wala po kaming tinatago at hindi po namin ginamit ang Big Dipper para po mag-avoid ng taxes. As a matter of fact po, it is disclosed in the financial statements and it's available in our website and it's filed po with the SEC and the PSE, and they have full disclosure po of the transactions and how it is organized and how it was operated po. Yun lang po.
It is not what you believe. It is what you can prove in this hearing. Mr. Chair, pwede ko bang balikan yung... Kasi po kahapon pinag-usapan natin yung AMCARA insofar as this subject is concerned, sapagkat ang AMCARA is one of the group subsidiaries na napasali doon sa consolidation ng parent company which is ABS-CBN. Hindi po ba yung AMCARA before ABS-CBN divested its shares in, I think, was it last year po, Mr. ABS-CBN?
In 2019 po. Last year po.
Yeah, I think it's January of 2019. Before that, you own 49% of AMCARA. And then it was reported as in the financial statement of ABS-CBN, considering that it's more than 20%. They report naman because it's more than 20%, diba?
Under accounting rules po, ang investment po on 20% and above is required to be consolidated po.
That's right, that's right. Ang sabi nga ninyo, bumili ng block time ang ABS sa AMCARA frequency para ipalabas yung mga programa nito. Pero ang problema po, Mr. Chair, Yung ABS-CBN tsaka yung AMCARA, pareho may frequency. Tama po ba yun?
Have separate frequencies po.
Oo nga po. Ang ABS-CBN tsaka yung AMCARA, pareho silang may franchise.
Opo, pareho.
Ang ABS-CBN, tinawag niyang Studio 23 yung channel ng AMCARA at ginagamit niya yung logo ng ABS-CBN. Pati yung pasilidad, pati yung equipment, at saka yung mga engineers, di ba?
For that po, sa mas nakakaalam po.
Sino po yung nakakaalam kaya?
Yung pong
Nung panahon po na 49% ang interest pa ng ABS-CBN, ginagamit niya yung AMCARA Studio 23 at kaya nga ginagamit yung logo.
Your Honor, may I ask that our legal counsel, Attorney Ayo Bautista, be recognized on Zoom?
Yes, sir.
Attorney Bautista, you're now recognized.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not familiar with the details of the AMCARA operations. Maybe a member of the legal department of ABS can better answer the question.
Did I get it right that Studio 23 is utilized by ABS-CBN? This is a channel of AMCARA, and because your logo is also being used, and the facilities, including the equipment and the engineers, so this means that ABS-CBN is operating Studio 23. Is that correct?
Your Honor, if I may be recognized, Your Honor, our resource person for the matter on AMCARA is not present. I'm Marvin Ibarra, Your Honor,
Mr.
legal
Ibarra,
counsel for ABS-CBN.
Kung maaari po ay habang yung floor po ay na kay Deputy Speaker Marcoleta, hintayin mo pong tawagin po niya yung pangalan.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Sige po.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, our resource person, Attorney Maximo, is not present in today's hearing, so we won't be able to answer any of the questions relating to AMCARA.
Pero siguro naman alam niyo na kapag ginagamit ng ABS-CBN yung Studio 23, yung logo po ang ginagamit, hindi yung logo ng AMCARA. Yun lang po, baka yun pwede niyo sagutin.
Again, Mr. Chair, our resource person for this topic is not present, so we can't provide any answer to that, Mr. Chair.
Okay, kasi kaya ko po nire-raise to Mr. Chair. Gusto ko pong ikumpara yung Tape Incorporated. Ito po yung producer ng Itbulaga doon sa Channel 7. Yung pong Tape Inc., hindi po pag-aari ng GMA. Ibang may-ari ng tape. Iba yung sitwasyon ng ABS-CBN. Pag nag-block time po yung tape sa GMA frequency, ang ginagamit po niya ay yung prangkisa ng GMA. Ang GMA po ang may prangkisa, pero ang tape wala. Samantalang sa kaso po ng ABS-CBN, pareho silang may prangkisa. Ang gamit po ng Tape Inc. ay yung GMA logo. Sa kabilang banda, ang may-ari po ng channel is Studio 23, is AMCARA, pero ang ginagamit na logo, ABS-CBN. Saan po ako papunta, Mr. Chair? Ayaw po kasi nilang aminin na yun po ay use of prac. Tingnan po ninyo, ang block time ng ABS-CBN, hindi lamang dahil sila ay binabayaran. Hindi po lumalabas yung sa Studio 23 yung logo ng AMCARA. Ang nakikinabang po dito, ABS-CBN, Ginagamit po ang frequency ng AMCARA, tinatamasa ang produkto nito sa paggamit ng kanilang channel. Iisa po yung kanilang mga engineers. Engineers din ng ABS-CBN. Ito po yung maliwanag na use of rack. Kasi po ito pinoint out na ni Kong Boying nung isang araw, ayaw pa po nilang aminin. Pero sa prangkisa po ng AMCARA, Mr. Chair, maliwanag po, hindi po pwede na ipagamit sapagkat ito po ay use of rack. Nakalagay po sa prangkisa nila yun, Mr. Chair. Yun pong hinahanap natin kanina, sir, yung year 2005, bakit wala po akong makitang revenue? Nakita nyo na po ba? $17 billion, 47 million po kasi ang reported sa consolidated. Pero sa parent company, wala po akong makita. Nakita niyo
Sir,
kasi sabi po niyo titingnan niyo kanina.
Ang revenue po niya ay 7.7 billion po under the parent company financial statements.
Anong financial statements? Nasaan po yung financial
Yan
statements?
po yung parent company financial statements po.
Hindi, yung consolidated po ninyo is 17 billion, 47 million. Dito po sa parent company, wala po akong makita. Saan po ninyo nakita yun?
Sa separate parent company financial statements po noong 2005.
Nasaan po yun?
Your Honor, we submitted it po, but I can double check po kasi may separate parent company financial statements po
Bakit
siya.
po nagkaroon ng separate samantalang dito sa binigay nyo sa akin, comparable naman po yung i-add lang po natin yung consolidated tsaka po yung ABS-CBN. Pero yung 2005, wala po talaga.
Yan na po yung, if I may po, yan na po yung ni-require na po under the accounting standards that the presentation is not side by side, but the parent company financial statements has to be separate from the consolidated financial statements. Kaya po yung 2005, dalawa po ang financial statements ng ABS-CBN, isang parent company po at saka consolidated.
Ganon din po itong mga pinresent ko sa inyong revenues. Doon ko rin po kinuha eh. Kaya nagtataka po ako, ba't meron kayo, bakit ako po hindi ko makita? Kasi po, pinag-uusapan natin dito, 17 billion eh.
Pero po imposible po kasing walang revenue po yung parent company. Kasi po sa records ko po, although it's in my Excel file po, it's 7.7 billion po.
Sa mga tweet po, magmula nung 2004, 10 billion na kayo, bumagsak sa 7 billion na lang. Ano po ang explanation na walang kayo ng 3 billion?
Sorry po, ano po yan?
Yung po kasing 2004, 10 billion 232 million. Ang sinasabi nyo, 2005, bumagsak siya ng 7 billion. Ang sumunod po kasi noon, halos 11 billion na eh.
Can I just check lang po para po masigurado ko yung sagot? Because this information are about way back, so I have to review lang po my numbers. If you may po.
Sige po, kasi talagang kaduda-duda po kasi itong mga figura na nakukuha namin, lalong-lalo na po itong pagkakaiba at saka itong differences, malalaking halaga po kasi ito eh. Kaya nga sinasabi ko sa inyo kanina, the possibility that Big Dipper was utilized in this scheme. It is your right to disprove this, sir, if you can.
Sir, sa files ko po kasi there was a restatement that happened in 2006. That's why in the 2006-2005 consolidated financial statements po, it went up na po to consolidated revenue of 11 under the parent company. But let me just check po, because there is normally a disclosure. Why is there a restatement? If kung makikita nyo po, may nakalagay na note 2 under the year 2005, that would explain po the restatement that happened on that year. And normally po, the restatement is due to an adoption of an accounting standard po. Let me review lang po kasi medyo matagal na po. I need to understand lang po.
I will allow you to review that. Pero ito yung isa pang tanong, bakit yung ultimate parent, yung Lopez Inc., ay hindi naka-reflect sa mga audited financial statements?
Because Lopez Inc. is not a subsidiary of ABS-CBN Corporation. So, nasa taas po siya. So, si
I'm not saying it is a subsidiary. Ang ano po Lopez Inc. is the ultimate parent. Siya po ang may-ari ng lahat ng ito eh. Saan papasok siya sa picture nito? Tingnan po ninyo. Nakalimutan ko lang yung mapa ko, dapat pinakita ko sa inyo eh. Sa ibabaw ng lahat ng ito is Lopez Incorporated. Lopez Incorporated owns ABS-CBN to the extent of something like, it's more than 50%. 61% maybe. Ang ikalawang may-ari nito, ito yung PCD Nominee Corporation. Tama po?
Sir, I will not be able to answer po for Lopez Inc.
Sinasabi ko lang sa'yo because kung sino pa yung pinaka-importante, yung hindi natin makita sa total picture. Samantalang isa po yung nandito sa pinakamataas, siya yung ultimate parent eh. Ito mga anak na lang eh. Itong subsidiary, puro apo na lang ito eh. So, hindi po nyo masisisi ang representasyong ito na i-point out ko lahat ito, lalong-lalo na po kanina, yung Big Dipper. Paano nangyari na ito'y marelocate sa PESA, samantalang hindi naman siya qualified na isang locator? Kung babasahin po natin yung panuntunan ng PESA, ang kauna-unaan po kasing hinihingi doon, it is capable of contributing to the economic activity of this country, not only in being able to export products that would generate so much invisibles that will be needed by our economy, as well as in generating thousands, if not millions of employment. Kaya mo siya bibigyan ng tax shield, kaya mo siya bibigyan ng tax incentive. Pero ito pinakikita nga namin dito, it is not a producer of a product. At hindi siya exporter within the meaning of international commerce. Sapagkat iisa lang ang kanyang kliyente. Ito yung ABS-CBN 100% owned na nakalista sa Hungary. Bakit po ninyo pinaregister sa Hungary? Ang tax po doon yata mga 5% lang eh. Pagkatapos noon, gumawa pa kayo ng parang branch office sa Luxembourg. Ilan po yung kumpanya sa Luxembourg? Ilan po yung manpower? Ilan po yung empleyado doon sa inyong branch ng ABS-CBN Global in Luxembourg?
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes, how many?
Marami pong questions on it. I'd like to respond one by one to many of these.
Doon lamang po sa ilan po yung empleyado sa ABS-CBN Luxembourg na branch ninyo.
Your Honor, there are no employees because the service is required to be completed by Hungary or outsourced. And
Now, my
that is allowed
question is
by the
very
law.
simple. How many employee or employees do you have in ABS-CBN Global branch in Luxembourg?
None, Your Honor, because as I said,
Ano po?
wala po.
Oh, ito
Wala
po
po
eh.
because
Pagkatapos sasabihin po natin, employment generation. Sabi po ng PESA kanina is ability to generate thousands of jobs. Ang siniserbisyuhan lamang po niya, sinasabi ko na kanina, ABS-CBN Film Productions Inc., Sarimanok, Creative Programs. Isa lamang po ang kanyang kliyente, ito nga yung ABS-CBN Global Hungary. So kumita po siya 2018 sa Pilipinong peso, 2,679,475,631 pesos.
Your Honor,
ang ginagawa lang po, Mr. Chair, Magbebenta siya sa sarili niya. Kasi siya rin ang may-ari eh. Eh kung hindi po ninyo nakikita ang pinag-uusapan natin dito at pipilitin nyo kami na papaniwalain, sana i-disprove nyo yung sinasabi namin.
Your Honor, may I respond to that, please?
Yes, sir.
We are not selling to ourselves, and it's misleading to say that because yung ultimate customers po are the Filipino and non-Filipino audience around the world. Yung Hungary po licenses the content to other companies around the world, which then redistributes it by forging agreements in the respective jurisdictions. That's how Hungary is able to generate foreign exchange, which it then pays to Big Dipper. On the employment question about Big Dipper not generating thousands and thousands of jobs, in the IT sector, typically it's not labor intensive. I think the government's plan here was to build the IT sector because I think the economy is composed mainly of, or a lot of agriculture workers, and we're trying to move, as I understand, to a more manufacturing IT-based economy. So I think this is what we're trying to do here. And in terms of what Big Dipper has accomplished over the last 10 years, I think we have been able to fulfill what the government set out to do, which is to generate employment, to build the IT sector, to generate foreign exchange, which we mentioned was $237 million. And also there will be a multiplier effect to all this economic activity. So I don't think it's correct to say na wala pong pinapaikot lang or we're just selling to ourselves. I think Big Dipper has been able to fulfill the initial objective set by the government in the investment priorities plan in 2009.
Don't you think what you said is supposed to be the one to be testified to by PESA and other competent agencies? Kayo po yung nagsasabi para sa sarili niyo eh. You don't have to support yourself. You don't have to patronize yourself. PESA should be the one to ratify and even support your statements. Kung talagang ganun nga kayo. But what we see here is a different story.
Your Honor, may I ask that Attorney Othello be recognized to respond?
Mr. Chair.
Sige po, Attorney Othello.
Okay. Your Honor, maybe comment. We may give our comments on the various points that you have raised. First, on whether or not a service would qualify as an export product, Your Honor. Because I think there is a impression that only a physical good can be exported. But under our laws, even services may be exported, Your Honor. And that is provided under our PESA law and in fact, even under the tax code, Your Honor. And also, so that's why under the resolution number 00411 that was passed by PESA law, it allowed the registration of information technology enterprises, Your Honor. So it could provide IT services abroad, Your Honor. So these are not physical product. Thus, these are in the form of services. Same with BPOs, Your Honor. So they provide services. These are considered exports and are entitled to incentives under the PESA law, Your Honor, provided they satisfy the conditions set under our PESA regulations, Your Honor. So in this case, Your Honor, PESA applied for registration of its activities under that regulation, and under the evaluation made by PESA, it qualified, and so it was able to avail of the preferential tax treatment, specifically a income tax holiday for the first 6 years, and after the expiration of the tax holiday, it was allowed to enjoy the 5% gross income tax, just like other qualified locators, Your Honor. Now, as to the point that the that Big Dipper has only one client abroad, Your Honor, which is also a wholly owned subsidiary, Your Honor, which is ABS-CBN Global Hungary. Although this is also a wholly owned subsidiary of ABS-CBN Corp, since this corporation was organized in a foreign country, from under Philippine laws, that is considered a non-resident foreign corporation, Your Honor, because we follow the place of incorporation rule. So the nationality of that corporation is a non-resident, Your Honor. So that if Big Dipper, which is a domestic corporation, sells to this non-resident foreign corporation, which is located abroad, then that sale of service by a resident to a foreign corporation located abroad is considered export, Your Honor.
Are you true? Tapos na kayo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Di ba nakakapagtaka kung bakit sa Hungary po kayo nagpa-register ng ABS-CBN Global KFT? Ano po ba magkano po ba yung tax rate sa Hungary?
Your Honor, when we make a decision on where to locate any of our companies, we take into consideration many factors. No? In this case, since Hungary manages the IP,
Di po tinatanong ko lang yung tax rate kasi.
Your Honor, you mentioned, sorry, you mentioned.
Ano po yung tax rate sa Hungary?
It is 9% currently, Your Honor.
Maliit po, di ba? What about ABS-CBN Global Limited, which was registered in Cayman's Island? Magkano po ang tax rate? Wala po, di ba? Tax holidays. Ito po yung problema, Mr. Chair. Alam niyo kung ipagpipilitan po yung sinasabi ninyo na kayo po talagang nagbayad ng correct taxes, madali po nating makita yun eh. Pero kung sasabihin nyo sa amin, i-justify ninyo na kayo po ay PESA, kayo po ba'y consider na PESA locator?
Big Dipper is considered a PESA.
Locator?
A locator. ABS-CBN, no.
Ayun po eh. Do you know what a locator is?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is a locator within the meaning of the PESA?
A locator is a company that has, for example, land or a building in which a PESA registered company may locate.
This is the beauty of this, sir, Mr. ABS-CBN. Kaya po joint hearing ito para makita rin po namin yung pagkukulang ng ating mga government agencies. In this particular case, yung PESA. Gusto naming malaman kung bakit pinalusot niya ito. Bakit kayo na-register? Within the meaning of the objectives of PESA, na kung saan dapat makinabang ang gobyerno sa maraming dapat na makakuha ng trabaho, makinabang sa pagpapalago ng ating ekonomiya. Wala po kaming nakita eh. Kaya gusto namin malaman, bakit kaya ni-register ng PESA? Hindi ba dahil lamang dun sa 5% na GIT yung pinag-uusapan namin? Kasi ang laki po ng mababawasan sa inyo eh. Kung hindi kayo registered, sinasabi ko nga kanina, maliwanag na i-base po ang pagbabayad nyo ng tax doon sa net income. And easily, ang gagawin po doon, i-slap nila yung 30% CIT. Hindi po nangyari yun eh. Parang ang nangyari, yung gross revenue no, nakalusot na eh. Hindi po ba nyo nakikita yung nakikita namin? Napakasimple po nung analysis dito eh. So, to us, Mr. Chair, Big Dipper was organized to simply act as a subterfuge para magiging understated po yung income as reflected in the difference between the two sets of revenues I presented earlier. sa gross revenue po ng consolidated and the gross revenue of the parent company ABS-CBN, there is a difference of 186 billion pesos. This is the most intriguing question, Mr. Chair, that needs to be resolved. Mr. Chair, salamat po sa inyo.
Maraming salamat po, Deputy Speaker Marcoleta. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Representative Garbin at binigyan po siya ng oras ni Congressman Ino D, Congressman Mike D, at Congressman Mike Go. Mayroon po siyang kabuang 20 minuto para magtanong. Congressman Garbin, you now have the floor. Pwede ka na po magtanong.
Salamat po, Mr. Chair, and magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat. Ako hindi na magpapaligoy-ligoy at hindi ako magtatanong tungkol sa mga ano-anong doktrina dahil ang ating usapin naman ngayon ay kung meron talagang tax violation yung ABS-CBN. But I truly believe that, yung sinasabi kanina na yung taxation is really the lifeblood of the nation. And in fact, it is essential because any government can neither exist nor endure without taxation. And, the existence of the necessity of the government is really essential. And it cannot continue without the means to pay its expenses. And yun nga, taxation nga ang dapat tingnan natin dyan. Pero, yung issue ho ay na pinupukol at binabato sa ABS-CBN sa applicant ay tax violation. Kaya ho, dediretso na ho ako sa BIR. At tatanungin na ho natin sila kung meron ho ba talagang tax violations ang ABS-CBN, whether it be tax evasions or tatanungin rin ho natin yung perceived tax avoidance resulting into tax evasion. So, nandyan pa po ba si Assistant Commissioner or si Deputy Commissioner Mapoy?
Deputy Commissioner of BIR. Paki-unmute po si Deputy Commissioner. Mukhang naputol po, Congressman Garbin, si Deputy Commissioner sa Zoom at ngayon po ay tinatawagan sila upang muli ay makakonect.
Sige, pupunta muna ako doon sa PESA. Nandyan na ho pala.
Excuse me po, Congressman Garbin, nakabalik na po si Deputy Commissioner. Deputy Commissioner, maghanda na po kayong sagutin ang mga katanungan ni Congressman Garbin.
Salamat ho, Chairman Alvarado. Kanina ho, binigyan natin ng pagkakataon na makapagpresenta yung BIR kung ano ho ba talaga yung mga tax remittances ng ABS-CBN. And they had presented the tax remittances for 2016 to 2019. And all in all, they have this aggregate amount that they have presented, the amount of 15,383,423,364 and 16 centavos. Tama ho ba, Commissioner Mapoy?
Good evening, Your Honors. Medyo may correction lang po, hindi po ako Deputy Commissioner. Baka po tayo makagalitan ng mga nag-occupy ng Deputy Commissioner.
Baka ho pagkatapos ma-promote ka na.
Wag naman po, Your Honors. Kamukha po ng pagkaka-report namin kanina, ang total payment po ng ABS-CBN Corporation for the period 2016-2019 ay inaabot na po ng 15,382,423,364 and 16 centavos, Your Honor.
And yung breakdown ho nito ay galing ho sa iba't ibang klase ng buwis, whether direct or indirect taxes. Tama ho ba?
You're correct, Your Honor.
Sinasabi ho natin dahil meron hong income tax, meron hong value-added tax, meron hong withholding tax, meron hong final withholding tax, merong enhanced withholding tax, meron pang capital gains, meron pang documentary stamps, and of course other fees like or other taxes and licenses. Tama ho ba?
You're correct, Your Honor.
At sinasabi rin po natin to dahil yung iba, may nagsasabi na hindi naman yan direkta binayaran ng ABS-CBN dahil yan nga ay indirect tax. Pero ang atin hong sinasabi dito at inyong pinapakita is that those taxes, yung mga buwis na yun ho, ay directly derived from the existence and operations of ABS-CBN. Tama ho ba?
Tama po, Your Honor. Tama po.
Tanong ko lang ho, ang ABS-CBN ho ba ay isang domestic corporation?
Opo, Your Honor. ABS-CBN is a domestic corporation, Your Honor.
And therefore, as a domestic corporation, they are taxable on its income derived from within and without the Philippines or kahit sa ibang bansa. Tama po ba?
You're correct, Your Honor.
And doon nga ako sa mga pinupukol na itong mga buwis na to na inyong nakolekta. Sa ngayon ho ba meron ho kayong mga pagdududa? Dahil sa mga nakarang araw, lalong-lalo na doon yung nakalipas na Senate hearing, ang sinasabi ho ng inyong head ng Large Payers Tax Division ay ang ABS-CBN regularly filed and paying their taxes for the past numbers of years. Ano ho ang katotohanan dito?
Tama po yung sinabi ni Mr. Cabantac that ABS-CBN Corporation ay regularly paying taxes for the past years.
And tama ho bang sabihin na kayo rin ay regularly checking on ABS-CBN every year or quarterly?
Every year, Your Honor.
Ano ho yung inyong chine-check? Yung inyong kanilang financial report?
Your Honor, almost every year or every year to be exact, we are issuing letters of authority not only to ABS-CBN Corporation but to almost all taxpayers for that matter, Your Honor.
And in the case of ABS-CBN, sa yearly ho, sa taon-taon yung pag-check sa kanilang financial report, ano ho yung inyong findings?
Pakitingnan yung deficiency. For the year 2018 and prior years, a letter of authorities were issued to ABS-CBN Corporation, and those were all terminated by my predecessor. For the year 2019, we currently issued letters of authority to cover the investigation of all undertakings, income and expenses of ABS-CBN for 2019, Your Honor.
And as you have stated a while ago, ang sabi niyo ho ba, there's no outstanding delinquent account yung ABS-CBN. Tama po ba?
You're correct, Your Honor. I was referring to delinquent accounts, Your Honor.
And outstanding account or present account po ba? Meron ho ba kayong nakikitang mali o paglabag ng batas? Kasi palagi yung pinupukol yung mga issue on tax avoidance that can even yung assumption ho ng iba ay tax evasion na. Ano ho yung inyong opinion?
Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may continue, Commissioner.
Your Honor, for the past years, mayroon po kaming nakukolekta na deficiency taxes sa ABS-CBN Corporation. We issued letters of authority for 2016 and we were able to collect deficiency taxes. We issued letter of authority for 2017 and we were able to collect deficiency taxes in the same manner that we were able to collect deficiency taxes for 2018, Your Honor. For 2019, the investigation is currently ongoing.
Gusto nyo sabihin ho, compliant naman ho sila sa inyong mga alituntunin?
May nakukolekta pa po kaming additional taxes. Pagkatapos po nilang mag-file ng kanilang regular income tax, nag-i-issue po kami ng letter of authority para po maimbestigahan namin ang kanilang financial transactions during that particular year. At yung pong nasabi ko ng mga deficiency taxes, yun po yung nakukolekta naming additional taxes dahil sa investigasyon na ginawa ng Bureau.
Gusto sabihin ho, nagko-comply naman ho sila doon sa mga deficiency na mga taxes.
Nagbabayad po sila, Your Honor, doon sa na-assess namin, Your Honor.
And bilang pagiging withholding agent doon sa mga indirect taxes, are they religiously o ginaganampanan ho din ho nila yung kanilang tungkulin para marimit po yung mga bilyon-bilyong withholding taxes papunta ho sa inyong ahensya?
Your Honor, doon po sa 2018 and prior years na investigahan po yan at na-check naman po ng mga kasamahan natin dito na yung mga dapat nilang i-withhold ay nai-remit po nila sa gobyerno, Your Honor.
So na-remit naman po nila lahat?
Your Honor?
Na-remit naman po nila lahat?
Doon po sa nakita ng ating mga kasamahan dito ay nai-remit naman nilang lahat.
Doon sa palaging mine-mention na Big Dipper na subsidiary ng ABS-CBN, may nakita ba ho kayong probable cause that this will be a case for tax evasion?
Pwede pong pakiulit, Your Honor. Medyo naging choppy po yung dating dito.
Well,
with all due respect, Your Honor.
Yeah, Commissioner, kasi kanina and yung mga nakalipas pang nagsalita, palagi hong binabato na yung Big Dipper is a subsidiary that is being used for not paying the proper taxes to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes. Kung sabihin, may takita ho ba kayong probable cause doon sa Big Dipper that this is a probable case for tax evasion?
Big Dipper po, Your Honor, is covered by Region 7A. With your permission, may I refer you to the Regional Director of Region 7A, Quezon City, Regional Director Alvin Galanza, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Magandang umaga, magandang gabi, Regional Director. Ang tanong ko ho ulit, dahil ho palaging may aligasyon patungkol sa Big Dipper that are being used to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes of ABS-CBN. Ang tanong ko ho, kung meron na ho kayong naging investigasyon, do we have any probable cause that the same can be a case for tax evasion against ABS-CBN, ito hong Big Dipper?
Magandang gabi po, Your Honor, Mr. Chair. Bago ko sagutin po yung katanungan, Your Honor, I would like to request for a waiver or authorization from the officers, chairman or president or treasurer for that matter, from Big Dipper.
Dahil o sa...
Because under Section 270 of the tax code, we are not allowed to divulge any tax matters about a taxpayer, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Alvarado, Congressman Alvarado.
Yes, Congressman Garbin.
They're asking for the waiver of the officers of the Big Dipper in order that the officers of the BIR can testify on the tax matters pertaining to the same. Naghihingi po sila ng waiver.
Authorization or waiver, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
ABS-CBN, pwede niyo po bang sagutin ito?
Your Honor, we're okay to allow.
Pumapayag po ang ABS-CBN.
So, for Big Dipper, Your Honor, in what capacity, Your Honor?
ABS-CBN, yung pong Big Dipper ay sa inyo rin po?
Yes, Your Honor.
100% owned po ng ABS-CBN ng Big Dipper, kaya pumapayag na po ang ABS-CBN.
Well, Your Honor, may we know what is the position of the officer of the Big Dipper who gave that authority or waiver?
ABS-CBN,
Your Honor, sorry. Can we repeat the question?
pakisabi po ang inyong posisyon sa Big Dipper.
Your Honor, I'm the chairman of Big Dipper.
Pangalan po,
Martin Lopez.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Regional Director, you may answer na po.
Your Honor, can you repeat the question, Your Honor?
Now, with all the allegations that Big Dipper are being used to lessen or defeat the tax system and the payment of taxes due against the ABS-CBN, do you have any probable cause for tax evasions against against the Big Dipper?
As far as tax payments of Big Dipper is concerned, Your Honor, I think they are paying their correct, rather the voluntary payments of their tax returns is closed. That from 2016 to 2019, Your Honor, they have paid the total amount of 1.51 billion pesos.
Magkano ho?
1.15 billion pesos, Your Honor.
So ang sinasabi niyo ho, they are correctly paying the taxes.
Their voluntary tax payments as per record, Your Honor. Yun po yung binayaran nila.
Babalik ko ako sa akin tanong. Kayo ho ba ay may investigasyon or may findings na nagsasabi na itong Big Dipper na ito, subsidiary ng ABS-CBN, ay ginagamit lamang ng ABS-CBN in order to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes?
The region had issued letters of authority, Your Honor, for 2017 and 2018. And we were able to collect 1.5 billion, Your Honor, for 2017. And for 2018, we collected 999,968 pesos, Your Honor. While for 2019, we have an outstanding letter of authority for investigation, meaning our investigation of their taxable year 2019 is ongoing, Your Honor.
And again, Regional Director, there's so many allegations. Mga allegation ho na nagsasabi na yung Big Dipper daw ay ginagamit ng ABS-CBN in order to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes. Yung hindi tamang pagbayad ng buwis. Ang tanong ko po, meron ho ba kayo base sa inyong investigasyon or any findings for that matter na magsasabi na yung Big Dipper po are being used as an element for tax evasion that favors ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, again, as far as the tax payments of taxes by Big Dipper, I think they are paying more or less correctly their taxes, Your Honor.
So ang sagot ho ay wala ho kayong findings of any form of tax evasion. Tama ho ba?
Correct, Your Honor. As far as Big Dipper is concerned.
Now, did you take notice of the discovery of the discrepancy being raised by Deputy Speaker Marcoleta? Kanina ho, nakikinig ho ba kayo kanina?
Yes, Your Honor.
And all those assumptions na kanyang sinasabi, sinabi niya nga na it is not what you believe, but it is what you can prove in the hearing. So based on those discovery and assumptions of discrepancy introduced by Congressman Marcoleta, pwede niyo ho ba matingnan ito para ma-resolve itong isyong ito?
Siguro, Your Honor, titignan po namin dahil sabi ko nga, we have an outstanding investigation for 2019, Your Honor.
Salamat po, Director. Yun lamang ho yung ang inyong katanungan ko sa inyo.
Thank you po, Your Honor.
Pupunta na ho ako sa Securities and Exchange Commission. May we know who's the representative of the Securities and Exchange Commission?
Congressman Garbin, hindi po natin kasama ngayong araw na ito ang SEC.
Wala ho. Doon punta na ho tayo sa PESA, Chairman Alvarado.
Kasama po natin ngayon ang PESA. PESA, you're now recognized to answer the questions of Congressman Garbin.
And let me direct my questions to Director General, kay Director General po.
Yes, yes, Your Honor. I'm
Magandang gabi po ulit sa inyo, ma'am.
Good evening po, Your Honor.
As you have stated last night, that Big Dipper is 99% owned by ABS-CBN, and that was they started operating on 2009. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir.
And when they start, nung nag-umpisa ho sila, ay binigyan ho sila ng insentibo, an income tax holiday that ended on 2015. Tama po ba?
Tama po, sir.
Now they are subject to 5% gross income tax. Tama po ba?
Sir, can you repeat na putol po?
And since 2015, ano na ho yung tax rate na ini-impose sa kanila ngayon ng ating gobyerno?
Sir, after the 6 years ITH or income tax holiday, they started to pay 5% GIT. And 3% of this is paid direct to the BIR, which is the share of the national government. And 2% is the share of the local government that hosted the economic zone and the locator company.
And doon ho sa shares ng 3% that goes to the BIR and 2% that goes to LGU, sa tagal ho ng operasyon nila sa isang locator na nasa inyong pamamahala, meron ho bang naging reklamo yung BIR base sa 3% share nila at yung 2% din na napupunta sa local government units?
Wala po, sir. We haven't received any complaints because the locator companies and the ecozone developer directly pay their 3% to the BIR and direct to the city or municipal treasurer for the share of the LGU.
Sa ngayon ho, sa inyong pamamahala at sa pagkakaalam nyo, ilan ho yung empleyado ngayon ng Big Dipper?
Sa ngayon, sir, ang nakarecord po sa amin ay 164. No? Ang pinakamalaki pong employment actually is IT BPO, mostly sa call centers po, ang thousands of workers. Dito po sa Big Dipper, it's not a call center, but it's an IT enterprise that is into the digital archiving. So they don't need much employees here.
And based on the export revenues na naitalaga nyo, magkano na ho yung export revenues ng Big Dipper ngayon?
As they reported, sir, it's 27.7 million US dollars ang kanilang export revenue.
Kung titingnan nyo ho, ano
That's for
yung
2016 alone.
Kung titingnan nyo, ano yung social contribution ho ng Big Dipper as a locator sa ating bansa at pati na rin ho sa PESA?
Sir, we consider them as pioneer because of the technology. No? They are among those who introduced a new technology in the digital platform.
And ano yung yes, you may continue.
Sir, can I add? The PESA board is composed of DOST. We also have Department of Finance. We have NEDA and many others. So these are the agencies who are tasked to review or evaluate all the applications for incentives according to law. So ito pong lahat ng incentives na binibigay namin, sir, is based on the law, in the PESA law. So,
and based on the law and the incentives,
there is no such thing as making PESA as the tax shield because all these incentives are being evaluated by all these agencies of government.
And sa tagal ho ng kanilang operasyon sa inyong pamamahala dyan sa PESA, ang tanong ko, sila ho ba'y compliant sa lahat ng kanilang alituntunin at obligasyon bilang isang locator?
Opo, sir. In fact, we require our export enterprises or the locator companies to submit their financial statement yearly. So we are able to monitor their compliance.
And you're saying that compliant with all PESA requirements, tama ho ba?
Yes, sir.
Salamat to, Director General. Babalik ko ako sa BIR. Kay Assistant Commissioner Mapoy, Mr. Chair.
BIR, nandyan po ba ating mga kasama mula sa BIR?
Andito pa po, Your Honor.
Congressman Garbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioner Mapoy, under the National Internal Revenue Code, meron ho tayong ways of shifting the tax burden. Tama po ba?
Yan po ay good evening, Your Honor. Yung pong shifting of tax burden, pagka po yan ay during the course of investigation, yan po ay binebet ng BIR if all the existing regulations are strictly followed. If during the vetting we discovered that a violation was committed, we disallowed such kind of account or such kind of expense, Your Honor.
But in the NRIRC, in the National Internal Revenue Code, yung tax avoidance po is allowed by law. Tama po ba?
You are correct, Your Honor.
Compromise is also allowed by law. Tama po ba?
You are correct, Your Honor.
In fact, each taxpayer is being allowed by law to exploit legally permissible tax rates to reduce their tax liability. Tama po ba?
As long as it is within the bounds of law, Your Honor.
And what is illegal or what is being prohibited is the use by a taxpayer of illegal and fraudulent means to defeat or lessen the payment of taxes that will amount to tax evasion. Tama po ba?
You are correct, Your Honor.
In all those instances wherein ina-audit nyo, chine-check nyo yung ABS-CBN, sila ho ba'y nakasuhan na or na-convict na of tax evasion?
Wala pa. During the course of our investigation, several violations or wrong interpretation of laws were committed by ABS-CBN Corporation, but those violations were all settled and paid by ABS-CBN Corporation. As I have stated earlier, in 2016, they paid a deficiency taxes. In the same manner that in 2017 and 2018, ABS-CBN likewise paid deficiency taxes, Your Honor.
So meaning they are paying their taxes regularly in a lawful manner. Tama po ba?
You are correct, Your Honor.
Salamat to, Mr. Chair. Yun lamang po. Magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Garbin. Ang susunod po na magtatanong ay si Congressman Salo, na binigyan ng oras ni Congressman VG Lacson, Congressman Canama, at Congressman Abueg Saldivar. Congressman Salo, maaari na po kayo magtanong.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. Maraming salamat po sa bawat isa po sa inyo. Magandang hapon po. Ang una ko pong tatanungin muna yung BIR. Assistant Commissioner, nandyan pa po kayo? Assistant Commissioner?
BIR.
Okay.
Yeah, good evening, Your Honor.
Yes, good evening. Magandang gabi po sa inyo. Ulitin ko lang po ito kasi nabanggit niyo na rin po ito kanina, kaya lang po gusto ko pong lawigan yung request po kanina. Binanggit po ninyo yung effective tax rate basically ng ABS-CBN Corporation for 2016, 3.12%. Sa 2017, 0.86%, 2018, 0.72%. Sa 2019, compute na nyo na po ba kung ano yung effective tax rate nila?
Your Honor, hindi pa po namin natatapos ang investigation sa 2019. In fact, yung pong letter of authority ay very fresh pa lang po, Your Honor.
Okay. Pwede po ba kung humingi na doon sa data po nila, na as much as meron naman po silang ibinigay na waiver, baka po pwede po na yung data po umabot po hanggang 1995 when the franchise was given. So, hingin ko po sana yung total revenues, net income, and income taxes paid per year together with the effective tax rates. Ngayon, hindi po ngayon, pero hingin ko na lang po na ibigay po sa komite kung po pwede po.
Your Honor, with permission of CEO Katigbak, lahat po ng pwede namin i-provide sa inyo, ipo-provide po namin. But we cannot guarantee that 1995 is still available, Your Honor.
Okay. Maraming salamat po. Kung anong pang meron po kayo, so we appreciate that para makikita po namin yung every year since the time that the franchise was given to them. Pangalawa po, Mr. Chair, nabanggit niyo po kanina na may mga concerns din po kayo with ABS-CBN doon sa kanilang interpretation ng tax laws. Ngayon, ang tanong ko po, simula 1995, malala niyo po ba kung ilang tax assessments ang in-issue po ninyo sa kanila?
1995? Your Honor, I'm very sorry, Your Honor, pero wala pa po ako dito noon sa large taxpayer service noong 1995, Your Honor. But we will look into that, Your Honor.
Since the time that you are at the large taxpayers division, ilan po ang so far na in-issue po ninyo na tax assessment? Anong taon po yon at so far ilan po?
Wala pa. If we speak of my term, during my term, Your Honor, I have not yet issued any notice of assessment to as far as ABS-CBN is concerned, Your Honor.
Kailan po kayo dumating po diyan?
September of 2019, Your Honor.
September to. So last year lang po. So basically, from the time September hanggang ngayon, wala pa po. So siguro hihingin ko na lang po dun sa nauna po sa inyo from your office, basically. Kung ilan po yung tax assessments na in-issue po ng BIR, ganun din how many tax cases were filed against
Yes, Your Honor. With permission of Mr. Katigbak, we will provide the documents that you're asking, Your Honor. We have that on file, Your Honor.
I understand si Attorney Paul Velasco nandyan po kanina, binanggit.
Yes, Your Honor. He is with me here.
Assistant Commissioner po ba si
Malapit na siguro, Your Honor.
Malapit na. So congratulations. Tatanong ko lang po sa kanya sana kung ilan po yung cases na pending.
Good evening, Your Honor.
Good evening, Paul. Tatanong ko po sana kung ilan po yung cases na pending against ABS-CBN.
Against ABS-CBN Corporation, Your Honor, none.
Mr. Chairman, I think the new witness was not taking his oath.
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Meron pong bagong testigo na hindi pa ako nakapag-oath.
Kasama na po siya sa nag-oath, Congressman Remulla. Maaari na po kayong magpatuloy ng inyong pagtatanong, Congressman Salo, at sa BIR. Maaari po kayong sumagot.
Maraming salamat po, Chairman. I-clarify ko lang po ano po yung position ni Attorney Paul Velasco para sa kalaman po ng lahat.
It's Head Revenue Executive Assistant of the Enforcement Service.
Okay. So far, wala pong tax case ang ABS-CBN Corporation.
No more.
No more. Anong ibig sabihin po ng no more? So nagkaroon po sila dati?
Before and then it was compromised.
Since 1995 hanggang kasalukuyan, mga ilan po yun?
Your Honor, since I became head of litigation 2010, and then afterwards as a director in the enforcement service, that was the only case I know of.
Magkano po yon kung mamarapatin po ninyo?
It involved the basic tax of 355 million.
And I understand, nagkaroon po ng settlement, gaya po ng sinabi po ninyo kanina, magkano po yung settlement?
Roughly 152 million, Your Honor.
Okay. Anong taon po ito?
It's for 2009, Your Honor.
Okay. So as of the moment, wala na po, pero nagkaroon po sila before. Maraming salamat po, Attorney Paul. Pupunta naman po ako sa ABS-CBN. Mr. Chairman, sino pong pwedeng sumagot related po sa Big Dipper?
Ang ABS-CBN po ay handang sumagot sa mga katanungan para sa Big Dipper. ABS-CBN?
Mr. Chairman, kailan po ginawa ulit ang Big Dipper? 2009, tama po ba?
ABS-CBN?
It was incorporated in June 30, 2000.
2000. Okay. And ang primary business po ng Big Dipper
ako po ang sasagot, Aldrin Sirado po. Ang Big Dipper po ay in charge, ay nag-digitize, nagre-repurpose ng mga content po na pinoproduce ng mga ABS-CBN companies po.
Okay. So, nagdi-digitize po siya, kagaya po ng binanggit po ninyo, ng mga produkto o yung result ng production ng ABS-CBN companies din, nung the entire group. Tama po ba yon?
Tama po yon. For distribution po locally and internationally.
Locally and internationally. So, kaklarify ko lang po, ilan po yung kanyang kliyente? Sa local, sino po?
Sa local po, ang kliyente po niya ay ang ABS-CBN Corporation, ABS-CBN Films Production Inc., Creative Programs Inc., Sari Manok Network, and yun na po.
Okay. And sa international naman?
Sa international naman po ay ang ABS-CBN Global Hungary KFT.
Okay. At lahat ng mga ito, for the premise, lahat po ito ay subsidiaries din ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
Tama po.
Tama. 100%. Ngayon, bago po gawin po yung Big Dipper, sino po ang gumagawa ng digitization ng produkto ng ABS-CBN Corporation?
Bago po itinayo ang Big Dipper, kung inyo pong natatandaan, nag-evolve po ang technology dito sa Pilipinas. From tapes po, yung mga LT tapes na tinatawag, yun po ang manner by which the content are kept and archived. And then nung 2009 po, and then yung iba pong repurposing, it's either done here by some outsourced company or abroad po because the technology is not available. But mostly po, nagsimula po ang digitization noong 2009 when we migrated to a digital archive or a digital content.
Okay. Ilan po yung employees po ulit ng Big Dipper?
Sorry po, hindi ko po narinig.
Ilan po yung employees ng Big Dipper?
164 po.
164. Ever since po ba ito o nagpa-fluctuate din po ito?
Nagra-ramp up po ito. Nagsimula po ito noong 2009. Yung number of employees po is as of year-end December 31, 2019 po.
Yung 164. Ano yung highest na nabot po niya?
Ano po yun?
Ano yung pinakamataas?
Ito na po yung pinakamataas, 100.
Ito na yung pinakamataas, 164. Prior to that, anong number of employees niya?
Sorry po, you were...
Prior to that, bago naging 164, ilan yung average employees?
You can answer, Rick. So, sorry po. Nung 2014 po, 170. Nung 2015, 165. Tapos, nung bandang 2008, 177. Ngayon po, 164. So, sorry po,
Okay.
hindi natama yung...
So pinakamataas po na number of employees niya, 177. Okay. May listahan din po ba kayo kung magkano yung kinita niya from the time that it was established? Pero ngayon, bigyan nyo na lang po siguro ako ng for the past 2016 onwards. Yung revenues po niya.
Your Honor, nung 2016 po, ang revenue po niya ay 2.6 billion, 2.62. Noong 2017 po ay 2.67. Noong 2018 po ay 2.68 billion.
2016, 2.62 billion.
Opo.
2017, 2.67 billion.
Opo.
2018, 2.68 billion.
Opo.
Sa 2019?
Sa 2019. Sa 2019 po ay 2.6 billion po.
2.6 billion. Okay. Based dito sa revenues po niya, ilang percent yung nanggaling po o binayaran po ng ABS-CBN Corporation, yung domestic, ilan naman percent yung binayaran po o yung revenues niya na nanggaling po doon sa ABS-CBN Hungary?
Noong 2016 po, ang foreign revenue po niya ay 51%. Noon pong 2018 at 2019, 54% po.
Okay. So halos 50-50, 1, 2, 3, 4% lang yung difference. Tama po ba yun?
Opo.
What is necessary in order for it to comply as a PESA registered? Kasi nabanggit po kanina ni Director General, kapag information or domestic corporation, inaalaw po nila na 50-50, 50 yung maximum.
Tama po.
Tama. Okay. How about the revenues naman po ng ABS-CBN Corporation from 2016? Total revenues.
Total revenues po ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
Yes.
For ABS-CBN Corporation naman po, ang total revenues po niya noong 2016, 24.5 billion. Noong 2017, it was 22.8 billion. Noong 2018 po, it was 22.8 billion. And noong 2019 po, it's 25.4 billion.
25.4 billion.
Po.
Ilan naman ang total number of employees ng ABS-CBN Corporation noong 2016?
Alamin ko po, hindi ko po kabisado pag number of employees na po. Honor, Wala
Yes.
po kasi akong dalang information on the number of employees of ABS-CBN kasi po it was scheduled po yesterday. So I don't have those.
Nonetheless, to refresh your memory, Mr. Aldrin Serrado, nabanggit po nila kahapon yung total na employees po ng ABS-CBN Corporation is 8,375 for 2019. Lahat na po yun, kasama po yung regular, which is 2,000 plus, 2,063 po ata yun. Kasama po yung project employees, together with independent contractors, and pansinin po natin, yung kailang mga suppliers, that's 8,375. May napapansin ba kayo rito na dito sa Big Dipper, for 2019, 169 yung employees lang po nila, tama ba? $169, kagaya ng sinabi mo kanina.
164 po.
164. And yet, ang income po niya is 2.6 billion. Kapag i-divide mo, gaano yung profitability, quote unquote, ng isang empleyado, yung kanyang production?
Your Honor, hindi po
Yes.
comparable yung activities and services ng...
Excuse me, mister. Ang tinatanong ko lang sa'yo, kapag i-divide mo, parang per capita rin po yan, ilan ang kalalabasan? Yung quote-unquote per employee, yung 2.6 billion, i-divide mo into 164 employees, ilan po yon ang kalalabasan?
Yung pong 2019, 15.8 million po.
15.8 million per employee ang kanyang productivity, quote-unquote. Pagdating po sa ABS-CBN Corporation, you have 8,375. And of course, you actually claim na 11,000 yon, but we just stick with the 8,375.
That would be 3 million po. Yung isa po, 15 million. Yung pong sa ABS-CBN, 3 million po.
So lumalabas 5 times, tama ba? Tama ba yung sinasabi mo 3 million o 300,000? Pwede mong bang balikan?
Hindi ko po naintindihan yung tanong.
Tama ba yon? 25.4 billion divided by 8,375.
Oh, sorry po. 25.4
billion.
Divided by 8,375. That's ano po? 3,037,850. Around that.
So 3,032,000. 3,032,000. So basically, yung productivity, lumalabas yung productivity nung nandun sa PESA is 5 times yung productivity, quote-unquote. Yung value, yung worth niya is 5 times than that dun sa ABS-CBN Corporation. Tama ba yun?
Sir, if...
Just yes or no?
How productivity is computed, if it's revenue per capita po.
Yes, revenue per capita.
Yeah, tama po yung calculation natin. That is revenue per capita po.
So ibig sabihin, quote-unquote, very profitable yung maglagay po sa PESA. Tama ba yun?
Hindi po yung paglagay sa PESA ang profitable. It's the activity po. Because it's an IT-enabled and highly specialized services. That's why it actually is able to price that much.
I completely agree with you, Mr. Serrado. Pero sinong kliyente po niya?
Yung pong nasabi ko kanina po. Yung pong...
Precisely my point. Ang kliyente rin po niya, subsidiary rin po ninyo. Diba? So, ibig sabihin, ipupunta doon, babayaran po doon yung income, quote-unquote, ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Kapag binayaran na po niya si Big Dipper, how do we treat that?
Your Honor, those prices naman po are market-driven because
Yes,
if
I completely agree with you. Tinatanong lang po kita.
our charge to Hungary po will eventually
Yung-
end up as the price of our product internationally. So if we
Mr. Sirado, mukhang nagiging defensive po kasi kayo dahil ang tinatanong ko lang naman po kung ano po yung as facts. So, paano nyo ititreat ngayon kapag binayaran po ng ABS-CBN Corporation yung si Big Dipper, how is that treated in the books of ABS-CBN Corporation?
in the books of ABS-CBN, that is part of the production cost of ABS-CBN.
Yes, it's a production cost of ABS-CBN. Pero pagdating po doon sa kabila, that's an revenue. Income po niya yon. Tama ba yon?
Tama po.
Tama. Maraming salamat. Tatanungin ko naman po si BIR. Babalik po ako. BIR, tatanungin ko po kayo, yung income ng Big Dipper.
Magandang gabi po, Your Honor.
Yes, magandang gabi ulit po sa inyo. Yung income po ng Big Dipper, subjected to how much percent yung kanyang tax rate?
Income tax at 5%, Your Honor, based on gross.
Income
Pursuant to gross, Your Honor. 5% po yung rate.
5% yung rate. So kung
Yes,
doon
Your
sa
Honor.
2.6 billion na kinita po nila for 2019, ilang pong percent po yun? O magkano po yun at 5%?
Meron po silang income tax due of 113 million, Your Honor.
Income tax due of 100.
Yes, for taxable year 2019.
For taxable year 2019.
Opo,
Ngayon,
Your Honor.
opo. So, lumalabas, hihingi din po ako sa inyo ng listahan simula 2010, kung kailan ba sila naitatag yung Big Dipper, kung magkano po yung kanilang income, revenues, kanilang tax due, net income, at saka yung tax na binayaran po nila. Pwede po ba yun?
From 2010, Your Honor.
Kung kailan po sila na-establish?
July 1, 2000 po, Your Honor. They have registered sa BIR po.
Okay. Yung last ano na lang po, tatanungin ko po sa inyo, from 2016 to 2019, magkano po yung binabayaran po nila na tax?
Ang total income tax at saka value added tax, Your Honor, is 1.087 billion.
Yung income tax po?
Yung income tax nila, Your Honor, for 2016 up to 19 is 468 million, Your Honor.
468 million. Because 5% po yung
gross.
Bakit naging 468 kung 2.6 billion po yung gross income po nila, revenues?
Sa 4 years po yun, Your Honor, from 2016.
4 years.
Yes, Your Honor,
okay.
up to 2019.
Okay, for 4 years, 468. So lumalabas po 100 plus million yung kanilang taxes.
Income tax due, Your Honor.
Income tax due. Nag-declare na po ba sila ng dividends?
Ano pong tanong ulit?
Nag-declare, yung Big Dipper po, nag-declare po ito ng dividends?
Tama po.
Regular po ba yon every year?
Well, I can say po that in the last 3 years, it has declared dividends, since 2015, it has declared dividends regularly. 2015, 16.
Okay. Ang sumagot po si Mr. Serrado, tama ba yon? O kayo po?
Pasensya na po, ako po ba yung tinatanong?
Okay. Mr. Serrado, so nagdi-declare po kayo regularly, tama po ba?
Meron po siyang declaration ng dividend from 2019 po.
Sa 2016, magkano po ang dineclare? 2016 hanggang 2019.
Noong 2016 po, Big Dipper declared 1 billion.
1 billion.
2.5 billion. 2018, 2.2 billion. And 2019,
Pasensya na po kayo, hindi ko nasusundan masyado. Sa 2016, magkano po?
1 billion po.
1 billion. 2017?
2 billion.
Magkano po?
2.2 billion.
2.2 billion.
2.5.
2.5 billion.
Apo.
Okay. Tapos 2018?
2018 po, 2.2 billion.
2.2 billion. 2019?
2.3 billion po.
2.3 billion. Yung ABS-CBN Corporation, magkano pang dineclare niyang dividends in 2017?
Sandali, kunin ko lang po. Noong 2017 po, 2.6 billion po. Noong
2016?
2016 po, 1 billion po.
1 billion. Okay. 2017?
In 2.6 billion.
2.6 billion. Tapos, 2018?
2018, 2.3 billion.
2.3 billion.
2019, 2.5 billion.
Okay. So sa 2016, yung Big Dipper ay nag-declare ng dividends na 1 billion. Nang kita lang po niya is 2.62 billion.
I was looking at the dividend income that ABS-CBN from their subsidiaries. Let me correct that po. Sorry po.
Okay.
Okay. Noong 2016 po, the dividends declared was 638 million. Noong noong 2017 po, the dividends were 884 million. Noong 2018 po, the dividends were 793 million. And then noong 2019 po, 474 million. Sorry po, Your Honor, naguluhan po yung numbers ko kanina.
Walang problema, Mr. Sirado. Maraming salamat po sa paglilinaw po ninyo. So, lilinawin po natin, yung Big Dipper, na kumita lang po siya ng 2.62 billion in 2016, may dividends po siya na declaration na 1 billion. Compared po ninyo dun sa ABS-CBN Corporation na kumita ng 24.5 billion, ang na-declare lang po niya is 638 million. Sa 2017, yung Big Dipper was able to declare 2.5 billion, samantalang si ABS-CBN Corporation, kinita lang po niya is 2.67. So basically, 0.168 lang po yung kanyang ginastos. Compared po ninyo kay ABS-CBN Corporation, in 2017, kumita po siya ng 22.8 billion, pero 884 million lang po yung kanyang dividends. 2018, 2.68 billion ang kanyang kinita ni Big Dipper, 2.2 billion ang kanyang dividends. Compare po ninyo kay ABS-CBN Corporation, 22.18 billion ang kanyang kinita, pero ang dineclare lang po niya 793 million. Pagdating po sa 2019, ang revenues lang po ni Big Dipper is 2.6 billion, pero ang kanyang income, dividends, is 2.3 billion. Compare po ninyo kay ABS-CBN Corporation, 25.4 billion ang kanyang kinita, ang kanyang dividends is only 473. Hindi ba masyadong profitable, quote-unquote, yung Big Dipper in this particular regard?
Your Honor, the declaration po of dividends by ABS-CBN is influenced din po ng, for example po, in our notes to the financial statements, our debt covenants po restricts the...
Simple lang po yung tanong ko po sa inyo. Hindi ba masyadong mataas? Imagine, kikita lang siya ng
ABS-CBN ang buong
2.6 billion, pero ang kanyang dividend declaration would be 2.3 billion. Do you agree with me? Are we going to dispute the fact na talagang profitable po siya compared dun sa ABS-CBN Corporation? These are the numbers na binigay po ninyo sa akin. Right here, right now.
Your Honor, if I may lang po. Kasi po, you're comparing po the amount declared dividends by Big Dipper versus what ABS-CBN is declaring as dividends. As I said po, there are certain restrictions po on the part of ABS-CBN to fully declare its income for that year because of certain loan covenants. And at the same time po, if you read the financial statements, we have appropriated retained earnings for business expansion. Kaya po yung...
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Serrado, pero their number speaks for themselves. Imagine, kikita lang yung si Big Dipper, 2.6 billion lang po yung kanyang revenues, pero ang kanyang, in 2019, ang kanyang dividends is 2.3 billion. Pagdating po doon sa 2017, kumita lang po, total revenues lang niya is 2.67 billion. Pero ang kanyang dividends declaration is 2.5 billion. Kapag kinumpare po ninyo, hindi ba simple lang po yung sinasabi ko, hindi nga ba talaga siya sobrang profitable compared dito po. Ngayon, tatanungin ko po si RD o Assistant Commissioner ng BIR.
BIR?
Assistant Commissioner, tama po ba 5%
Yes,
lang po
Your Honor.
kasi yung 5% lang po yung pinapataw po dahil PESA registered po sila. Tama po ba 'yon? Gross.
Tama po, Your Honor. 5% po sa gross income.
Opo. Compare po natin doon sa ABS-CBN Corporation, anong income tax category po nila? Ilang percent po ang pinapataw sa kanila?
Regular po, Your Honor, 30% po sa net income.
30% sa net income. Compared doon sa isa, which is 5% gross
Sa gross
income.
income, Your Honor.
Okay. Ngayon, yung po bang dividends, kapag dineclare na po ni Big Dipper yung kanyang dividends, may tax pa po ba ito?
Pag domestic to domestic corporation po, Your Honor, wala po, Your Honor.
Wala po. So
Wala.
basically, after po na pumasok po yung dividends na yon sa ABS-CBN Corporation, hindi na po siya entitled to tax. Tama ba?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama. So ibig sabihin, yung 2016 na 1 billion na kinita po niya, 2017 na kinita niya na 2.5 billion, 2018 na 2.2 billion, ito po yung mga dividends po niya, na 2019 2.3 billion, hindi na po siya entitled sa tax.
Tama po, Your Honor.
Tama. So pumasok po siya, it's so profitable, ang ginawa rin lang po niya, yung trabaho rin po na ginagawa ng ABS-CBN Corporation. Si ABS-CBN Corporation din lang po yung kanyang kliyente. Pareho, belong in the same category, subsidiary silang lahat. Ipinasok doon sa Big Dipper, naging cost po ngayon ni ABS-CBN Corporation. Pagdating kay Big Dipper, it has so become so profitable. Na paglabas po nung kanyang dividends, it becomes tax-free because these are domestic, both domestic corporations. But they are also owned by the same company. Don't you think wala kayong nakikitang anything na unusual po doon? RD?
Again?
As far as the Big Dipper company is concerned, Your Honor, wala pong violation, and I think compliant po ang Big Dipper, Your Honor, when it comes to payment of taxes.
Yes, I completely agree with you. Compliant po sila sa taxes. Ang tinatanong ko, that particular scheme, wala kayo nakikitang any unusual? I think it's so creative. It's the least word that I can use. But don't you think that is so creative in such a way na yung taxes that should have been paid, hindi po babayaran dahil it has become tax shield pagdating po sa Big Dipper?
Again, Your Honor, as far as Big Dipper is concerned po, they are compliant in accordance with yung sa PESA law as they have been given the income tax holiday and special rate at the rate of 5% of their gross income, Your Honor.
So, yun lang po, Mr. Chairman. Maraming salamat po sa inyo. Tutuwa po tayo sapagkat ginagawa po ng BIR po natin yung kailang mga dapat gawin. But at the same time, medyo nag-iisip lang po ako bakit wala po sila nakikita na any unusual thing in this particular scheme. Ang tanong ko lang po huli po sa inyo, meron pa po bang ibang kumpanya na gumagawa ng ganitong scheme sa ngayon? As far as you're concerned.
As far as my concern, Your Honor, wala po akong alam, Your Honor.
Wala kayong alam. So far, ito lang po yung nakikita po natin ngayon na gumagamit ng ganitong scheme. By isa pong PESA registered company, ibabayad doon ng malaki, tapos pagpasok po noon, it becomes a cost doon sa main corporation. Pagpasok po doon sa PESA registered company, malit lang po yung tax na kanyang babayaran. Then paglabas po noon, it becomes tax exempt because it's a domestic, both are domestic corporations.
Mr. Chair, may I clarify some of the points made, please?
Yes, ABS-CBN.
Mr. Chair, the prices charged by Big Dipper, as stated by my colleague, are based on market. They are backed by transfer pricing studies conducted by reputable third-party firms, number one. Number two, this is not a scheme. The clients, the ultimate clients or the ultimate beneficiaries of Big Dipper's work are the Filipinos and the non-Filipinos who consume our content both here and overseas. With regard to the amounts that Big Dipper makes on ABS, let's say, that comprises about 6% of total production cost of ABS-CBN Corporation.
Mr. Chairman,
Congressman
pwede
Sal.
pong, tatapusin ko na po, nagpapasalamat po ako doon sa sinabi po ng taga-ABS-CBN sa kailang paglilinaw. Pero hindi po nila nalinaw din po na basically lahat po ito ay isang may-ari, yung ABS-CBN Corporation din po. Subsidiaries lang naman po niya lahat po yon. And kung binabanggit po nila na 6% nga lang ng production cost po noon, mukhang yun nga po yung exactly yung sinasabi po natin. Yung 6% na production cost na yon, then later on, lalabas po siya as pure dividend sapagkat napakaliit nung cost po na gagastusin po nila pagpasok po niya doon sa loob. Based doon sa numbers na ibinigay po nila na kanina, imagine Big Dipper 2.62 billion in 2016 ang kanyang kinita revenues, pero ang kanyang dividend declaration is 1 billion. Pagdating ng 2017, 2.67 billion lang po yung kinita po niya, pero ang kanyang dividend declaration 2.5 billion. Pagdating ng 2018, 2.68 billion lang yung kanyang kinita, and yet 2.2 billion yung kanyang dividend declaration. Pagdating ng 2019, 2.6 billion na ang kanyang kinita, total na kinita. Pero ang dividend declaration po niya is 2.3 billion and these are all tax exempt already. Why? Because it's a both domestic corporation. Well, in one sense, sabi ko nga po nung kanina, Mr. Chair, it's a very creative way. Pero I suppose, makikita po natin exactly whether this particular scheme is the very thing that the NIRC is trying to prevent as well. At nakakalungkot na yung mga aims ng PESA law po natin, which are so noble. Nang sinasabi po natin, in order for us to develop at maka-develop po tayo ng industriya natin dito sa Pilipinas at makapag-create ng mas marami pong mga employment opportunities for our people. And yet, nakita rin po natin, the maximum that they were able to produce or employ is just 177 in those past years at mas mababa pa. And yet, makikita po natin doon yung pinakamalaking dividend declaration on which are all tax exempt. Nakakalungkot sapagkat yes, may batas po tayo na PESA law, pero nanawagan po tayo sa DG na papasalamat po tayo, nandito po sila. I suppose gagawin din po nila yung kailang dapat na gawin in order to ensure na hindi naman po magamit po yung batas po natin yung magagandang aims na magiging daan para ma-evade po natin yung mga taxes natin. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Ron Salo. At,
Mr. Chairman,
sino po kayo?
from ABS-CBN, Mr.
Excuse me po. Maaari ko po bang, nandyan po ba ang PESA ngayon? Kausap ba natin ang PESA?
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, ma'am. Narinig niyo po yung linya ng katanungan ni Congressman Salo?
Yes, sir.
Masasabi
Yes, Your Honor.
niyo po na may nilabag sa batas ang ABS-CBN?
Can we ask the nag-mute po?
O yung paggamit nila ng tax shield?
Sir, with due respect, it's not true that PESA is being used as a tax shield because we are governed by our own laws. We have the PESA law, which provides the different incentives that we...
Sa madaling salita po ay wala po kayong nakikita ng pagkamali.
So we are ruled by our law, sir.
Mr. Chair, pwede po ba akong magsalita rin po?
Congressman Salo, sandali lang po. Kasama po ba natin yung mga tiga-BIR? BIR?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meron po ba kayong nakikitang isang malaking pagkakamali mula doon sa line of questioning po ni Congressman Salo kung nagamit ba ang PESA na tax shield ng ABS-CBN?
Pagdating sa BIR, Your Honor, as far as...
Meron po wala, sir? Meron po ba kayo nakitang problema o wala?
Wala naman pa, Your Honor.
Salamat po. Maraming salamat po. Alam niyo po mga kasama, hindi natin sigurado kung ABS-CBN lang ang gumagawa nito. Kaya siguro mula po doon sa line of questioning ni Congressman Ron Salo, mabuti na pag-aralan muli ng Kongresong ito ang Republic Act 7916 o ang Special Economic Zone Act of 1995 creating PESA para po masigurado natin na paborable sa taong bayan, lalong-lalo na sa lahat po ng buo ng bansang Pilipinas, ang sistema po natin ng pagbabayad ng taxes hindi lamang para sa ABS-CBN. Yes, ABS-CBN, meron po kayong gustong sabihin kanina?
Wala na po, Your Honor.
Sir Tan, meron pa po kayong gustong sabihin?
Yung kanina po, wala na po, Your Honor.
Okay po. Yung nasa likod niyo po, si Sir Ibarra.
We'll just keep quiet on the... we'll let it go, Your Honor.
Hindi naman po patungkol sa inyo. Para po sa buong batas ang pinag-uusapan at maganda po yung mapag-usapan natin muli sa Kongreso. The next to interpolate is Congressman Remulla. Binigyan po siya ng karagdagang oras ni Majority Leader Romualdez at Deputy Majority Leader Sharky Palma. Congressman Remulla, Senior Deputy Majority Leader Remulla ay Senior Vice Chairman po ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, otherwise known as Blue Ribbon Committee, maaari na po kayo magsimula. Meron po kayong 15 minutes ng pagtatanong.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening. Unang-una, bago po ako magsimula, Mr. Chairman, I would like to apologize for an earlier incident na ako po may sinusulat na note nung naka-flag ceremony tayo. And as usual, the ABS-CBN people are the ones playing it up now on social media, but I will forgive them. Sa akin po, I wrote the note, hindi ko excuse to, because something went into my mind for the questions I will ask tonight. Kaya
Kayo po ay humihingi ng paumanhin, Congressman.
Yes. Opo, ako ay humihingi ng dispensa sa ating mga kababayan.
Yung pong nasabi doon na may babayarang violation na parang...
Bali ho, magbabayad po tayo kung kinakailangan po, kung saan po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Remulla.
Yes. Unang tanong ko ho, yung tungkol sa black box. 18 billion in sales, approximately. 18 billion. Ito ba'y reflected po sa income statement ng ABS-CBN?
Yung sale po ng the black box is reflected po in the financial statements of ABS-CBN.
Sa income tax return, hindi ko naka-reflect yan?
Can you repeat that, sir?
Sa income tax return, hindi ko naka-reflect yung black box income ng ABS-CBN?
In the income tax po, it's part of the revenues of ABS-CBN. We've segregated our revenue to advertising and consumer, and it's part of the consumer revenue.
Di ba ho, yan ay merong VAT report?
VAT po siya.
Saan ho nakasulat yung VAT niya sa inyong income tax returns?
So it's part po of our VAT returns, our monthly VAT returns, and our quarterly VAT returns.
Segregated ba ho yung account na yan?
Sir, it's yung VAT returns po may kasama po yung schedule, what do you call it? Summary list of sales po, which determines po yung sales niya.
Yung import documents po ng black box, meron ho kayo nun?
We have it, but I don't think we have it here, Your Honor.
Magkano ho ang declared value na isang TV Plus? Sa importation.
Your Honor, I don't have po the answer to that question at the moment.
Who has the answer to that question? Sino sa inyo? Ang dami nyo rito. You have 18 law offices that you hire. Sino sa inyo makakasagot ng tanong na yun?
Unfortunately, wala po siguro sa amin na makakasagot because we don't have the import documents right now. At hindi ko po kabisado yung landed price po ng box. But I could assume po because we sold it at cost, it's probably around the same as close to the selling price po.
So ang VAT niya would be around 300 pesos per piece sa mga initial. Kung average kung 18 billion ang naging sale, ang VAT niya would be 12%. Which means, ang binayaran niyo po noon ay mga 2 billion in VAT. Would I be correct?
That should be correct po. It's supposed to be 12% po of whatever is the sales value po.
Pwede mo isabit mo sa amin yun?
Sige po.
Okay.
But Your Honor, yung pong sale yung VAT po ng boxes is reported together with the VAT on advertising, and then lahat po ng input taxes is offset against it. So, ganun po yung reporting niyan sa VAT return.
Di ba, yung import documents na lang, pakita nyo lang kung magkano yung pagka-import ng lahat.
Sige po.
Ilang hong foundation ang hawak ng ABS-CBN? Ilang hong foundation? May Bantay Bata, mayroon kayo ABS-CBN Foundation. Ilang hong foundation lahat-lahat ito?
ABS-CBN doesn't own a foundation. Maybe I can ask the foundation itself to answer. We have them on the line, on Zoom.
Wala kayong answer kung ilan ang foundation na
Mr.
hinahawakan ng ABS-CBN?
Excuse me, Congressman Remulla, nandoon po, nakamute lang. Nasa Zoom.
Sige po, sige po.
Yes, Madam from the foundation. Paki-unmute po, ma'am. Mukhang may problema po, Congressman Remulla, yung kanyang...
Ayan. Good evening po. Si Susan Afan po from the ABS-CBN Foundation. Iisa lang po.
Kayo po ngayon ay naka-Kongreso at kasalukuyan tinatanong po kayo ni Congressman Remulla.
Sir?
Ilang foundations po ang meron ng ABS-CBN bukod sa ABS-CBN Foundation?
Isa lang po ang foundation ng ABS-CBN.
Ang ABS-CBN po Foundation po ay isang donee institution?
Yes, sir. We are a BIR accredited entity.
So ang BIR, binibigyan kayo ng permiso na tumanggap ng donation mula sa mga taong bayan.
Yes, sir.
Ano yung report ng requirements tungo sa mga donations na pumapasok sa mga foundation nyo, sa ABS-CBN Foundation?
Yes, sir. Meron po kaming mga report na binibigay po sa DSWD and of course sa PCNC at saka of course sa BIR po.
And as a donor institution, kayo po ay merong tax credits na binibigay sa mga tao, tama ba ho yun?
Nagbibigay po kami ng certificate of donation sa mga tao or korporasyon na nagdo-donate po sa amin.
At yung mga nagdo-donate sa inyo, pwede mo i-claim na tax credit yung mga dinonate sa inyo, tama ho yun?
Pwede po nilang gamiting expense, opo.
So kasama siya sa mga deductible items pag nag-donate po sa inyo.
Yes, sir.
Meron ba kung shares of stock yung ABS-CBN Foundation? Shares of stock ng ABS-CBN?
Well, kami po, we are a non-stock, non-profit organization.
Ang tinatanong ko if you own stocks of ABS-CBN?
Yes, they donated to us back in 2009.
Gano'n karami yung shares ang hawak ng ABS-CBN Foundation?
Ang shares po namin ay 780,995 shares.
Ano ang value ng shares nyo?
Ngayon po, ang value is about 11 million pesos.
At peak, magkano ho naging value ng shares nyo?
About 22 million po.
Sige. Ang tanong ko lang ho dito, nung tinitingnan ko yung income tax return ng ABS-CBN Corporation, marami hong dinonate. Meron kayong donations to foundations of more than 90 million sa isang income tax return nyo. Yung ba yung regular donation ng ABS-CBN sa foundation?
Depende po sa mga nangyayari every year. Kasi po, like let's say, pag meron pong mga malalaking mga sakuna, katulad po ngayon, pandemya, nagbigay po sila ng cash donation sa amin ng 52 million. Pag nung pong Yolanda, nagbigay po sila ng 122 million. Over and above po, ang binibigay po nila sa aming cash subsidy of an additional 26 million a year.
Ano nangyayari sa mga dollar donations nang gagaling sa abroad?
Depende po ulit yan. Meron pong mga nagre-remit sa amin directly kasi meron po kaming tinatawag na bank SWIFT code. So pag meron po kaming mga hinihingi pong mga donation, pwede pong pumasok ito. Pero meron din po tayong ABS-CBN Foundation which is based in San Francisco at nagbibigay din po sa amin ng mga donation.
So yung donation po, Mr. Serrado,
Yes,
magkano naging donation ng ABS-CBN Corporation sa foundation from 2015 to the present? On a year-by-year basis, magkano ho naging donation sa foundation?
Okay. Sir, sir, can I just, kasi I have to add lang po. From 2015 to 2019, the total cash donation amounted to 129 million, sir.
129 million.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a 3 minutes suspension? I just look for the item in the income tax return.
Hearing suspended.
Mr. Chairman, I'm ready. Sa kanilang income tax return.
Hearing resumed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sa kanilang income tax return, year ended 2019, is this the new income tax return? Ito ba yung bago? Year ended 2019?
Yeah, we filed po nung June 15 yung income tax return ng 2019.
So yung pag nagdo-donate ho kayo sa foundation o sa charity, yan po ay deductible expense ng inyong corporation. Tama ho yun?
Tama po.
So madaling salita, hindi ho totoong pusong-puso lang yan. Yan po ay may business sense na nakakatulong rin yan sa inyong kumpanya pag kayo ho ay nagdo-donate ng pera sa mga foundation.
I don't know if I'll put it that way, sir.
Kaya dito kasi, deductible eh. Binabawas
but
po sa income tax return na chargeable sa inyo, Schedule 4, Ordinary Allowable Itemized Deductions. Nakalagay po rito, charitable contributions, 99,339,218 pesos.
Technically po, donations under the revenue code is a deductible expense po. It's the
Ang sinasabi ko, pag kayo ay nagdo-donate, hindi ibig sabihin, buong puso yung binibigay. Binabawi nyo rin yan para mabawas po sa buwis na binabayaran nyo.
Hindi ko naman po masasabing ganun kasi buong puso po
Yun ang
namin
tingin ko eh.
binibigay.
Yun ang nakikita ko. Kung talagang buong puso yan, hindi nyo nakiklaim yan, babayaran nyo na lang yung buwis nyo na walang bawas sa charitable contributions. Yun ang tingin ko.
Meron po kasing tax rules po on donation na sinusunod lamang po. So an expense po of the corporate, it benefits about 30% if you may say because that's the tax rate. Pero yung pagbibigay po ng ABS-CBN, Hello.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, can I make a comment?
Sige po.
Yes, Mr. Lopez.
Sir, I think on our donations, I think the tax credit is not the motivation for making those donations, but it is also not allowed. It is allowed, I'm sorry.
Bale, ito ay isang incidental benefit. Pag kayo nagkakawang gawa, pwede hong ibawas yan sa buwis na inyong binabayaran.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Itong Big Dipper, Mr. Lopez, you were the president of Big Dipper before, or am I correct?
No, the president was our colleague, Mr. Valduesa, Ron Valduesa, who passed away a couple of months ago.
I'm sorry to hear that. Ang Big Dipper po ay itinatag ng ABS-CBN para ang bagay na isip po natin na PESA, export zone. Di ba? Yun ang unang iniisip natin.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Tan, baka gusto mo sagutin.
It was PESA registered, but that's not the primary or the only motivation for having Big Dipper, Your Honor.
Pero export zone nga. Pag sinabi natin export zone, ay iniisip natin export. Tama ho yun.
I think the word is it's an EcoZone IT Enterprise.
IT Zone, okay. Nagbigay sila ng incentive para magtayo ang negosyo na IT related sa at ang nangyari ho dito, yung ELJ building, Eugenio Lopez Jr. building, ang naging opisina ng Big Dipper. Tama ho yun.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Kailan ho tinayo yung
Market
building ng
prices.
ELJ? Kailan ho tinayo yung building?
It was started in 1997, completed in 2001, registered as an IT building in 2003.
Ano ho ang benefit ng building, ng inyong pag-aari ng building pag ito ay ginawang EcoZone?
Wala po siyang tax benefit, pero ang maganda lang po doon ay makakapagkuha kami ng tenant na PESA registered IT enterprise.
Ang ELJ building po ay pag-aari ba ho ng Lopez Inc., pag-aari ng ABS-CBN? Sino ho may-ari ng ELJ building?
Ito po ay pag-aari ng ABS-CBN Corporation.
Ang Big Dipper po ay kumikita ng 2.679 billion or 2.6 billion a year. Yung ba ho ang tamang figura dito?
In terms of revenues, that's correct.
Ilang taon na hong kumikita ng ganito kalaki ang Big Dipper, Mr. Tan? From 2009 to the present, magkano na ho kinikita ng Big Dipper?
To your question, since 2016 po, it was generating this level of revenues.
Bago mag-2016, ano ho ang revenue ng Big Dipper?
It's about 1.7 billion.
So malaki pa rin. Zero tax kayo ng panahon na yun, di ba?
No, Your Honor. We were paying 5% on gross income by 2015.
Noong 2010, magkano binabayad yung tax?
It was zero basically.
Magkano ang kita nyo ng 2010?
In terms of revenues, 989 million.
2011?
841 million.
2012?
846 million.
Madaling salita, mula 2010 hanggang 2019, kumita ng mga 15 billion ang Big Dipper. Tama ho yun?
Well, those are the revenues. That's a top line. Meron hong gastos yun, Your Honor.
Mamaya na yung gastos. Yun ang kita.
The numbers we
Sino ho nagbabayad ng kitang yan? Sino ho ang inyong customer na nagbabayad sa Big Dipper ng pera? 15 billion. Sino ho nagbabayad nun?
Ultimately, the people who consume our content, for example, overseas, as I said, if I can give an example.
Yung kontrata mismo, sino ho nagpapatrabaho sa inyo sa Big Dipper? Sino ho nagbabayad sa Big Dipper na diretso? Sino ba nag-kontrata sa inyo na i-encode nyo, i-digitize nyo yung mga content ng ABS-CBN?
The customers,
ABS-CBN Global.
That's one of the companies, yes. But
Ano
they
pa
would
yung
not
isa?
be
Ano pa
able
yung isa?
to.
Dalawang kumpanya lang yan, di ba?
Yeah, Your Honor, I need to clarify a point because they would not be able to generate the revenues to pay Big Dipper if the content isn't being watched by Filipinos abroad. So for
Hindi, alam ko
example,
ho yun, alam ko yun. Huwag nyo na ipaliwanag, tinatanong ko lang kung sino nagbabayad.
the direct transactor is, as you mentioned, ABS-CBN Global Hungary.
ABS-CBN Global Hungary. Yan po ay isang paper corporation na tinatag sa Hungary. May opisina ba ho kayo sa Hungary?
It's not a paper corporation, Your Honor.
Ano, Shell Corporation?
It's not a shell corporation. It has business substance, Your Honor.
Okay. Sino ang officers ng ABS-CBN Global?
Global Hungary. There are 4 managing directors.
Sino ho ito?
We have Rafael Lopez, Edgardo Garcia, Olivia de Jesus, and there's a gentleman with a foreign name. Give me 1 second, Your Honor.
In other words, Mr. Tan, itong 15 billion na transaction is from ABS-CBN to ABS-CBN. Yung isa lang Global Holdings, yung isa ho, Big Dipper.
Your Honor, these transactions are...
Hindi, tinatanong lang kita eh. Yes or no lang yun, di ba? Ito yung transaction na to, binabayaran ng ABS-CBN Global, Hungary, binayaran niya for the past 10 years ng 15 billion ang ABS-CBN, ang Big Dipper Corporation. Tama ho yun?
Yes, Your Honor, but it would be misleading for me to stop there because we have to explain how the revenues are generated. If we simply say...
I know how it's generated kasi yung generation nyo, kaya may digital content, ginagawa nyo para madali yung madala sa mga Pilipino sa abroad yung inyong mga programa. Di ba? Tama naman yan.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could you repeat that?
Ang kitang ito, kumikita kayo ng pera kasi dito, yung inyong ginagawa sa Big Dipper, ginagawa nyong digital yung inyong mga programa ng araw para ito'y madaling ipalabas sa ibang bansa kung saan may mga Pilipino na gustong bumili ng inyong programa.
It's not just madali, it's actually a requirement, both regulatory in some cases, and for it to be played on mobile phones or other formats, kailangan po yung serbisyo ng Big Dipper. It's not just to make it pretty. So there are some requirements. For example, I think in Australia you need closed caption. For other countries you need certain minimum standards.
Pero ang ano nga dito, ang sistema, yung kayo mismo, ang sariling korporasyon, yung nag-hire sa sariling korporasyon. Transactions between 2 sister corporations. Tama ho yun?
Your Honor, all these transactions are backed by transfer pricing
yes,
studies.
Ito lang.
It's not...
Di ba? Sister at sister lang yan. Magkapatid lang yan. Yan lang tinatanong ko. This is a transaction between one ABS corporation to the other ABS corporation for 15 billion pesos for the past 10 years.
Yes, Your Honor, and it's not illegal or unusual.
Wala naman ako sinasabing illegal or unusual May sinabi ba ako?
Wala po, Your Honor.
Oh, ba't mo sinasabing it's not illegal or unusual?
Just to clarify, Your Honor, because it may be, some people might think that there's something...
Although it sounds that way, I'm not alluding anything, pero ganun ang tunog sa Pilipino. Kung tatanungin, bakit yung kalimang bulsa, yung naman ng kalimang bulsa, nililipat sa kalimang bulsa?
Your Honor, these transactions, as I mentioned, are at market rates, at market prices, and backed by transfer pricing studies.
So walang transfer pricing.
Yeah.
Ini-anticipate nyo na yung tanong ko, kung mahal yung rate nyo, sinasabi nyo competitive kayo sa buong mundo. Sa rate.
Yeah. Actually, Your Honor, I was going to mention that on the questioning of dealing with related parties, we establish our companies, as I mentioned earlier, we make decisions based on many factors. Now, of course, we look at market access, proximity to customer, the IP strength of IP laws, and of course, taxes, Your Honor. It is a duty of management to look for ways to be efficient and competitive.
Para makatipid kayo sa taxes. Siyempre, ginagawa nyo lahat, di ba? You're doing everything para makatipid kayo sa taxes. Tama o hindi?
Your Honor, as I mentioned, taxes are one consideration. It's not the primordial consideration, but as senior management, we
Masyado ka naman defensive. Yun lang tinatanong ko. Mr. Carag, you're hired by ABS-CBN because you're a tax lawyer. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Yun, di ba? Sagot na yun. May katabi kang tax lawyer, siyempre, yung advice ng tax lawyer, mahalaga sa inyo.
Yes, Your Honor, but of course you admit that these are related party transactions, Your Honor.
Hindi kita tinatanong.
No, I'm just
Sinasabi ko lang,
clarifying,
kaya may tax lawyer kayo, you get the best advice.
Yeah.
Your Honor, our tax counsel are here to provide clarification on tax laws or any tax issues that might be asked by the floor.
Sige. Mr. Tan, you've been, how many years ka na ba sa ABS-CBN bago ka naging Group Chief Financial Officer?
I've been here about 7 years, Your Honor.
Saan ka nanggaling?
I used to work for Vista Land and Lifescapes, Your Honor.
Nanggaling ka pa sa abroad?
I studied abroad, Your Honor, yes.
Ilang taong ka tumira sa ibang bansa?
Maybe 10, 12.
Anong bansa yun? Amerika?
The UK and the US.
Pero Filipino citizen kayo?
Yes, Your Honor. 100%.
Dual
100% Filipino, Your Honor.
100% Filipino. Yes. Hindi ka 100% Filipino, 100% American. Hindi po?
No, hindi po, Your Honor.
Ngayon, kaya tinanong ko kayo, Mr. Tan, kasi kayo ang gumagawa ng strategy pagdating po sa inyong grupo, sa finances. Tama ho yun, Mr. Tan?
We formulate our strategy with consultation of
example, last year, 2019, you decided to divest, or ABS-CBN decided to divest itself from Ankara. Tama ho yun?
That was a decision that was taken by the board of directors, Your Honor.
Ano ang pumasok sa isip nyo? Ba't nyo kailangan mag-divest sa Ankara?
Your Honor, may I ask that our corporate secretary be recognized?
Attorney Kiason? Attorney Kiason ba ang corporate secretary? Sino?
So, sorry, Your Honor. I don't think we have any resource people available to answer any questions on Ankara.
Bakit?
I think that
Bakit?
was
Di ba
established.
kayo yung group financial officer for the past 7 years? You decided to divest. Ba't hindi nyo masagot ngayon? Ba't tayo nyo sagutin tungkol sa Ankara?
Di ba? Just
Baka maging mali yung sagot nyo, wala akong rehearsal.
Correction po, Your Honor. I have been CFO for about 2 months. I took the place of the recently, our CFO who recently passed away. Your Honor, may I request that our Chief Executive Officer, Carlo Katigbak, be recognized to address the question.
Mr. Katigbak, good evening.
Good evening po, Your Honor. Your Honor, if you allow me first, before I answer your question, can I just answer your earlier statement? I got a message from all our cameramen insisting that none of them were responsible for taking the video you referred to earlier. And I also checked with our news team, and they have all said that we have not run that video on any of our platforms po.
Okay, I apologize.
Just to assure you po.
Gusto ko ba sagutin mo yung Ankara?
Okay.
Please answer the Ankara question.
Okay po. We decided to divest ourselves from Ankara, Mr. Chair, because we didn't feel there was any value to owning the 49%. The relationship between ABS-CBN and Ankara was a block time relationship, and as a block timer, there's no point in having a 49% stake in the company you're block timing from.
So you're sticking to your story na 49% lang talaga ang inyong ownership ng Ankara?
It has always been 49%, Mr. Chair.
Until now?
No more. We sold it already in January 2019, if I remember correctly.
Itong Ankara was holding office in ABS-CBN compound for 20 years, am I correct?
I don't have that information, Mr. Chair, but I think yes.
And the officers of Ankara now are your lawyers, di ba?
I'm not aware who the officers of Ankara are today, Mr. Chair.
Well, they come from Santos, Parungaw, Aquino, and Santos Law Office. Dalawang nakalagay doon na abogado ng ABS-CBN, ang naging officer ng AMCARA. Kaya ako may duda pa rin kung talaga nag-divest kayo sa AMCARA.
We have divested po, Mr. Chair.
Pero you considered AMCARA your subsidiary even with 49% stake?
I'm not sure what the correct term is. I know they're an affiliate company at the time that we had the 49% stake po.
Congressman Boying?
Yes.
Yes, just for information, the AMCARA submitted, ABS-CBN submitted the block time agreement. The agreement was only for this year, 2020.
2020 lang. Ano yung, dati ba black time na kayo sa AMCARA?
Mr. Chair, there are block time agreements for the prior years. They can be submitted to the committee.
How much were you paying AMCARA for your block time?
I don't have the exact number, Mr. Chair. It should be there on the block time agreement that was submitted to...
As I recall, Channel 23, AMCARA, lahat ng programming nyo, ABS-CBN. So basically, you use the whole AMCARA setup for 24 years. Until now, kayo pa rin ang gumagamit.
Until now, I know the block time agreement covers 20 or 21 hours a day po.
21 hours a day for the past 25 years.
I'm only referring to the recent years po, Mr. Chair, the ones that I've seen. No?
Ako, alam ko yung mga black time, alam ko sa black time, parang Itbulaga, 2 oras, 3 oras, araw-araw, Lunes hanggang Biyernes, tapos yun na. Pero yung 25-year block time arrangement na 21 hours a day, di ba usufruct yun?
A block time agreement, Mr. Chair, is a purchase of airtime.
Kaya nga, purchase of airtime, but ang ginawa nyo sa AMCARA, kayo ang may hawak na lahat ng saleable airtime ng AMCARA.
The majority of the saleable airtime, yes, Mr. Chair. You're right.
Yung majority, what do you mean by majority?
The block time agreement covers for 21 hours a day.
From what time to what time yon, Mr. Katigbak?
I'm not familiar with the operational...
Tanungin nyo lang, let's have a break muna. Tanungin nyo, alamin natin kung magkano inyong, kung anong oras hanggang anong oras sa inyong block time agreement with AMCARA.
Okay po. Sige po, let me find out.
Suspension, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Hearing suspended.
Mr. Chairman, pwede na tayo mag-resume?
Hearing resumed. Congressman Remulla.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. meron ho ako ritong hawak na black time agreement na pinirmahan ni Aldrin Serrado at Erwin Malimban at sa Ankara si Jose Antonio Veloso. Tama ho yun?
Tama po.
Ang inyong contracted airtime 21 hours a day, Sunday to Saturday or every day of the year. Ang term niya, 1 year. Commencing January 2020 with automatic renewal unless terminated by either party subject to at least 60 days prior written notice. Tama ho yun?
Tama po.
Magkano ho yung airtime ito?
Ano po yung... Ano po?
Sorry, Mr. Katigbak.
Congressman Defensor.
Gusto ko lang pong mag-interject kasi po, gusto ko lang pong ibigay yung impormasyon sa inyo na yung prangkisa natin kay Amkara is only analog, wala po yung digital. Number 1. And number 2, kaya po yung nakita nyo yung order ng NTC, may select areas lang po sila. So Mr. Chairman, I do not know how that can be a block time agreement on a digitalized program when they do not have an approved digital programming, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair.
Digital programming ang Ankara, Mr. Katigbak.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Ankara has a provisional authority granted by the NTC allowing it to use Channel 43 po for a digital broadcast. And I think we have, if I'm not mistaken, we have submitted already the provisional authority of Channel 43 to the committee. And if not, then I can direct our people to submit it.
Yes, Mr. Katigbak, with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, sila po pwedeng pumasok sa digital. Pero hindi po yung papasok sa TV Plus. Kasi po yung TV Plus is getting the frequency of ABS-CBN. So pumapasok si Ankara as digital doon. Pero siya mismo, wala namang Ankara box eh. So I do not know what the purpose of this contract would be.
Ito ba yung inyong backup plan para kung kayo ho ay hindi makakuha ng prangkisa, ay makaka-ere pa rin kayo? Ito Ankara po ang inyong ginamit na backup plan.
It was just another way to reach more areas po. We used Ankara so we could reach more areas on TV Plus.
Gano'ng karami ba ho ang transmitter ng Ankara?
Yan ang hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, we're not prepared with the Ankara questions.
For 24 years. Gano'ng karami ho ang transmitter ng Ankara?
Hindi ko po alam, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, we didn't come prepared to answer these technical questions. No, I can...
Kasi para sa kaalaman ng lahat, kumakalat po ngayon yung propaganda ng ABS-CBN na ang Ankara ay black timer daw sila sa Ankara at ang black time agreement daw ang kanilang ginagamit para makapag-broadcast sila sa TV Plus. Hindi ba tama ho yun, Mr. Katigbak? Yun po lumalabas sa balita.
Yung broadcaster po is Ankara kasi sila po yung may-ari ng frequency. We're just buying the airtime po from them.
Ano ho ang mga programs ng pinapatakbo ng Ankara on its own?
Wala po.
Wala. So they're in the business of renting out their time. Yun lang ho negosyo ng Ankara?
Mr. Chairman, Congressman Boying.
Yes, Congressman Defensor.
Ulit po, paglilinaw lang po. Yung TV Plus, signal po ni ABS-CBN. Doon po pumapasok yung digital programs. So, wala pong Amkara Plus. Wala pong Amkara Box. So, signal po ng ABS-CBN ang lumalabas doon po sa TV Plus. So, hindi po totoo na channel ni Amkara po yun dahil frequency po yun ni ABS-CBN, Mr. Chairman.
Ang sinabi ng NTC dati, di ba, Mr. Katigbak, ang Ankara at ABS-CBN, sister companies. Hanggang ngayon, sister company pa rin daw.
Hindi po. It's, we are not, we have sold Ankara, the 49% stake in Ankara last January 2019.
Yung pumirma ho ng kontrata nyo, Kapatid ho ng former congressman eh. Abogado ito from Ateneo Law 1986. Ito po yung kabatch ko dati sa Ateneo eh. Si Atty. Veloso. Hindi naman ko siya, wala naman siya sa negosyo ng ng broadcasting. Paano ko siya napasok dito?
Sir, decision po yan ni, I think, Mr. Karandang and his family.
By the way, si Mr. Karandang doesn't want to come in. Pinatawagan po namin sa COMSEC namin, ayaw niya ho magsalita. Mukhang natatakot po sa ABS-CBN si Mr. Karandang.
I am not aware, Mr. Chair. I haven't spoken to Mr. Karandang.
Chair,
Sa Congressman Marcoleta.
may I interject, please?
Sige po.
Mr. Katigbak, before ABS-CBN divested its 49% share or ownership in Amcara in January last year, Amcara was reported in your consolidated financial statement because it is more than 20%. Hindi ba?
Opo.
Okay. During that time, nung hindi pa kayo nag-divest, meron kayong block time agreement. Ito nga yung Studio 23. Wag po tayong makukonfuse. Yung pong Ankara 53, ito po yung digital channel na ginamit nyo na pinahagaan ng NTC. Ang pinag-uusapan natin dito is Studio 23. Ito po yung Sports and Action. Analog po ito. Tama po. Kayo po ang gumagamit ng frequency ng Amcara sa kabila ng siya may sariling prangkisa. Ito po yung medyo weird na sitwasyon dito eh. Kung ikukumpara natin ang isang tunay na block time, kamukha po nung ginagamit ng example kanina, yung Tape Incorporated, yan po yung nagpo-produce ng Itbulaga. Pero yung Tape Incorporated, wala siyang prangkisa. Kayo po meron kayong prangkisa, ang Amcara merong prangkisa, kayo ang nagmamanage nun, ang facilities ninyo, pati engineers ninyo, sa inyo. Ang katibayan nga po nito, pati yung logo, okay, hindi po logo ng Amcara. Kayo ang gumagamit nun. Pag dinistinguish natin sa tape, ang tape po, wala siyang sariling logo. Ang ginagamit niya, GMA logo. Hindi po block time yun eh. Yung suprak yun. You're under oath, Mr. Katigbak. Pag sinabi mong block time yun, magkakaroon po kayo ng problema. Paano magiging block time yun? Kayo po ang may-ari ng 49%. You're using the facilities, your own facilities, your engineers, your own logo, despite the fact that Amcara has its own frequency. Why do you call that block time? You may not answer if you want to.
As far as I understand, Mr. Chair, it's a block time because it is a purchase of the airtime for the use of ABS-CBN.
Okay, ganito na lang.
It's not, we're not the only company po that has done this.
Bakit Ankara exclusive po kayo? Ankara exclusively ABS-CBN ang may control ng oras. Yung 21 hours a day, any hour that you choose. Tama ho yun?
21 hours a day po. I think the hours we use are 6 a.m. I think to about 12 midnight po.
Wala nga nakalagay sa block time agreement kung anong oras eh. Nasa 21 hours a day. Tama?
Yes po. Pero in actual practice, I think the actual operation was 6 a.m. to 12 midnight. I've been informed po.
Congressman Remulla, papaalala ko lang po na may natitira ka na lang na 2 minuto. Pwede ka na pong magsimulang magtapos ng iyong pagtatanong.
Salamat po. Mr. Chairman, ang serbit sa atin ng ABS-CBN na dokumento, hiningi natin, ay pwede hong punuin ng 2 filing cabinet. Meron lang ho tayo 8 oras para i-discuss ito. At sana naman maintindihan nyo na mahirap rin ho kumuha ng sagot sa mga tao dito. Ito ho income tax for the year 2019. 2018 income tax ba to? Mr. Senado? Yung 15 meron kayong 25 billion na net sales. Tama ho yun? 2019 income tax return? O year ending 2019? Hindi ko kasi naintindihan itong schedule nyo rito eh. Year ended 2012-2019. So ito yung inyong 2020 income tax return. Meron ho kayo ritong ang lumalabas po, pagdating sa net tax payable, meron ho kayong overpayment sinasabi na 669,782 pesos. Tama ho yun?
Tama po, Your Honor.
Ngayon dito ho, total tax credits, 1,635,242 pesos. Tama ho yan?
Tama po yan, Your Honor.
Ano ho yung mga tax credit niyan?
Ito po yung withholding taxes po. Ito po yung creditable withholding tax na binabawas na po ng mga customers namin. So ito po yung safeguard po ng BIR to ensure that all corporations, big corporations will pay taxes. So halimbawa po, si Mr. Tan po is an advertiser, nag-place po siya sa akin ng 100,000. Si Mr. Tan po, pag nagbigay sa akin ng bayad, net po of 2% withholding tax. So i-remit niya po yon sa BIR as advance payment po ng ABS-CBN for income taxes. So yan po yung accumulated creditable withholding tax from all our customers na ibinayad po ng sa BIR.
Ano ho mga kumpanyang hinahire ng ABS-CBN? SGV, kayo ho ang auditor, sila ho ang auditor nyo, kasama ho sila, di ba? Nandito ho sa financial statement ng foundation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Punong Bayan, sa inyo rin ba ang Punong Bayan? O Orolyo?
We hired them also for some services.
Sino pa ho mga auditor nyo? Sino pa ho? Si Mr. Carag ho, gumagawa rin. Mr. Carag, kayo rin ho, kasama kayo sa ano? Nag-audit din ho kayo?
No, you're an external counsel.
Counsel kayo. Sino ho yung mga audit firms pa?
Sir, the auditors po of ABS-CBN Corporation is SGV and Company.
Ilan ho ang abogado ng ABS-CBN?
Your Honor, we have around 17 lawyers, Your Honor.
In-house?
Yes, Your Honor.
External counsel, ilan ang external counsel nyo? May nabilang ako 18 law office sa inyong annual report. Gano'ng karami pa rin ba yung inyong law offices o meron pang mas magdagdag pa rin?
We don't have the exact number right now, Your Honor, but we engage a lot of external counsels, Your Honor, for different types of cases and engagements.
Kasi kung ang isang law office po ay may 50 abogado, 18 opisina, may 900 lawyers po kayo on your beck and call. Tama ho yun?
Well, our lawyers provide services that the company need, Your Honor.
Chair, may I get the 15 seconds left for Congressman Rimulya?
Yes, Congressman Marcoleta, kung papayagan po kayo ni Congressman Rimulya.
Anything for my esteemed colleague,
Congressman
Marcoleta.
Thank you. Last question to Mr. Carlo Caparas. Kung totoo pong talagang pinatitibayan nyo na mayroong black time agreement, hindi po ba, I'm sorry, Mr. Carlo Katigbak, I'm very sorry. Hindi po ba totoo na ang rights po ng Amcara ay nilipat na po sa Multimedia and Productions Company as of March 12, 2019 per NTC case number 2019-041? Paano po magkakaroon ng black time? Nilipat na po ang kanyang rights sa Asian Multimedia and Production Company March 12, 2019. So paano po yan? Papag-aari din po ninyo yun. Tama po ba? Palipat-lipat po tayo. Kaya mula po nung kauna-unang araw na tayo nagkakaharap dito, pinaiikot-ikutan po ninyo kami. Alam po namin lahat ito, Mr. Katigbak. Kaya kung minsan po, tanagin yung sinasabi, kung meron po kaming pagkakamali, patawarin na lang po. Ganun. Paano po kami magkakaroon ng initiative na magpatawad naman. Hanggang ngayon, puro lang po kayo pagtatakip. Sasabihin nyo, mayroong black time. Ito po, NTC case number 2019-041. As of March 12, 2019, nilipat na po sa Asian Multimedia and Production Company. Paano po magkakaroon ng black time, Mr. Katigbak?
Sa pagkakaalam ko po, hindi pa in-approve ang transfer po ng NTC, Mr. Chair. Baka maybe the NTC can answer with certainty, but as far as I know, that application for a transfer was never approved.
Padadala ko po sa inyo yung mga records, Mr. Katigbak, para matapos lang tayo. Na-transfer na po talaga, March 12, 2019. Mr. Chair, salamat po.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Marcoleta.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to inquire from
Congressman
our
Remulla.
Committee Secretary Porcia Silang about the remarks of Mr. Karandang when they were invited to come over to testify today. Pwede ba we put that on the record?
Comsec.
Not necessarily Mr. Karandang, Mr. Chair, but the Amcara Corporation.
Amcara Corporation, Mr. Parungaw, Mr. Veloso, and Mr. Karandang.
Comsec.
We tried sana, sir, to put an officer of Amcara to clarify things. But because we have not sent official invitation to them, medyo nag-refuse po at medyo galing kasi sila sa exercise at hindi daw siya presentable. So, nag-excuse lang po muna siya. Pero if required po siya at pwede pa siyang mag-expound, he can attend via Zoom kung pwede, kung bukas, kung kaya pa.
Pwede po bukas, pwede.
Mr. Chair?
Basta po may official invitation.
Yes, Congressman Defensor.
Based on the request of the Honorable Remulla, may I request the Chair, Mr. Chairman, just to prepare as a pina duces tecum, ad testificandum to any of the representative of Amcara. So to make it official, Mr. Chair, mahirap yung invite isabpina na natin. And alongside that, Mr. Chairman, because DBP told us that they cannot send the documents without the court request. So I subpoena duces tecum to DBP. Sasabay ko na po. So ad testificandum to Amcara and duces tecum to DBP, Mr. Chairman.
Sa Amcara, Mr. Chairman, ang request ko sana si Attorney Parungaw, Anthony Parungaw, si Attorney Veloso, yung pumirma ng kontrata, Attorney Veloso, and Mr. Karandang, para ho magkaalaman tayo.
Mr. Chair, just
Yes, Congressman Sarate.
just a clarification, Mr. Chair. For what purpose is the invitation? I understand na yung pinag-uusapan ngayon is about taxes already, no? Natapos na natin yung usapin ng TV Plus, KBO, etc. At yung paggamit ng Channel 43. No? So if the purpose is in line with what we are discussing now, so may we be clarified on that?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Congressman Remulla.
Mr. Chairman, ang Amcara po ang ginagawang lifeline ngayon ng ABS-CBN na claim nila sila ay black timer and they are suspected to be lying under oath to this committee. Yan po ang impression natin sapagkat napakatamis po ng terms ng kanilang black time agreement na hindi ho basta-basta nangyayari. And this is a violation of the franchise of Amcara that we're talking about. And it is an affront to Congress that ABS-CBN did not even seek Congress's permission, the House's permission, or even the Senate's permission to utilize Amcara as a usufruct. Kasi yun po ang ating impression. Is that satisfactory, Atty. Sarate?
At Honorable Sarate, kasi po naalala nyo, nag-personal and collective privilege po ako. Pagkatapos po, sabi nila, sabi ng NTC, hihinto na ho. Ngayon po, sinasabi ho, lalabas pa rin at tuloy-tuloy pa rin. Kaya po medyo nagkaroon pa ng kaunting komplikasyon. So para lang humaklaro na yung issue, Mr. Chairman, parang yun na lang po yung request natin. Not anymore doon sa discussion ng issue, But doon na po sa question of personal collective privilege, Honorable Sarate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's precisely kina-clarify natin dahil lahat naman tayo dito ay may kanya-kanyang conclusion of facts and law, no? But that is not, hindi naman yan ang desisyon ng komite, no? Meron tayong kanya-kanyang interpretasyon sa dokumento, sa kontrata, no? Kaya kina-clarify natin yan dahil nga, for example, even as we speak now, yung cease and desist order na inimplementa ng NTC, no? Is already implemented. No? It's been implemented. And in fact, parang wala na sa ere yung SkyDirect and even the TV Plus. No? So, gusto nating linawin yan. Dahil pagka hindi ho natin nailinaw yan, meron ho tayong itinakda ng mga agenda. No? Ay hanggang kailan ho tayo matatapos dito?
Mr. Chairman, can we
Congressman
extend
Sarate,
our
Congressman
time?
Rimulya,
Can we extend?
suspended.
Can,
Hearing resumed. Ang pinakahuli po na magtatanong ngayong gabing ito ay si Congressman Mike Defensor na binigyan ng oras ni Congressman Onyx Crisologo. Pwede ka na po magsimula, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gusto ko lang pong, Mr. Chairman, sa ating pong mga kasama, sa ating pong mga guest, Mr. Ricardo Tan, napanood niyo po ba yung, kasi marami na hong mga detalye na napag-usapan tungkol dito, napaka-technical lang issue na to. Siguro isa po ito sa makukumpara sa pinakamahirap ng issue ng ABS-CBN, katumbas marahil lang yung issue ng PDR. Pero napanood niyo po ba yung tao na binibigyan ng social amelioration program ng pera ng gobyerno tapos isinoli niya? Sabi niya hindi niya kailangan. Napanood niyo po ba yun?
No,
Sa
Your
Channel
Honor.
2 din po yun, lumabas sa news.
I haven't seen it.
Baka Netflix po yung napapanood niyo, Mr. Chairman. But may I ask, yung mga kasama niyo po niyo, nakita niyo po ba yun? Yung inyong news na may binibigyan na social amelioration program, pero hindi tinanggap. Yes, can I read, Mr. Serrado?
Yes, Your Honor. I think it was covered by our news program.
Yes. Alam niyo po, yung taong yun, legal yung kanyang pagtanggap ng pera. Pero hindi niya ho tinanggap dahil alam niyang hindi dapat. Ang sabi niya, ibigay niyo yung perang yan dun sa mas nangangailangan dahil kaya ko pa. In the same manner, ito pong issue natin ay parang ganito. Legal, wala ho kayong kaso, sabi ni BIR, sabi ni PESA, at ng mga ahensya. Pero nakikita natin na mayroong problema. Kagabi ho, pinakinggan ko si Congressman Barsaga. Ang sinabi niyo sa Senado at inilabas niya dito ho sa Kongreso, ang kilim niyo from 2016 to 2019. Pa nga, ang nakalagay doon, pero sabi niyo nga, Mr. Tan is 2018, but whatever. Nasa 14 billion pesos ang binayaran niyong taxes. Tama po ba? Yung pinalabas na video kagabi.
Yes, Your Honor. That's correct.
Nung tanungin kayo, yung pala ho bayad na mga empleyado niyo sa withholding tax. Yung po ay bayad sa expanded VAT. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, that figure came out during the Senate hearing early this year. And galing po yun sa BIR mismo. And I believe at that time, kasali po yung withholding tax on compensation. And I think the rationale behind that was, should ABS cease operations, then those taxes would also cease to be paid because the employees would no longer be employed.
Tama po. At iisa-isahin ko po yung binanggit nyo, pinanood ko lang po ito kagabi, income tax, sweldo ng inyong mga manggagawa. Sweldo ng mga tatrabaho sa ABS-CBN. Sweldo nyo po, kayong mga nandito. Value-added tax, withholding tax on compensation, expanded withholding tax, final withholding tax, real estate tax. Sa VAT po, pagbibenta ninyo ng mga programa. Pero ang bulto po ng 14 billion ay sweldo ng mga tao. Yung tax sa sweldo ng mga tao. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Alam mo, Mr. Tan, you studied abroad. Alam niyo po yung ibig sabihin ng nabudol-budol. Hindi ho. Dito sa nangyayari, doon sa pinapakita, parang nabudol-budol ang Republika. Ang ibig sabihin, and I will ask you, in 2016, ang binayaran nyo lang pong income tax is 892 million. Tama po ba?
For ABS Corporation, 2016, it's about 758 million.
Teka, nagkamali ata ako because I'm looking at, parent company. Is that, this is what, ABS-CBN?
Yes, Your Honor.
Batay mo sa submission ninyo, it's 892 million. 2017, 421 million.
Yeah, noise.
Sige po, kukunin ko na lang yung figures nyo dyan, pero ito po yung galing sa inyong submission. Magkano ang binayaran yung tax ng 2016?
Your Honor, I believe you're looking at the provision for income tax line, which does not.
Okay, so what would be the 2016 income tax paid to the government?
If I may answer, Your Honor.
Go ahead, Mr.
I
Serrano.
think you were referring po to the income tax and balance of the creditable withholding tax. So nung pong 2016, para po sa ABS-CBN, the income tax paid po was 757,601,712.
Thank you po. 2017?
Yung 2017 po, the income tax paid po is 195,805,184.
195 million po.
Opo, pero meron lang po kaming binayaran na yung tinatawag na creditable withholding tax that withheld by our customers in advance, amounting to 294,106,051.
So parang nangyari po dito because creditable to, hindi niyo po binayaran yung 195 million.
Technically po, ano po yan? You have to add po. So technically, ang total po na paid in advance through creditable withholding tax is 195 plus 294, about 489 million.
Okay,
so in-apply ko na po yung tax payment.
Sige po. At tapos sa 2018?
Nung 2018 naman po, 163,955,793. Yun naman pong balance of the creditable withholding tax is 312,084,970.
Yung creditable withholding tax po is, ano po to? Saan ang galing?
Ito nga po yung CBIR po ensures that all large taxpayers pay taxes kahit po hindi kumita or kumita via creditable withholding tax po.
Okay, 2019?
2019 po, income tax po is 203,266,698. Balance of creditable withholding tax is 140,431,382.
Fair po ba, Mr. Serrano, na sabihin kung tanggalin na natin yung creditable withholding tax because anyway, yun naman po yung naman-menos nyo doon sa mga binabayaran nyo sa future payments?
Tama naman po yan. It can be applied on future payments.
Dahil parang kung ini-insure lang ng BIR na may pondong nakalagak sa kanila.
Opo, pero ang ibig sabihin lang po nun na kuha na po yun in advance ng BIR.
So 2019 is 203 million.
203,266,698.
Kung i-add ko po ito lahat, siguro po more or less nasa 1.4 billion pesos. More or less. Hindi ko na po i-eksaktuhin.
Tama po. Tama.
Okay. Ang sabi po ninyo, 14 billion, pero ang total niyong binayaran is 1.4 billion for 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019.
Tama po yan.
Okay. Alam niyo po, ang galit ng madami, o hindi naman galit, sabihin na natin ang pinagtataka ng marami, kasi po yung GMA 7, 2018 lang po, ang binayaran niyang taxes is 1.4 billion. Yung pong 2018, ang binayaran niyang taxes is 928 million. Income tax po ito, income tax. Ikayo po, 4 na taon, 1.4 billion. Kaya po, marami nagtatanong dito sa Big Dipper, paano nangyari na mas malaki ang ABS-CBN, mas malawak ang sakop ng ABS-CBN, mas maliit ang binapasok na taxes niya. Kaya po pumapasok yung pagtatanong tungkol doon sa Big Dipper. Kasi gusto lang makita paano naitago to. Ngayon, sabi ko kanina ng mga tao doon sa PESA, lahat, may mga problema. Ito, tatanungin ko na lang po sa inyo, yung pong creative programs, ito po bang Big Dipper ay nasa distribution? O digital lang po siya at saka yung repurposing?
It's not in the business of distribution. It's in the business po of digital archiving and repurposing po. And reformatting.
Reformatting. So parang service siya?
Service po.
Apo. So pag may binigay kayo sa kanilang mga pelikula, programa, aayusin po nila yon.
If I can give you po an example, para lang po mas maganda po. When you watch po television sa Pilipinas, you see po our programs na nakahati-hati with commercials. So yan po yung gagamitin for outside. So they'll have to stitch it back in the TV format. And then lilinisin po yan, depende po sa saan siyang pupuntuhan na bansa. Halimbawa, if it's going to the Middle East, there are certain restrictions po as to what can be shown on television. That has to be cleaned up in order for it to be aired. And after that po, it can be subtitled in the language or what do you call this? Dubbed in the same language. And then, iba pa rin po yung format from TV to mobile to ano. Yun po yung, and then archived po siya in digital so that you can actually draw it or get it at real time.
Opo. Almost every year, ang binabayad niyo po dito sa mga ganitong trabaho is 3 billion. Tama po ba? More or less, 3 billion pesos.
Yung from ABS-CBN Corp po, it's about 838 million.
I-combine na po natin kasi meron po kayong, tinanong na po ito kanina, merong creative programs, ABS-CBN Film Production, Sari Manok. So meron pong ganyan.
It's correct, Your Honor. It's about 2.6.
Makes 2.6 billion. Kasi ang pagkakalam ko, wala naman si GMA ng ganitong klaseng kumpanya, pero nagagawa nila ng mas mura. Of course, you argued earlier that, it's market price. But all I'm saying is, nagagawa po nila ng mura. Dito po sa inyo, 2.6 billion ang binabayad din niyo sa kumpanyang to.
Your Honor, that's precisely one of the big differences between ABS-CBN and GMA, although I don't really want to make comparisons, but we have a very strong international presence, Your Honor, and the Filipino channel, as you may know, is watched by millions of Filipinos. I think
Mr. Tan, di ba, this is parang service is that skill. So you're saying this is better quality.
Your Honor, what I'm saying is Big Dipper provides a service that enables the content to be played abroad in different formats, in different countries, in different languages, in
Yes, okay, I understand.
Platforms.
Kumbaga hindi lang basta pagandahin, meron pang trabahong dagdag, dubbing, iba-ibang pag-aayos, may mga rules sa ibang bansa. So anyway, Mr. Chairman, if we can request GMA7 to provide us data also on their repurposing and digitalization, Mr. Chairman, if I may request you.
The committee secretary is directed to comply.
Ngayon, ito pong ABS-CBN Global, siya po yung nasa Cayman, nasa ibang bansa. Siya po yung nagbibigay ng mga distribution ng inyong international setup. Tama po ba?
It's a holding company for our distribution companies in the Middle East and Europe.
Okay. So pag ginawa na po ni Big Dipper, tinapos niya na yung kailangan na gawin in terms of technical, ito po bang ABS-CBN ang nagbebenta o may local company pa ba kayong ibang nagbebenta? Or wala pong bentahan?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
No. Okay. Because, diba, you have it technically perfected in Big Dipper. So once you have the product, who sells the product? Is it ABS-CBN Holdings, ABS-CBN Corporation, or is there any other company doing a distribution in the international market?
There is a licensing agreement between ABS-CBN Global Hungary and the various other companies in different regions. And they in turn forge deals with companies in their, in the region that then are able to distribute the content. So for example, in the United States, if you have a cable subscription to, I'll just say a cable TV operator, the TFC would be an option for a subscriber. And they would pay the cable operator and we would take a revenue share.
If I am in the US, I will be talking with ABS-CBN Global. Is that correct? If I am in the Middle East, I would be talking with ABS-CBN Hungary.
If I may answer po, if you're in the US, let's say you're like Direct TV in the US, which is a cable.
Yung ano po, yung business model. Di ba ho? meron kayong produkto dito. Lagay na natin ang probinsyano. Ito po ba ay binibenta ninyo sa ABS-CBN Global o binibigay nyo lang po sa kanya to distribute?
Ito po ay pinaghahatian po ng ABS-CBN Hungary at ng ABS-CBN Corporation ang pag-produce po ng content na ito. At in exchange po, si ABS-CBN Corporation gets the Philippine exploitation rights, while ABS-CBN Hungary gets the international exploitation rights, which then allows them to distribute it via the different companies that we have to establish in different countries po.
Mr. Senado, papasimplihan ko para kasi medyo komplikado ng kaunti. Ang probinsyano, ibabato ko na po sa international. So si Hungary ang kukuha. Kaming dalawa ni ABS-CBN magka-partner. Binibenta ko sa kanya ng 100 o hindi? O ano po, lisensya ba? Paano po?
Yun po yung sinatawag ko na naghahati po sila sa production. So para pong negative licensing ang tawag.
Okay.
So yun po ay para po nag-equalize din po sila ng profit based on the revenue. So
Okay.
yun po yan.
So kumikita po si Hungary, kumikita si local.
Si local po,
Si ABS-CBN.
kumikita from exploitation in the Philippines. Si Hungary po would earn from exploitation outside of the Philippines.
So kung ang bayad po 1 milyon, si local 500,000, si Hungary 500,000.
Hindi po siya ganun ka-equal kasi po depende po sa revenue na ma-generate.
Okay.
At mas malaki po ang revenue na na-generate sa Pilipinas.
Okay. Sige po. So, ito ho, medyo nakikita ko na yung buong picture. Ang nangyari po dito sa ating kay ABS-CBN, meron po tayong mga licensing agreement sa ibang bansa na kung saan iba ang tax setup nila. Ang ibig ko po sabihin, kung si ABS-CBN lang ang direktang magbebenta sa ibang bansa ng 100 piso, kita niya yun at itatax siya ng 100 piso. Pero dahil may partnership ako sa ibang bansa, yung 100 piso na yun, ang kinita ko lang 50, 30, 40. Yun lang ang pwedeng itax sa akin. At yung kita doon sa ibang bansa, may iwan po ang kita sa ibang bansa. Yan po ang simpleng litrato na mga pangyayaring ito. May gusto mo bang sumagot? Opo, attorney.
Your Honor, while it is true that ABS-CBN could have distributed the content through a branch located in a foreign jurisdiction, then that income would have been reported in the head office, which is the ABS-CBN in the Philippines. Okay, but since that income is also taxable in the country of source, then any taxes paid in that foreign jurisdiction can now be claimed as a tax credit in the Philippines, Your Honor. So in a sense, Your Honor, under our tax code, in a sense, it adopts a policy of tax neutrality, Your Honor.
Tama po, attorney. Attorney, ilinaw ko lang po, no? Kaya nga po sinasabi ko sa inyo, wala naman kayong ginagawang mali. Wala kayong ginagawang mali. Ang katotohanan, ang gagaling po ninyo. Ang galing po talaga. Kasi kung ako po yung may kumpanya kasi laki ng ABS-CBN, kukunin ko rin po kayong abogado at accounting. Kasi maayos natin ng gusto yung aking setup and I could minimize the cost that I want for the company. Pero ang pinapakita ko po sa atin, sa taong bayan, yung setup. Kasi napansin ko, pasok sila ng pasok sa Big Dipper, pero medyo may mukhang mali eh. Isipin nyo 14 billion ang inyong kiniklaim na taxes, and yet ang binayaran nyo lang talaga is 1.4 billion. Yung bulk ng 14 billion, pera ng manggagawa. Ngayon, tinitingnan natin ngayon yung saan napupunta yung pagbabayad ng taxes. Kaya po, ang tanong ko lang is yung model.
Kaya gusto namin ipaliwanag, Your Honor, na limbawa between ABS-CBN and Big Dipper, Your Honor, kasi may allegation na generate yung Big Dipper as a form of tax evasion. What I'm saying, Your Honor, if I may be allowed to explain, Your Honor,
go ahead.
That even if Big Dipper was not created and ABS-CBN pursued yung digitizing and reformatting of the content, Your Honor, because of the PESA law, Your Honor, that activity, ABS-CBN could have also applied for the registration of that activity with PESA, Your Honor. And therefore, it could have also qualified qualified for the tax incentives provided by PESA, Your Honor. In other words, even without Big Dipper, ABS-CBN, after qualifying for PESA registration, would now be subjected to two tax regimes, 30% regular income taxes under the tax code for its unregistered activities, and the tax incentives provided under the PESA law for its registered activities, Your Honor. So in other words, the tax impact to the tax authorities would still be the same, Your Honor.
Attorney Carag, ang unang punto ko po kasi hindi Big Dipper. Kaya nga pwede, nililinaw ko po muna sa inyo, tama po ba yung model ko na sinasabi ko dahil may mga distribution companies all over the world, therefore ang income ng ABS-CBN Corporation ay hindi lamang dito, kundi dun sa satellite companies abroad.
Tama po.
Tama po.
Tama po.
So because there are satellite companies abroad, yung tax regime kung saan ang inyong kumpanya, dun siya dapat magbayad.
Opo.
At dahil po ngayon, dahil sa nangyaring yun, siyempre pagdating sa Cayman Islands, 0% tax. Pagdating po sa Luxembourg, 2% tax. Statement of fact, yun lang naman po nangyari. Ngayon, sinabi nyo, yung Big Dipper, hindi naman to pagtatago. Ngayon, ito na, maganda na ito, pasukan na natin yung Big Dipper ng kaunti. Pero hindi po ako masyadong dahil na medyo nakita ko na ko yung buong setup. Yung pong Big Dipper, nung pong 2017, kumita po siya ng pera sa Hungary sa service revenues ng 1.4 billion. Kumita po siya sa ABS, kasi may 50% kayo kaya kailangan nyo talaga ng digitalization ng lokal because 50% of what Big Dipper is doing is also servicing your local company. Meron po kayong 838 million na binayaran, na kinita si Big Dipper. Yung pong Creative Programs Incorporated, yung ABS-CBN Film Productions, SNN at ANC, kumita po sa service revenues ng 468 million. Tama po ba? Isang taon lang po to, 2017.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Tama po. Ang binayaran nyo po na income tax based on the 5%. And because of the cost of services and expenses, 30 million lang po. 2017 po to. Big Dipper po not ABS. Big Dipper. 30 million.
I have to check that figure, Your Honor.
Okay,
What I have is 119 million for 2018.
2017, sir. Mr. Tan, 2017 po. Anyway po, while you're checking, Mr. Tan, nag-cash dividends po kayo, cash dividends of 2.5 billion pesos.
Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Can I just answer? Your Honor, 2017, income tax paid by Big Dipper was 120 million.
Income tax was 120 million. 2017. Minus na hulapat to deductible cost of services and expenses. Kasi ang nasa akin po 30 million.
For 2017, Your Honor,
Opo, 2017
the
po.
correct figure is 120.131 million. Yun po yung binayad in terms of income tax ng Big Dipper.
Minus everything na po. Okay. Minus all the cost and expenditures.
Those are the taxes that were remitted to the government.
Okay, thank you. Yung cash dividends po was 2.5 billion. 2017 lang po, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Ngayon, gusto ko lang pong ipaliwanag. Ito pong Big Dipper kumpanya ninyo. Dahil lahat po ng mga kumpanya ninyo nagpapagawa sa kanya. Yung bayad nyo po dyan, kita mo rin. Parang, kasi kumpanya mo rin naman yun in terms of the ABS-CBN family and the Lopez Inc. Corporation. So, ito pong kita nito ni Big Dipper, binigay nyo naman ngayon sa ABS-CBN Holdings. ABS-CBN. Ito po, hindi natatax. 2.5 billion of cash dividends na hindi pwedeng i-tax under the law. Yes, Mr. Tan. O Mr. Serrado.
If I can just po expound on what Attorney Carag said. If I can just put lang po
Sir,
a premise.
ayun na po, di ba? Si Big Dipper, nagre-remit sa kanino ng cash dividends?
Big Dipper remits cash dividends to ABS-CBN Corporation
Okay,
because
so
it's intra-company
2.5
po.
billion na binigay niya dito na cash dividends, hindi po siya na-tax. Tama po ba?
But it's not subject to tax po because yung intercompany tax. Domestic corporation.
Opo. So yan po yung isa sa mga problema na sinasabi ko, because if that income was ABS-CBN Corporation income, that would have been taxed. But because that money went to Big Dipper and Big Dipper gave cash dividends to ABS-CBN Corporation, there is no tax.
If may be allowed to make a comment on that statement, Your Honor.
Sige po.
Okay, Your Honor, kung gaya na sinabi ko, kung ang ABS-CBN ang nag-pursue ng kanyang business abroad, Your Honor, no? And then it could have also located in a special economic zone. And it would have been able to avail itself of the tax incentives, just the income tax rate 5%, Your Honor.
If ABS-CBN established the same type of company in a different country, sabi
No, what I'm saying, Your Honor, is that ABS-CBN does not need to create Big Dipper in order to register its activities in the ecozone, Your Honor.
Pwede po siya magtayo ng Big Dipper kahit hindi sa ecozone.
Meaning the business can be pursued as a unit in the ABS-CBN Corporation, Your Honor.
Okay.
In other words, that particular activity can be registered under PESA, Your Honor. And after approval, it can now avail of the tax incentives. So in other words, it would ABS-CBN.
Attorney Carrick, I'm sorry, I don't get your point. Whether I'm in Makati and I register it at PESA, or I go to Cavite and I register it at PESA, it's still PESA. What we're talking about is the concept of PESA, not where it is located.
Yeah, but the PESA, the incentives that ABS-CBN avail of is incentives granted by the PESA law, Your Honor.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so because it was able to avail of that, what I'm saying is, Your Honor, even if Big Dipper was not created and no revenues flowed to Big Dipper, if ABS-CBN pursued the business by itself, okay,
if
then
you have the building in Mother Ignacia and one of the buildings is PESA registered, you can do it the same without Big Dipper.
no, in other words, in the present scenario, Your Honor, there are two entities, ABS-CBN Corp and Big Dipper. But it's possible to have just one entity to register in the ecozone, Your Honor. But there would be unregistered activities and registered activities, and only the registered activities would be entitled to the tax incentives. Now, if all the revenues of this digitizing business would now go to ABS-CBN Corporation, then there would be no need for ABS-CBN Corporation to declare dividends to itself. Therefore, it's still being able to avoid the dividends tax, Your Honor. In other words, whether there are two...
Attorney Carag, I think, I think you're trying to justify what's happening when I'm not even saying it's illegal. I'm not even saying it's illegal. Ang sinasabi mo sa akin ngayon, kahit na ginawa niya yun sa, kunyari gumawa lang siyang bureau, nag-digitalize sila, tama, in-enroll niya sa PESA, yung kita naman din noon, pupunta rin naman kay ABS-CBN.
If I may clarify, sir, if it's okay.
Pare-pareho naman tayo, yung Pilipino, ba't hindi tayo nagkakaintindihan?
So, ganito lang po yung gusto. When this was registered in 2009 po, what was registered with PESA was the activity, hindi naman po yung entity talaga. So it's the activity. So during that time, ang PESA po, I don't know now, will give the company an option whether you do it as a division in ABS-CBN or you do it as a separate company. What Attorney Carag was saying was, if it was made a division within ABS-CBN, those activities would have enjoyed the same tax benefits po. It would have enjoyed the income tax holiday and also the 5% tax.
May
However,
diferensya.
however po, it's administrative nightmare.
No, it's not.
Kasi-
There's a difference. There's a difference.
Kasi po,
No, Attorney,
magkakaroon po siya
before you
ng-
continue, sagutin niyo lang po ako. Yung kinita dito kay Big Dipper, ginawa sa inyong cash dividends, wala kayong tax. Kung ito po ay division ng ABS-CBN at itong income na to ay ABS-CBN, meron kayong tax. Yes, Attorney Garrett.
None, Your Honor, because the income generated by ABS-CBN from its registered activities would still be subject to 5%. Now, since the revenues are already with ABS-CBN, it need not declare dividends to itself.
Yes, exactly. But that would be subject to income tax.
At 5%, Your Honor.
What 5%? It's already with the company, with the mother corporation, ABS-CBN.
Chairman Mike Defensor,
because
excuse
the
me,
income-
Attorney Carag, ang naiintindihan ko po sa sinasabi nila, in layman's term, pinayagan sila ng PESA na i-register yung activity, hindi yung business. Kaya yung activity na mag-e-export ka, ay talagang magbabayad lang sila ng 5%. Tama po ba? Iyon po yun, Congressman Mike Defensor.
Ang binabanggit po niya ko, Attorney Carag, kung sa ABS-CBN naman to ginawa at niregister namin sa PESA, 5% pa lang din ang tax namin. Pero sinasabi nga, pero kung sa ABS-CBN yan, yung 2.5 billion na yon nakita, di ba? Will be subjected to income tax. Ito pong nangyari because nagkaroon ng Big Dipper, dineclare niyang cash dividends at binigay sa ABS-CBN, hindi na po siya na-subject sa tax.
Hearing suspended.
Tama ba, Attorney?
It would have, sir, sorry.